Okay, so for the millions watching us on YouTube, good morning and welcome to the North American Invasive Species Forum. We're going to get started because we're running a little bit behind, and so our first speaker leads the Forest Health Program in the state of Georgia with the Georgia Forestry Commission, and he's going to give us a perspective of the great things that they do with invasives in Georgia.
Can you kill some of these lights?
Yes. And then you got this with the pointer.
I didn't even drink tequila last night. You got to know.
No pressure whatsoever by Chuck. No time limits from what he said. So I'll start my timer. It is a pleasure to have you in the state of Georgia. I know a lot of you have come a long way. I am Chip Bates. I am the Forest Health Coordinator for the Forestry Commission. I have been in this business now for 31 years, which seems like forever. They still have to put up with me for about another 3 to 5 years before I decide to retire, but I'm having such a good time with what I'm doing, I don't need to stop. It's good to look around the room and see friends and people I've already met, but I would like to show the state partnership side of what happens with invasive species, because I sometimes believe the normal people in the audience, they go, oh, the federal people are handling that, or private people are handling that. But a lot of times I think we need to take and show what the state cooperators are doing, and if you ever have to contact me, on the bottom right hand side, that is my cell phone number. Feel free to give it out, because I'm here to try to serve you to the best of my ability. I feel sometimes when we do these talks that we give out so much information, that we give out so much confusing information, that by the time we finish with our talk, the people that are in front of us are either glazed over or they don't really know which way to turn. Hopefully you're not in the top right corner where it's caution and you're running out the back of the room when I get done with this talk. But the bottom line is there is a lot of information, there is a lot of things that the state forestry does in each one of our states. When we started this some 30 years ago, when I started this some 31 years ago in forestry, we truly didn't care about invasive species in 1984, 1985. We weren't really even taught what invasive species were, to be quite frank, when we were in school. All we really worried about when we were in school, and I am an Auburn University graduate, War Eagle, we only worried about what fusiform rust was on pine trees. Sometimes we worried about pitch canker. It wasn't about things like European longhorn beetles, and it wasn't about emerald ash borer, it wasn't about anything other than really southern pine beetle at that time. But now, every year that I do this slide, I add to it. Because when I started, we didn't have all this on this slide. Every year we go through some different things. Let me see if I can find the pointer. We didn't have that last year. We didn't worry about what Brazilian pepper was 3 years ago. We didn't really care about tallow tree because it wasn't that big of a deal. And as of 2015, and I hope I'm not blowing you out in the back with this mic, as of 2015, we really didn't worry about European or Asian gypsy moth coming into the state of Georgia. But in 2015, we did find Asian gypsy moth near the port of Savannah in a trap that we established. And what I tell the guys that work with me is if you don't want to find something, don't put up a trap. That's the easiest thing to do. But if you do put up a trap and you do find something, you have to take the initiative to try to find out what's going on and why things are happening the way they do. When you look around Georgia, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we didn't worry about things like hemlock woolly adelgid. It was there, but it wasn't doing that much damage. We didn't worry about things like really anosum root disease or fungus anosis, for some of you guys that are a little bit older. We didn't worry about that. Everything that you see on this list now on front of you is what we have to deal with in the state of Georgia now. I finally figured out how to kill bamboo after 30 years, and it can be done. It's a hard thing to kill. We didn't worry about Brazilian pepper until 2 years ago when it came into the state. The only thing that we have on this list that we don't have established right now, sudden oak death. We have found the pathogen in the streamways in the Atlanta area, but we haven't found it on a native tree yet. So sudden oak death is not established in the state of Georgia. Gypsy moth, we find it every year. Usually it's European gypsy moth that usually comes in as a hitchhiker, and Asian gypsy moth is not established anywhere in the United States. Asian longhorn beetle is one that we are seriously looking for, because if that gets into the state of Georgia, it can devastate the hardwood in the urban and in the rural forest. So if you look at our list, there's only 3 on there that we don't have to deal with on a regular basis, and that is something that has totally changed our mindset on how we deal with invasive species here in the state of Georgia. Even things like trifoliate orange has been around for 50 years. People did not care until it became an issue on their property. And now we've gotten passionate about it, and we can promise you we know how to take it out with the herbicides that we're using today. From the audience that's in this room, who can tell me what this invasive is? What is it? Who said that? Send those people on that back table somewhere back there. They get a prize for that one. Calorie pear was not one that we ever worried about in the state of Georgia. We were told, do not worry about calorie pear, do not worry about Bradford pear, to be quite frank. We're going to plant it everywhere in the state. It's going to be a great thing. And what we found is very quickly, over a period of 25 to 30 years, and that is very quick, is it's starting to revert back to calorie pear now. That's not what we want in the state of Georgia. When I'm talking to the little, hopefully I don't hurt anybody's feelings here, when I'm talking to the little ladies in the garden club and they have their nice little things and they start looking at this, they say, how can something that has that beautiful of a flower be a problem in the state of Georgia? How can something that has that kind of foliage or in the fall of the year be an issue? When we started dealing with calorie pear or Bradford pear about 30 years ago, we were told, don't worry about it. These seeds are going to be non-viable and they will not be able to reproduce. Don't always believe what people tell you. We were also told that they wouldn't have thorns. I can tell you from a true perspective, that will take out a 4-wheeler tire in a heartbeat. It'll also take out a tractor tire in a heartbeat. And the reason that we're so concerned with something as simple as calorie pear or Bradford pear nowadays is because it's starting to get into our pine woods in the state of Georgia, which means it's getting into our thinning operations, which can become a problem when they get up to the point where the loggers cannot go through there because they don't want to take out skidder tires. We are a very small group in the state of Georgia. I have 3 people that work with me, and you'll never hear me say that they work for me, they work with me. I have 3 people across the state. Each one handles about 52 counties across the state. They will tell you very quickly that I coordinate the program. I don't get to go out and do the things that I really enjoy, which is getting out of the woods like I used to, but I do get to coordinate the program for the state, and that's where I get to work with each one of you as the representative for our state of Georgia. Mark McClure, Lynn Womack, and Chris Barnes are really the foresters and the forest health specialists in the state of Georgia that are really doing the majority of the work. Each one of them is willing to take your phone calls, and our job is to work one-on-one with you to try to mitigate the amount of damage that's done in the state of Georgia. Each one of them could not and is not able to do the job unless they had help. We have good support from our director, and Mr. Ferris, who is just fixing to retire on May the 31st of this year, very quickly, has always been a supporter of our forest health group. He gives us the ability to go into each one of these counties at the field level and at the county level and work with our foresters inside of the district. So I have 12 other foresters that work with our forest health specialists. I have 36 technicians that work with the foresters in the counties that work with the technicians. So I have a field group of about 50 people to help manage all that list of stuff that you saw just a minute ago. It's a very daunting job, to be quite honest, and we cannot do it without partnerships from people like you. If we don't have the ability to stick our hand out and say, we would like to work with you, we will never get anything done, because anyone that's in this room, I don't care what state you're in, what agency you represent, if you think that you can do this by yourself, you're sorely wrong. You've got to be able to work with your state, federal, and private and local partners to get this work done. When you're here in the state of Georgia, and especially here in Savannah, you're going to see our global economy has changed. When you go to the ports tomorrow, or when was it, Thursday? Friday. When you go to the ports and you're on River Street, and I suggest that you do go down to River Street. It's a very fun place. If you like to have cold adult beverages, they have a few of them down there. As you're sitting on River Street, you will see a container ship come in or go out of the port of Savannah. 10 to 15 years ago, actually 10 years ago, we really didn't worry about this. We didn't think this was our problem. because each one of those containers that's on that ship, we didn't care what was in there. And we didn't realize how bad the problem could be. When you're sitting on River Street, you'll normally see 1, 2, or 3 of these ships coming in and out of the ports. The expansion has begun at the Port of Savannah. The Port of Savannah is the third largest, in my opinion, the third largest port in the United States. It's the second largest port on the eastern seaboard, and we are now deepening the channel our state is deepening the channel into the Port of Savannah so the Panamax ships can now dock and bring the commerce in. If you want to understand how large these cranes are, because I was in the Hyatt Regency when this came up the river, just notice the two gentlemen that are standing on the top of the crane to make sure that it cleared the Talmadge Bridge as it went under. And this particular crane set cleared the bridge by 6 feet, if I remember right. They are huge. The other thing that I found out about partnerships in about 2004 is I had a group of scientists down at the Port of Savannah, not inside because we didn't want to be inside the ports. We didn't think we needed that relationship at that time. We were on the outside of the ports on a city street looking at the gantry cranes, showing them what they were, and they were taking pictures. In about 5.3 seconds, the port police showed up, and she was not happy. If I hadn't talked very nice, if I hadn't been in complete uniform that day, I feel very confident we would have gone to jail. At that point in my life, I realized that we had to make that relationship between Homeland Security, Customs and Border Protection, and APHIS, because if we didn't, we would not be able to get anything done. The Port of Savannah, when I started in 1991, was doing about 500,000, 550,000 containers per year. It was a very small operation. About 2004, when we opened up our Forest Health Group in the state of Georgia, they were doing 1.6 million containers. 5 years later, it had almost gone by a million, 2.36. 5 more years later, it did jump by another million containers, 3.35. Last year, they did 3.64 million containers. Think about it. When you look at the number of trucks that are coming up and down the interstate that you saw this morning, those big boxes on the back are about 2 containers each, TEUs. In 2017, who knows what it's going to, but we do know from last month in March that they were almost at 1 million containers already this year, so we're looking at jumping over the 4 million container mark. Why does that matter to me? I'm a state cooperator. I have no authority inside of that port. It's a federal installation, because anything that happens in that port, once it comes outside the wire, then it becomes my issue, because anything that can affect the health of the forest in the state of Georgia becomes what we have to deal with. It doesn't matter if it's an insect, a disease, you name it. So, it's what lurks beneath the surface that really bothers us. It's not really what's inside the container, and I think you would all agree with this gentleman. If he doesn't start looking at what's beneath the surface and coming up behind him, and if he doesn't start taking some action to do something about this, I think we would all agree he's going to have a bad day. If we don't look at what's lurking beneath the surface, if we don't look at what's inside of those containers, if we don't look at that partnership that we have to develop between federal and state, then we will always have an issue. Understand, please, I'm not pointing a finger at the Port of Savannah. I think the commerce that they're bringing into the state and to the United States in general is more than important than anything I could ever imagine. But what I can say is that when we are there and we're looking at these gantry cranes, is that we had to develop that relationship, because the guys that are the Customs and Border Protection ag inspectors that are there, the guys that are with USDA APHIS, the Homeland Security in general at the Port of Savannah is doing a marvelous job on being able to try to identify things that are coming into the ports. I have no authority when it comes to the port at all. But I have to have that relationship so that when we are talking between Customs and Border Protection ag agents, I get a phone call and I know what's happening and I know what's coming in, because that's important to develop that friendship more than a partnership. It's a friendship, so that we can develop, so we can go out and work together on different issues. When we see this, it's not the commerce, it's not the Chinese gazing ball bird feeder that we're having a problem with. This is the true story. This came in at the Port of Savannah. It was coming in and it's going to be distributed through Home Depot. This got outside the wire before it was actually caught. What happened is, the shipper that was bringing this in from China was actually targeted in Tacoma, Washington for bringing it in. In the bottom of the pedestals, not on the pallet, but in the little pegs on the bottom of the thing, it had live euprested larvae. That's a problem for us. That's a problem for all of us. So they detected it at Tacoma, so what does he do? Instead of bringing it through Tacoma, Washington, he comes around to the other side of the United States and tries to slip it in Savannah. Customs and Border tagged him, targeted him, but it had gotten outside the wire before they could actually see what it was. We worked with APHIS to go in just a minute.
What was it there again?
So you pressed it, it was this. That.
Oh.
So we worked with USDA APHIS. We went inside of a 33-acre compound, which is called Home Depot's distribution area. It's got 100 bays down each side of it, and they ship all over the United States from this one location. When we got there, we pulled these pedestals. We actually dislocated took the cargo off, and we started looking inside of these little pegs on the bottom of the pallets. And when we split them, this is what we found. In my infinite wisdom, thinking that I know everything, I said, no problem, I've got 5 gallons of diesel fuel and gasoline in the back of the truck where I've been burning all week. I said, we'll go out and we'll burn this on the back lot. Steve Davis, who's with APHIS here in Savannah, he said, no, we have a better idea. We took the cargo off, we took the pallets, and we threw them back up into the back of the container. He sealed the container and he sent it back to China to the guy that had shipped it, and they had to pay the freight on an empty container coming back. That, I think, gets their attention. And that's the kind of things that I'm learning from, because in my local short-sighted wisdom was to just take care of the issue. He wants to hit them in the pocketbook where it will stop the problem. There's always something more to learn and to discover. I've done this for 30 years. I've been in this position now since 2004, so about 11 or 12 years now. 15 years, I guess it is. I love what I do, but I found out that if I talk to people and I learn more, there's always something else to look at and to find out. When you find very wise men, you should listen to them. God gave me 2 ears and 1 mouth. There's a reason for that. I should listen twice as much as I talk. But when you look at the picture, is there anything else that you look, if you look deeper, what do you actually see inside the picture? There's 3 women in the middle of the picture if you'll just look a little bit deeper. And you've got to take your eyes off of what's on the surface, and you've got to look beneath and see what's going on. This is what started the Forestry Commission into forest health in general. Laurel wilt was the one disease that really got me started in 2004. It's a vascular wilt disease that comes in. It clogs the ability for the tree to move the liquid. It's a lot like Dutch elm disease. The beetle comes in, it introduces Raffaellia loricola, I can never say that, introduces the pathogen into the tree, and it kills the tree. I've never seen anything that can kill a tree in 4 days to 2 weeks. Southern pine beetle can't do that, laurel wilt can. There's no prevention and no control. And we have not been able to stop this since it came in at the Port of Savannah. It attacks healthy trees, unlike most ambrosia beetles. It'll attack a dying tree. This attacks healthy trees, and it kills it very quickly. And it spreads like wildfire. The thing that we found out with forest health is don't always believe what you're told. Look deeper and try to discover what's really going on. Because when it came in 2002, we found it one of our early detection rapid response traps. We went in and we looked at it, we went, new first introduction into the United States. It's just an ambrosia beetle, don't really worry about it. That's what we were told. By 2004, we began to see it spread to killing Lauriaceae. It goes into Red Bay and into Sassafras and up around Charleston and in Savannah. By 2005, we realized we had a problem. Already probably a decade into this beetle being here. And we really didn't do anything about it, but we started to see large jumps like down into Nassau County in Florida. That was actually, it was said that it came into a state park there, probably through firewood. I truly believe it came in either through the ports in Savannah or in Jacksonville. We really started to worry about this in 2006 when we started working with our federal partners with USDA Forest Service. And we saw it go down to Indian River in Florida. and then up to Daytona. And what we found out is the guy in Daytona had been up to Jacksonville, and he was a wood turner. He saw the wood laying on the side of the road, and he picked it up and he took it back to Daytona with him. And guess what? 150-mile man-made spread just that fast. It introduced us to how quickly we can do our own damage. As we saw it start to spread down towards South Florida, it became an agricultural issue because in South Florida is where the avocado industry is. And we didn't care because we're foresters, right? Well, you're wrong. We did care because it happens to forestry, it happens to agriculture, and then it's happened to the urban too. It started to spread across the United States, and in Alabama, West Alabama. I happened to be at my mother's home in July, having a cold adult beverage for some reason. And I noticed some sassafras starting to die on the fence line, and sure enough, I picked it up and I made a sample way outside of my jurisdiction in Georgia, and it happened to be laurel wilt in Alabama. And now we see the spread continuing. We've got large jumps all the way out to Louisiana. We've got large jumps out to Arkansas. And what's becoming interesting is in Texas, it's just a small jump from there down to Mexico, which is where avocado again is grown. And it's not so much that it's 5 species in the Persea family, it's hundreds of species in the Lauriaceae family in Central America and Mexico. So if this disease continues to move, it's not just a Georgia issue anymore, it's a national issue. As it continues to spread, we will continue to track. And this is one that got our attention because what if this had been oak? What if this had been pine? What if this had been one of our more major species? But in the beginning of it, it was, don't worry about it, it's just redbait. Don't worry about it, it's just sassafras. As this continues to move north through through Arkansas and on up into Missouri, it will move that far north. Sassafras becomes a major issue. As it goes through the Great Smoky Mountains in Tennessee, sassafras will become an issue. Again, it's a minor beetle that came in 1 year, and everybody said, don't worry about it. Don't take that for real. You got to do something. Because this is what the results is after 2 years. This is a beautiful redbait bay in about 20 miles south of my home that had great redbait in it. In 2 years, it went from a vibrant forest to basically a stick forest of nothing. So what have we learned? I sometimes wonder if we learned a lot at all. But this is what I have learned over the time. You've got to take the invasive seriously, and I think everybody in this room does. If you didn't take it seriously, you wouldn't be sitting in Savannah, Georgia right now. We've got to identify the threats, and there's a lot of ways to do that. In Georgia, we had to try to identify what our major threats were from our weed standpoint. So we went to what's called the top 10 or the top 12 dirty dozen list in the state. I think a lot of people use this. But we had to take the feel good out of it. We had to take that emotion out of it because I was seeing lists that had periwinkle and daylilies on it. And I've never seen a periwinkle or a daylily yet that would displace a native forest. So we went to our FIA, our Forest Inventory Analysis data, that they're taking every year around the state. Every 5 years, they're coming back to these same points. And we took that acreage that came off of the FIA data, and we've done it since 2007, all the way through 2015. What disturbed us this year, and I've got copies of this report if you'd like to take it with you. But in privet, which is a very common invasive all over the United States, in my opinion, we took a huge jump. So I think we've gone from here to now critical mass with privet. We try to spray it. We actually have programs that will help landowners spray it. But the funding, again, is being cut every year for those landowners to be able to do that. We have to be able to work with our friends in Washington, D.C. and at our state levels to try to get that funding up so we can combat that. Things like Japanese climbing fern, we didn't know what it was basically 7 years ago. It's up to 35,000 acres now. But the one that I want you to really take notice of is the #1 invasive in the state of Georgia that we fight, which is Kogan grass. And it's not just in Georgia, it's in Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Texas, everywhere in the southeast. We all take that one very seriously. But in 1996, with Dr. Moorhead and Chuck Bargeron and a few more, we actually made a concerted effort that we were going to spray every spot of Kogan grass in the state of Georgia, and we still do to this day. Mark McClure is out spraying today, as a matter of fact, And we do it at no cost to the landowner. But what it shows you is that over that 7 to 10 year period, we've only gone from 167 in last year in 2013, 2 years ago in 2013, we've only increased Kogan grass in the state of Georgia by 3 acres. If you don't take it seriously, and if you don't fight the fight that's out there, it will take over from you. So we have to identify the threat in some way. You got to know what's coming. And that's where we actually have done a really good job, in our opinion, with our Forestry Commission as a state agent, is that we actually talk to our surrounding states. I'm talking to Jeff Eichward in Florida on a regular basis, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi. We all talk about what are you seeing coming? And we do field visits. Actually, I go down and I go and work with them for a few days. And they introduce me to what's coming and what I have to be worried about. Like Japanese climbing fern in Georgia, it's here. The one that scares us now, that we know is coming because it's 12 miles off of our border, is old world climbing fern. And we've got to be ready for it and be standing on the border when it gets here. We've got to work together and we have to communicate. If we do not talk about what we're doing, we are wasting time and not being able to work together as partners and all this stuff. And this is what I really get fired up about, because you've got to be passionate about this stuff. We've got to stop talking and you've got to go do something. I've seen researchers talk this stuff to death and they won't they won't do anything to stop the problem, but they talk it to death for years, and by the time they finally come to a solution, it's gone. You've got to stop talking and we've got to start doing. This is a good example, and I appreciate what we've been able to do on this. Brazilian pepper I was introduced to at St. Augustine, Florida. I went down, I looked at it, I found out what it looked like, I figured it out, I brought the information back, told the guys, I said, this is coming. And we were all told by the experts, don't worry about it. The cold weather in Georgia will keep it at bay. Not necessarily. Because the first report of Brazilian pepper was on June the 20th of 2014. It's because Chuck Bargeron and I had a relationship. Chuck called me personally. He says, you might need to know about this, because we're the only agency in the state of Georgia that has legal authority to go in and take care of this stuff. So he called me on the 20th. On the 21st, I had 15 gallons of Garland 4 and crop oil loaded in the back of my truck. We decided that we needed to talk about it for a day because it wasn't on our property, it was on Jekyll Island Authority property. And Eamon Leonard is the one that was the one that actually brought it to our attention. So Eamon and Jekyll Island Authority and Forestry Commission got together in the middle of the road with me having 15 gallons of herbicide sitting in the middle of the road. And I said, we might need to discuss this because guess what? It was right at the entrance of a very public area. We couldn't nuke it like we really wanted to because it would have been a publicity nightmare to go in and do what I really wanted to do, which was to nuke that whole place. Can you see the problem? If you're not from Florida and you've never dealt with Brazilian pepper before, when the bird comes in and eats the seed, it takes it to the next spot, and when it deposits it out through however you want to deposit it, it becomes an issue. Don't worry about it, it'll never make it to Georgia. Well, it did make it to Georgia. And we had to be very careful about how we presented this to the public, because I wanted to go in and nuke it. I wanted to do wasteland area because we didn't want that in Georgia. With Eamon and Jekyll Island Authority and Chris Barnes, who worked with me, they said we might need to take a little more of a directed approach on this. So we did. We did a basal bark application on the Brazilian pepper where we were very careful not to hit the surrounding native flora. And we were able to actually kill what we wanted to, not have a public relations issue. We did have a little bit of overspray where we killed a few small bushes, but in general, we did a good job with that. But it wouldn't have happened if Chuck had not called me to get with Eamon and then to get with Ben Carswell on Jekyll Island so that we could all work on that issue together. This is our goal. We're from the government, we're here to help. We say that jokingly, but it's a very true statement. If you're in the government and if you're in private, if you're not there to help, you got an issue. You need to go and get out now. Just stop, because you're getting in the rest of our way. This is the second one, to serve and protect. We take this a little more seriously than we did the first one, because this is it. If you don't have that burning desire, you probably shouldn't be in forest health. If you don't have a burning desire to get out there and do something about the problems that we've got that are facing us on a day-to-day basis, if you don't have that passion, you need to get up and walk out because you're in the way of doing the rest of us do our stuff. So, with that being said, I am from the government, I am here to help, but our job is very simply, get out of the way and let us do our job. And by the way, fund us from Washington, D.C. Thank you. I'll be here all afternoon. Again, if you have any question or anything, yes, sir, one.
Can you tell us what happened to that importer that was bringing in the,
What happened to the importer that was bringing it in?
the Home Depot?
You get it, as far as I know, I don't know exactly what happened, but I know that they got his attention because they shipped it back. And now his cargo, the way I understand it, and the guys that with CBP, don't let me step over, but when they target, and when you have a importer that is targeted because he's bringing bad stuff in, the system is really great because it doesn't matter if it's in Tacoma, Washington, or Charleston, or Savannah. That shipper is then on a list, and when his stuff hits Savannah, it's pulled over to the agricultural inspection station, and they are able to do the survey inside the port. They can then re-export it if they need to, which turns it all the way back, or they can offload the material and then ship the box back. So that's an APHIS question, that's a Homeland Security issue. But they've done a great job on finding this stuff, number one. Thank you very much, I will be around, and if anybody has questions, please grab me before the day's over, and I hope this is good for you.
And Chuck, just an update, Real Coffee is now in the lobby. We have electrical issues in this building, I'm sorry. Real Coffee in the lobby, fake coffee, decaf, in addition. And we've got hot water and tea back here.
And last chance on the port. If you want to go to the port, I'm not sure where Mike went. Mike's right there. So if you want to go to the port, we've got to pre-clear you. Your name has to be on the list.
If you want to go to court, I need you in the lobby right now.
Is that Friday?
That's Friday morning.
Friday before noon.
You're on there, baby. You're on there, baby.
We'll give it just a second.
So I can write this with them.
Yes.
This is
And
a one,
that's the pointer.
and this is, okay.
Actually, we'll give it a skip. Just let everybody know. So this is not even ahead of time. Yeah, we'll start with that. Give it a few more minutes. Yeah. I guess we could take Chip. We should have made Chip take more questions. I'm good, good.
All right, so we're gonna get started. We've got, so the next part of the agenda, we're having the principals from each of the three countries talk about what's going on in their country, and then we're doing the same thing related to early detection and rapid response. And so, so Patricia is going first for Mexico, and then we're going to go to Jamie and then go to Canada. So, if everybody will take a seat, we're going to get started and try to stay as close on schedule as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure being here today. I would like to thank the organizers because I know there's a lot of work behind to have us here today. And I'm going to talk about a national perspective. So I'm just going to give some examples. You see three names there, my colleagues Ana Isabel and Georgia that are here as well. But it's hundreds of people working in this program on invasives. Probably some of you were in the last meeting, and we present that we have at least a strategy. 2010, I thank you, Chief, for the talk, because for Mexico, it's few years that we were aware of invasive species, and probably this came for this international forum that we were aware that we haven't really tackled the problem. So we decided to have a strategy, and we put together many sectors in the tables to discuss how we want to do with these invasive species. And we end with a strategy published in 2010 that has, it looks simple, 3 strategic objectives: to prevent, detect, and reduce the risk of introduction, to establish control and eradication programs, and minimize or eliminate the negative impacts, and to inform the public and appropriate efficient way to achieve broad civil support. And we have some cross-cutting strategic actions to review and adapt the legal and normative framework, to build scientific, technical, and human institutional capacities, to enhance coordination between the different sectors and governments, to boost communication and education awareness, and to increase the knowledge. So I'm just going to say a little bit about CONABIO, which is an interministerial commission. It means National Commission for the Knowledge and Use of Biodiversity, and it was funded 25 years ago to develop and maintain a national information system on biodiversity. So, at the beginning, we just were aware of our native flora, fauna, ecosystems. But soon we decided that we need to really talk about threats, and one of the major threats are invasive species. We support projects and studies to increase our knowledge on biodiversity, but also on those threats. We support and assess other governmental bodies and the public sector. We follow up international agreements, and we are an open source of information to all the public. So we started working on ES, I think, since 2000, when the US probably has more than 40 institutions working already on this issue, and we were like, probably we could find 3 institutions and some people in the academia working with this issue. And now I'm going to show you the results from mainly our program and project to implement the strategy. So to implement the strategy, we made a proposal to the Global Environmental Facility. It's a fund by OECD countries, and we have international implementing agency, which is the United Nations program, and CONABIO, along with the Protected Areas Commission, we are coordinating this project. It's a 4 years project with close to 6 million among 2 phases. We need to prove co-financing, so we need to approach all sectors and say, look, if we have this fund, how much would you put in kind or in cash to really implement this strategy because of the importance for the country? So we have lots of stakeholders, from environmental sector, different institutions at the state level, the academia, the productive and private sector, civil society, organizations, and we try also to follow up international collaboration. And the outcomes are to really increase the national framework for the management of invasive species and to integrate this management in very significant areas for biodiversity. So I'm just going to use these nicknames for the strategy so you can follow up where strategic objective and the cross-cutting actions are we working on, and this is really some examples. So from the beginning, we started thinking that we need to have part of our national system on biodiversity, and those who were yesterday, Isabel mentioned something about the species information system. We already have a list of all exotic taxa and some native that are becoming invasive in other parts of the world, of Mexico. Some we are not aware of already, but we have, we're looking for information to really understand if they are invasive. We have data for doing the risk assessment. We have your reference records for some of these species. We follow up the reference and we support projects for filling the gaps we have in our information system. And so far, we have a very, very, very developed information system for quarantine pests and exotic disease. This is managed for the Ministry of Agriculture. So in that way, we have been doing all the systems and it's working very well. But you know that many pests do not say, oh, come on, here it's finished, the cultivar, so I'm not going to the ecosystem. That it doesn't happen. So it has to take a long way to work with them, but now they are really, really helping us. So we have risk assessments. We developed a method looking to all methods in Australia, New Zealand, US, Europe, and we developed our own method with 2 workshops with experts so they can feel comfortable with the evaluation of invasiveness, introduction, spread, and impacts. So far we have carried out 700 risk assessment and we found 516 invasive species, all groups, all taxonomic groups, and we're mapping this risk. For instance, the Technological Institute for Waters is mapping all invasive plants in watersheds. We're aware that the Lauresi family is a big, big threat for Mexico. I cannot understand the world without avocado or guacamole. So really for me, it's a great danger. And CONAFOR, the National Forestry Commission, is working really very hard on this, and many people from the academia. We're working also with the groups that are looking for disease, for human health or animal health, zoonosis, looking how they are spreading. We're also now including in the National Biodiversity Monitoring System, so people go all over the country to develop this national forest inventory, and we have camera traps and many things. George is going to talk about this a little bit more. So now that we have the people in the field, we say, look at, you not only you look at the trees, you can get information about invasive species, and this might help to the early detection. We're identifying the pathways of most of these exotic taxa we have in our database. We have analyzed so far close to 300. We know that many of these things are coming from escapes, so we need to put efforts there, biosecurity measures about this pathway for invasive species. So, based on our risk assessment, we provide this list to the Ministry of Environment, and they do some other analysis, and they decided we finally publish our first official list for invasive species. Because 1 year ago, only if they were in the quarantine pest list, everything can get into the country without any prohibition. So we have now this list, which is not complete. It's far away to be complete because they need to do another list because of our fragmented legislation about forest species for plagues and aquatic species, but we have this first list that can be updated every 3 years. And for some of the most important invasive fish, we work directly with Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, and they just published in 2016 a new regulation about this invasive fish, Pangasius, that is now introduced in Mexico as protein source. And we, within this guest project, we have a study that we presented to many people, including congressmen, because we know where the gaps are and how we need to improve legislation to attend the invasive species. So we have been helping to develop capacity building. For instance, we didn't have, at last, probably two studies on the cost of invasive species. We used examples from USA, from Australia, from elsewhere to say this is going to cost a lot of money, but we didn't have so many studies in Mexico. So we made the terms of reference with the project, and Lanker Research in New Zealand is helping us. They provide this workshop. We are doing 8 case studies with different participants to get these studies for Mexico. We have also with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service some money to develop this course, online course for exotic species. We have the first version in with 54 students. We just finished yesterday the new version 2017. This is coordinated by Isabel and the team of invasive species in Conavio. So we have more people aware of the damage of impacts of invasive species. But we also have been working with you with trying to establish an incident command system. We have a workshop, and we have capacity building workshops with the attorney law and the inspectors. So we have the best taxonomists in Mexico, so they can identify the plagues, and they do field work, and we provide with equipment. And there have been also some other workshops with those that are doing the inventory in watersheds, and they develop restoration manual to use native species instead of exotic species in plantations. We also have been working at the state level with the producers of aquarium fishes, that it's the most, probably 80% or 90% of the aquatic fishes for aquarium. Exotic fishes are produced in Morelos, which is a state very close to Mexico City, so it's easy to work with them. And by the way, Morelos is a state that already published a strategy on biodiversity and has created a non-commission, a state-level commission, the first state-level commission like Conavio at the federal level, to deal with this biodiversity and to take care of invasive species. So we're working with them on having biosecurity measures mainly. So within the project, we wanted to make the point and to have successful cases of how to deal with invasive species. So we have some pilot projects in different protected areas with different ecosystems all over the country. Cañón del Sumidero, Siancán, Los Tuxtlas, Valle de Bravo, that have different problems and within islands. So in the protected areas, we have identified the major invasive species we want to work with. So everything is really working very well. We went a few years ago to visit how they put biosecurity measures to produce trout, for instance. This is an example in the Vizcaíno Reserve. They have best practice for breeding goats, so it's really good results from the protected areas management. And on islands, I think Mexico is one of the leaders in the world. We have HESI, is a group of island conservation in Mexico. I think they were the first that really showed how important was to have coordination with the different levels of the government and agencies to really fulfill so far up to December 58 eradication on 37 islands. Islands are quite important because invasive species are the biggest threat. Most of extinction of endemic species in Mexico have occurred on islands. So we have a national workshop on biosecurity for the people that's living on the islands, and we produce these scorecards so people is aware of the invasive species and the values of every island. And now they are working a lot in prevention to keep free of invasive species, plants or animals, be aware of some of the invasive species, and working especially with fishermen and children to be aware of the importance of invasive species. So we have developed also, we're developing a communication strategy. Isabel will talk about this on Thursday. So we have books, we have agreements to even use these logos that have developed some other institutions, but we also have developed our own portal with iNaturalist, which is called in Mexico Naturalista, to have people put in the records and the photos, and somebody helps to identify citizen science. This one, for instance, was made by fish producers in the markets in Mexico. You don't know how easy it is to get any fish in Mexico. You go to any school, and outside they will sell you fish. So people need to be aware of if they release in any place. We have been working with the communication fund for water and having some information. And this is a card that produced by some students in communication awareness at UNAM. So we're really trying to work and to spread this information so people is aware that sometimes they don't need to do control and eradication, but they can help, and they are aware of the importance of this. We had a side event at the CBD meeting last December to show the results and progress ongoing, and it was important because they present for the first time the list of invasive species in Mexico. And we have these workshops with the legislators to show them the importance that we really need to do more about invasive species, that we have financial restrictions, and they will see the importance of that. And they like a lot, and they produce a report. This is the magazine, terrestrial magazine. They all contain the articles from the speakers on this forum, and they want to publish a book also for the legislators. And a few weeks ago, we have this workshop with all journalists in Valle de Bravo, and it was really intense to have them all day trying to interview and to get the information, and why don't you put this off? And when they visit in the field, the problems, they were like shocked, like, okay, I know now the magnitude of the problem and the difficulties. So it was amazing. And this guy is really a very good journalist of science, and he'll give them tips how to understand even scientific papers and really make good news about this. So we are trying to enhance coordination among the different institutions. For the DEF project, we have put a high-level committee with all the heads of the institutions that really need to have deal with invasive species to make more coordination actions. We have a scientific committee with the best scientists in different fields that really provide advice on the implementation of the strategy. They give us a lot of feedback, and we have a technical committee of all institutions so they can share together experiences, they walk aligned and coordination and work together. So we are also trying to fulfill activities and trying to follow up standards and sharing information through GDIF, through partnerships to different institutions, because we believe that all the information needs to be shared freely, openly. It's the best way really to use information to take better decisions. So we're trying to share with all this, and we hope that we can do also soon better work with Nathan. The CBD HE targets are an excuse for us to really push the issue in Mexico. There is an HE target on invasive alien species that all the countries need to identify alien species and pathways and eradicate and have measures. But what we do with this CBD targets is that we are showing that with invasive species we're contributing to really have more better conservation and make people aware, because invasive species are case studies that really people enjoy reading sometimes in the news, and it's quite easy to show good results. So we're really contributing to this, and we're pushing as a sign part of the CBD to get funding for INA's coordination. So far, I tried to show you how we're doing in the different parts. We were like, can put that we're doing well or bad? We still don't know. It's quite difficult to put a line on this, but we have needs all over that we need political will in Mexico among different levels of government. We need to increase collaborative efforts. We need to replicate successful experiences, and that it's so important to have and to attend these meetings and to know about the cases you are working on. We know that we need financial resources. This is always something needed. But moreover than this, I think that if we can fulfill this, sometimes you can get better if you have people and partnerships, friendships involved. So this is really what we think. We cannot do that in a day, but it has been almost 10 days, 10 years that we have been working on this, and we think we do have some achievements and progress to show to the government. So I really just want to thank you, all the people that has, and all the institutions that have worked with us along these years. Manuel is here, one of the researchers that is, we are pushing them very hard to work with us and to help us to deal with the invasive species. Thank you very much.
We've got a few minutes
For questions?
Yeah, we've got a few minutes for questions, so just repeat the question.
What's coming next?
Still many actions, identify priority actions in the strategy. One of the most burning questions is how to deal with rapid response, because we have really good response for some pests and plagues, but we still need to push more on invasive species. So we need to finish risk assessment, analysis and pathways, to have these maps to show where efforts need to be put on. We want to work on the level state as well. We would like to continue financing some research, because we still have so many gaps, and it's so important to have new tools to deal with invasive species. One of the tools Manuel will present is the DNA barcoding, to really identify easily so many of the species that are entering in the country. So we still need to enhance capacity, because we have like 2 inspectors all over the airport in Mexico City, which is huge. So we know for sure that we need to really increase capacities still in Mexico. But so far the strategy, we want to make a cut and see how far we have achieved, and if we need to review the strategy, if we need to develop new goals. We want to increase partnership along border and other institutions to really try to deal with the most invasive. We have a list of the 60 most invasive species, and we want to be aware that they don't spread more.
A few more minutes, other questions?
Yeah, I just was curious about your workshop for legislators, and wondering if, how you approach that. If you were looking at local legislators or national, engaging in your workshops.
Yes, we have
the question was, repeat the question, sorry. So the question was about the workshop for legislators and how that happened and what went about with it. Sorry.
From the beginning of the GET project, we decided that we need to really approach those people that make decisions, because the issue is like you cannot fight invasive by your own. You really need to involve all these sectors that are promoting even sometimes some invasives from agricultural purposes or for anything. So there are commissions, the Environmental Commission of the Legislators, and we make a partnership with this NGO, the Fondo para la Comunicación, the fund. So we have a list of them. We made the agenda and we send them, we make a contact, and we see the data that was work best for them or the advisors, and we invite some experts in Mexico to give directly the talks and to have discussion with them. And they just have 2 days, two and a half days to talk to them, to be there for them, to ask any questions they have. So, and it went very well. So the magazine is already there, the book is coming out soon, because I want to have this in the library. And hopefully, we think that the best sign-up would be if we have some budget at the end. And more, probably more capacities in the different sectors and not budget, because that's really what we want, support for them and working with aligned regulatory framework as well.
One more quick question, yeah, before it.
Our previous speaker talked about the experience at the ports, particularly the guy that moved from Portland to Savannah to get his product in. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you guys are doing on Mexican ports or the U.S. border or anywhere where you're dealing with things coming over your jurisdiction?
So the question was about the ports in Mexico and what's going on to keep things moving in and out.
Georgia says that she will answer that in her talk.
Okay.
But yeah, we're doing surveillance and sampling, and we have inspectors. Yes, so I will let Georgia to talk more about this.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I think the only thing I was supposed to mention in between is there's not even any reason for me to give you the Wi-Fi password, because it did not work most of the day yesterday. Okay? We are live streaming the event on YouTube via Verizon hotspot, if that tells you anything. I apologize, but all right, our next speaker to give the U.S. perspective is Jamie Reeser with the National Invasive Species Council Secretariat. Jamie. Everybody's bio is in the program, so.
Great, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Give you the U.S. perspective here. So, definition of invasive species in the United States is any species with regard to a particular ecosystem that is a non-native organism whose introduction causes or is likely to cause economic or environmental harm or harm to human, plant, or animal health. Now, there are a couple of elements of this particular definition that I want you to take into consideration, because these definitions differ around the world, and they also differ in some of the administrative units within the United States. So importantly here, we're talking about an ecosystem-specific definition, not a jurisdictional definition. And we're talking about organisms that are non-native. That means, to the best of our knowledge, evolutionarily speaking, they did not originate in that particular ecosystem. And that they cause, we've got evidence thereof, or are likely to cause, we have a good reason to believe that they will cause harm. And in our interests, that's economic harm, environmental harm, or harm to health of organisms, including humans, animals, and plants. Now, we do have a policy statement in the United States with regard to invasive species. This was adopted on December 5th of last year, and it states that it is the policy of the United States to prevent the introduction, establishment, and spread of invasive species, as well as to eradicate and control populations of invasive species that are already established. So this is a policy statement at the national level. Okay, so I want to say a few things about perspective on the invasive species issue. Those of us who are very committed to this issue have been working this issue for decades in many cases now at various levels within the government administration and as non-governmental stakeholders, and we have a lot of wins to report. But there also are grand challenges despite best efforts. And you can all name off a long list of those grand challenges that exist across the landscape, from zebra mussels in the Great Lakes region to large constrictors in South Florida to the expansion of emerald ash borers or other insects of other tree pests. So increasingly, we're seeing in the media articles like this one, Myconia wins. Experts concede Hawaii Island has lost the war against invasive species. So what is it that's been stopping us? Is it funding? Now we can all say we could use more funding, right? But most of my work has been around the world in developing countries where I've seen major wins with very little financial resource. So what I would say is that's not completely what's stopping us. More funding would allow us to do more, but it's not the major barrier when it comes to addressing this issue. Is it human capacity? We could use more people out on the field, absolutely, working this issue. Better training in many contexts. But again, I don't think this is ultimately what's stopping us right now, because we have volunteer workforces that show up with very little training and can make a substantial impact on the ground. Methodologies, we've got a pretty substantial toolkit out there. It's not doing everything we want it to do for us at the moment, but they're interested in growing that toolkit and sharing information around the world. It's increasing our capacities in that regard. Perspective. This is the one I want to focus on at the moment. I believe the invasive species issue has been challenged by a misperception that this issue is too large, too costly, too challenging, too difficult to take on, so why bother? Surrender, give up, concede. And I think this is what's driving our greatest challenges in terms of what stops us. Without a perspective that this is doable, we lose the will. When we lose the will, we lose the capacity to reach out and receive funding, to expand our human capacities, and grow that toolkit. So one of the things I want to say at the very beginning of this presentation is if we can get the message out that we can do this, everything that I'm going to be talking about in terms of structure and coordination and capacity and resourcing becomes much more viable. So I'm going to talk a whole lot about structures and programs and people, but unless we address our perspective with regard to this issue, and I think you made some wonderful points this morning in that regard, everything else I'm talking about is not going to maximize its full potential. Okay?
You might want to attach the mic to your shirt instead.
Is it bouncing too much?
Yeah, bouncing.
Okay. Thank you, Maggie. Sorry for those who are listening. Do this. Okay, that will be better. Okay, so I'm going to start with the federal structures that we have in the United States. No?
It's turned off, isn't
Now is it turned off?
Yeah, it's on.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll get it straight before I end here. All right, so let me talk about the federal structure. So in the United States, we have what's referred to as the National Invasive Species Council. The council is comprised of the senior officials, that's the secretaries, administrators, or directors, of 13 executive branch departments and agencies, as well as 3 White House offices. That's the Office of Council on Environmental Quality, the Office of Science and Technology Policy, and the Office of Management and Budget. And the council is co-chaired by our Department of Interior, our U.S. Department of Agriculture, and our Department of Commerce. The explicit charge to the council is to provide the vision and leadership necessary to coordinate, sustain, and expand federal efforts to safeguard the interests of the United States through the prevention, eradication, and control of invasive species. And later in the directive, it also includes to restore ecosystems and impacted assets. Am I about to get?
Just try this. Sorry. Does that make it?
Good?
Yeah, just, that's your one.
Is that right, folks in the back? Yes, okay, great. All right, staffing for the council is through what we refer to as the NISC Secretariat. That's the small team that I lead, group of experts on invasive species policy, science, communication, and interdepartmental coordination. We are hosted by our Department of Interior, but serve all of the NISC member departments, agencies, and offices. The council is complemented by a non-federal body referred to as the Invasive Species Advisory Committee, or ISAC for short. Membership is representatives of diverse stakeholders who have the expertise to advise the council. They're not necessarily technical experts on invasive species, but they come from affected sectors. They come from academic backgrounds that have expertise that's relevant to the invasive species issue. Many of them are, of course, technical experts on invasives, but not necessarily so. There also are representatives from the states and tribal communities. The Secretary of Interior appoints the ISAC members after consultation with the entire council. This is established under what we refer to as our Federal Advisory Committee Act, which allows the federal agencies to meet with non-federal stakeholders and accept advice from them. Advice is requested from the council through our various guiding documents, which I'll talk about. A recent example are recommendations on invasive species impacts on infrastructure. That was adopted in December of this last year. And Bonnie, were you on that task team? So Bonnie Harper-Laura is in the back. She was one of the representatives on that task team for ISAC if you got interest and questions in that particular action item. The National Invasive Species Council is designated to take a whole of government approach to ensure that the federal agencies and interagency activities are coordinated, complementary, cost-efficient, and effective. We work through what we refer to as NISC, National Invasive Species Council management plans, and guide administrative priorities, again with the whole of government perspective. The council also leads implementation of relevant duties set forth in presidential executive orders and other memoranda coming from the White House. It will occasionally direct action on emerging issues of government-wide concern as they emerge. And ultimately, the Secretariat, my team, is intended to implement the day-to-day duties of the council to help it function with that whole of government vision, to keep on pace with emerging issues, and to make sure that we're coordinating and improving our information exchanges with Congress, with the states, the territories, the tribes, private sector, and so forth. So here are two of our guiding documents at the moment. Executive Order 13751 was adopted on December 5th of this past year. It was preceded by Executive Order 13112, which was adopted in 1999. The couple of sections here in blue are the ones to pay most attention to should you decide to Google this executive order. We do have a series of definitions for invasive species that are intended to be federal definitions for all the agencies to use as reference. Section 3 is guidance for each of the individual agencies. That's what I would refer to as a first principles list for addressing invasive species. And then under Section 6, there are explicit duties laid out for the council, again, intended to be taken on with a whole of government perspective. A couple of examples of those duties. We're called on to develop our first national invasive species assessment. That's a cross-sector assessment to expand our work on early detection and rapid response from the national level, to look at the work that's being done at ports of entry and assess the capacities and opportunities for improvement there. This particular executive order places an emphasis on the relationship between invasive species and human health. invasive species and climate change, as well as our need to use innovation to expand our toolkit and their duties also associated with those emerging priorities. The executive orders direct us to work from National Invasive Species Council management plans. These are high-level policy and planning documents. The third one in the series was adopted in, I think it was July of 2016. The first one was 2001. These are some of the particular themes that run through this management plan. It's on a 2-year cycle. Future management plans, according to Executive Order 13751, will be on a 3-year cycle. So we're building a national early detection rapid response program. We've got a number of assessments looking at our capacity to move in that direction. There are 3 regions that are explicitly called out. The Pacific, we work through a regional biosecurity plan for Micronesia and Hawaii that's led by the Navy. The Arctic region, I'll say a little bit more about towards the end of the talk, and importantly for this meeting, North America. Improving coordination with our states, tribes, and territories, and I'll be saying a little bit more about that work. There's some watercraft, seed planting and restoration work as it relates to invasion pathways. Again, innovation, expanding the toolkit, and developing further decision support tools such as risk assessment, risk analysis. Okay, also within the federal government, we have a number of cross-agency technical coordinating bodies that play critical roles in moving information across, up and down through the federal government. We're going to have a contest for the 4th one to come up with the shortest name possible. So FICMA actually predated the council. That's the Federal Interagency Committee for the Management of Noxious and Exotic Weeds, and there are many FICMAneurs within the group here today. We also have the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force. This one that's actually existing through statute. And then we have the newest, which is the Federal Interagency Committee on Invasive Terrestrial Animals and Pathogens, and that was intended to pick up some gaps in our current coverage. So you've got FICMANU, ANSTF, and ITAP. Okay, so in the United States, we also have a considerable amount of work, coordination and cost efficiency improvement happening at the state and local level. More than half of the states now have some sort of comprehensive, that's all taxa, invasive species coordinating body. Most of them also have plant councils, and many of them also have aquatic invasive species coordinating bodies of some kind or another. Increasingly, local governments are also putting together task forces and committees that are explicitly focused on invasive species. All of the coordinating bodies vary in their makeup. Some of them are very technical bodies. Others are cabinet level bodies of the governors for high level policy and planning. Increasingly, regional or national coordination is happening among these individual bodies. In some cases, that's happening through groups such as the National Association of Invasive Plant Councils, which is one of the partners in this meeting today. It's also happening under other umbrella organizations such as the National Governors Association or the Western Governors Association. The National Invasive Species Council Secretariat, my team, also coordinates a state listserv, which we're looking to expand. And recently, our Invasive Species Advisory Committee adopted recommendations on improving federal-state coordination, and we'll be circulating that in the near future. The territories in the last really 2 years have been picking up an emphasis on the invasive species issue. From the U.S. perspective, we're working quite closely with American Samoa, Guam, CNMI, and the U.S. Virgin Islands to help them develop councils and plans. In December of this last year, the Office of Insular Affairs worked with the governors of these territories to develop the U.S. Territories Invasive Species Coordinating Committee. So they are now taking a whole of territory approach to the invasive species issue. We also collaborate, as I mentioned, in the regional biosecurity plan through Micronesia and Hawaii with Guam and CNMI. We will be putting together a task team to produce recommendations for strengthening federal territorial coordination. This will complement the state and tribal ones that I already mentioned. And looking forward on the horizon, we will be updating the regional biosecurity plan for Micronesia and Hawaii by next March in partnership with the territories in the state of Hawaii. Tribal leadership is also a very important component of our work in the United States. The tribes are the second largest landholders. There are more than 500 federally recognized tribes in the U.S., as well as Native Hawaiians and Native Alaska corporations that have particular vulnerabilities to the impacts of invasive species with regard to cultural resources, but also cultural identity. As well, an example of that is our loss of the ohia tree in Hawaii. Ohia is a very sacred tree to the Native Hawaiians. It's considered an ancestor to the Native Hawaiian peoples. So loss of that tree could have a very substantial impact on cultural identity for Native Hawaiians. The invasive species issue is addressed again through individual tribes and intertribal commissions. Like the states and local governments, these often have a plant and or aquatic organisms focus. There's tribal representation on the National Invasive Species Council's Advisory Committee, as well as the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force. A number of the federal agencies have grants to support the work of the tribes. There are 2 programs explicitly within the Department of Interior's Bureau of International Affairs, Bureau of Indian Affairs, that focus resources on invasive species issues. One set is all taxa, the other set is plants. There's coordination on specific projects with specific agencies on the ground level, and we do have our advisory committee also working on recommendations for improving federal tribal coordination. This is a picture of Flathead Lake for those of you who aren't aware. Some mussel larvae were detected in the state of Montana last year, and that caused declarations of state of emergency by tribes and by the state as well. Okay, so I want to focus on a couple of the major initiatives that the National Invasive Species Council has been working on that are particularly relevant to this meeting and the conversations that will take place over the next couple of days and hopefully long thereafter. The National Invasive Species Management Plan calls for us to develop a North American strategy and action plan. This is not the first call for this within our management plans. The first call was actually in 2001. And at that time, we did begin collaborating with Mexico and Canada on the development of mechanisms for improving regional coordination. Much of that work took place through the Commission for Environmental Cooperation. For example, we developed tri-national risk assessment guidelines for aquatic invasive species. The armored catfish was one of the issues of particular concern that we looked at in detail through that collaboration. Over the years, in part due to resource limitations and changes in staffing, that work kind of fell away in terms of priority. Last year, from the U.S. perspective, we made the decision to try to pick it back up again and looked for mechanisms to reestablish the agreement for collaboration at a high level. That was achieved at the presidential and prime minister level through the North American Leadership Summit, where the 3 governments declared that they would strengthen cooperation on invasive alien species through this statement, to further collaborate on addressing invasive alien species on a continental scale, establish a trilateral working group to explore the development of a high-level joint strategy and action plan, identifying key areas for collaboration, including under the Commission for Environmental Cooperation as we have been working previously, and to initiate a survey of existing transboundary invasive alien species projects and initiatives. So again, this is a presidential and prime minister level commitment as of last year. We did designate a working group to initiate the process. The points of contact identified in the working group were not intended to be the full group contributing, but the coordinating bodies, and so that's Patricia and Isabel, both present at this meeting from Mexico, myself and Stash Virgil on my team for coordinating the U.S. contributions, and then Kelly Twerk will be giving the next presentation. Where are you, Kelly? So Kelly Taurick and Bruno Paris, who was with Kelly's team in Canada. We started drafting the work in terms of conceptual framework for the strategy. That was put on hold to a certain degree because of the transitions happening in the United States and waiting to see where we might move forward in that regard. Again, to emphasize, this is intended to be a high-level policy and planning document backed by technical information. We've also started working together again quite effectively through the Trilateral Committee, which focuses on fish and wildlife and ecosystem issues. There was a table last year that brought the invasive species issue through that discussion for the first time in several years, I think it was. And there will be a number of themes on invasive species running through multiple tables at the Trilateral Committee meeting next week. And Kelly will be present no, you won't be at that one either? Okay. Patricia will be there, yes. Okay, so she is representing the North American Invasive Species Dialogue next week at the Trilateral Committee. And we will continue to work through that mechanism. We also collaborated in the development of a new Commission for Environmental Cooperation proposal on invasive species this year, picking up again on the high-level policy and planning commitment to develop a strategy and action plan, with one emphasis in terms of target areas called out. That was collaboration on islands, particularly the eradication of invasive vertebrates on islands as a trilateral commitment. There is an existing memorandum of agreement between the three governments to collaborate on island conservation, with management and control of invasive species being a particular theme in that collaboration. I also want to spend a little bit of time mentioning the Innovation Summit here and the U.S. broader work on invasive species. Both our management plan and executive order, as I mentioned, call for advancements in technology innovation. We held what was referred to as the Innovation Summit on December 5th of this last year. We had over 300 participants in the room or by webcast. Presentations were largely designed to celebrate those breakthrough innovations that are making their way into field application, as well as to inspire new thinking, new partnerships, new collaborations, maybe the reapplication of existing technologies, particularly from the defense and information sectors, the intelligence sectors. Presentations ran from drones and automated technologies to technologies expanding the use of various forms of guns. Everything's out there from now underwater blocks for lionfish to being able to broadcast spray pinky mice filled with toxicants in them. But also there was a substantial discussion on advanced genetic technologies, environmental DNA, as well as gene drive technologies. We have several projects going on explicitly focused right now on looking at advanced gene drive technologies and gene editing for applications to invasive species issues, particularly the control of vertebrates. There are multiple programs going on in partnership with the National Academy of Sciences through some of our agencies. We also have the White House Office of Science and Technology and Policy coordinating some work on this issue for us. And then there are also are some non-federal partnerships, particularly with island conservation, around this work if folks are learning more about that. Recently, the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee had a hearing on innovation and invasive species that has resulted in what's referred to as the Wild 8 bill, Senate 826. I encourage you to look that one up. Most recently, we participated in what's referred to as the Earth Optimism Summit and put out a technology development challenge for solving invasive species issues. One of the teams that was involved is working on early detection rapid response technology for chytrid fungus, particularly in the amphibian context. And we're looking to have the next innovation summit towards the end of this year. Oops, wrong direction. I also want to quickly mention the Arctic Invasive Alien Species Strategy and Action Plan. This is another one of our collaborations with Canada as well as the Scandinavian Arctic countries. This was developed through 2 working groups, the Conservation of Arctic Flora and Fauna Working Group and the Protection of the Arctic Marine Environment Working Group. It is due to be adopted this week, possibly tomorrow or the next day in Fairbanks, Alaska, under the Arctic Council Ministerial. Because the Arctic is not yet heavily invaded, it places emphasis on prevention, early detection, and rapid response. It also places an emphasis on islands, much as our North American work has done. It is a high-level policy and planning document. A substantial amount of work will need to be done to pull the scientific and technical data together to back up the high-level policy and planning directives. And we do have a U.S. Arctic invasive species working group that will now take this from the regional perspective to the national/Alaska perspective, probably starting this month. The North American Strategy and Action Plan team has decided to look at this as a framework for our conversations in developing a North American strategy, in part because Canada and the US have already negotiated through this high-level policy and planning process. Okay, a couple things to watch for from the US perspective going forward with the new direction and administration. I think we'll increasingly be encouraged to make the economic case for the impacts of invasive species, increased emphasis on infrastructure impacts in particular, increased encouragement of coordination with the states, tribes, local governments, and territories, to really start focusing on impacts on rural America and rural constituencies, particularly hunting, fishing, recreational boating, to measure success by on-the-ground effectiveness, not what's happening in Washington in terms of number of policies adopted or number of regulations put forward, but what do we actually see happening on the ground? And that's going to increase our need to just share those success stories as well as the challenges. As budgets shift and in some places decline, we'll be looking for greater and greater partnership capacity and partnership leveraging going forward. I do want to announce that we're hoping to have our first National Invasive Species Council meeting under the Trump administration at the end of June in Montana. So that's a very important signal, I think, that early on the council is planning to meet. Emphasis on that meeting, we'll be looking at bringing resources together across the federal agencies, states, and tribes to prevent the further introduction and spread of quagga and zebra mussels in the West. So again, I want to end where I started, and that's by saying that everything you all can do to transmit the message that we can do this has the potential to be transformative. It has the potential to bring new resources, new ideas, new capacities, and new success stories to the invasive species issue. And I hope that you all will find individual ways to do that day in and day out in the work you do going forward. Thank you.
So, quick questions for Jamie. Faith.
Jamie, on the North American effort, to what extent are you engaging NAPO?
So the question was, with regard to the North American Strategy and Action Plan, to what extent are we engaging NAPO? NAPO is a North American Plant Protection Organization, the regional body under the International Plant Protection Organization. So certainly on the to-do list, Faith, we have a number of coordinating bodies to work with in the development. Again, this would be high-level policy and planning, so the intent would be how can the three governments work together most constructively through through NAPO. Mexico has been taking the lead thus far in developing the relationships and expanding the opportunities with NAPO. So you can probably speak a little bit more further with the Canavio team to get details on that engagement.
Yeah, and Napo is speaking later at the forum. Other quick questions? Good, well, Jamie's gonna be around, so, So you and y'all are splitting, just trading off?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so from Canada, we're having two presentations. One from Environmental Climate Change Canada, Kelly Tork, and then Darlene Blair from the Canadian Food and Ag Inspection Agency. Sorry. Okay, so not enough coffee. With that, I'll give it over to Kelly.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Chuck. Yeah, we're going to do a bit of a tag team, which I think reflects a little bit sort of the collaborative partnership approach we take in Canada. There's a lot of people involved at the federal level in terms of invasive alien species management. So I'm going to start with a really kind of a national overview with a focus on a couple of significant developments in the last couple of years since the last sort of Weeds Across Borders, or the predecessor to this conference. So Canada's had a national invasive alien species strategy since 2004. It was developed collaboratively by provincial, federal, and territorial governments and adopted by ministers at a sort of at the most senior level. And generally speaking, its goal is to protect both aquatic and terrestrial ecosystems, as well as native biodiversity, as well as plants, animals from the risks of invasive alien species. So not surprising objective, but that strategy has served us well for a number of, for over a decade. And there's been a lot of progress made in kind of implementing and following up on the strategy. I'm not going to go into the long list of all the legislation, et cetera, that's been put in place, the various partnerships in place, but I will highlight a few things. So when that broad strategy was developed, there was a great deal of work done to then sort of focus on implementation. And that focus took the form of a number of very specific action plans focused on specific sectors or specific pathways. Improvements in legislation and regulation across the country, both at the national and at the provincial and territorial level, as well as partnerships and collaborations to ensure implementation. I've got just a few examples that I've highlighted here. So that includes both at the regional level, so the Pacific Northwest Economic Region, Aquatic Invasive Species Group, Interprovincial Agreement for Regional Defense Against Invasive Species, a great deal of work in the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence regions on invasive species, and also ongoing federal, provincial, territorial collaboration. So a couple of examples there. A lot of the work tends to focus in Canada on particular sectors or particular types of species. So for example, under the Council of Fisheries and Aquaculture Ministers, there's a National Aquatic Invasive Species Committee that's very active and has done a lot of excellent work. And similarly, under the Canadian Council of Forest Ministers, there's a National Forest Pest Working Group. So it gives a sense of the kind of the way that we've sort of organized ourselves to take action. But challenges remain, not surprisingly. Invasive alien species are still a major issue in Canada, and it is not something that we've quite cracked. In 2010, there was a national, again, federal, provincial, territorial collaborative assessment that was done to look at the health of ecosystems across Canada. Not surprisingly, one of the key findings related to invasive alien species was that it remains a significant stressor and the impact continues to increase. We heard a little bit earlier from Patricia about the Convention on Biological Diversity and the Aichi targets. Target 9 in the Aichi targets is related to invasive species. Canada developed its own targets in response to the Aichi targets, national targets, with one, again, specifically focused on invasive species. And it is very, it's very well aligned with the global Aichi target. And it is, by 2020, pathways of invasive alien species introductions are identified, and risk-based intervention or management plans are in place for priority pathways and species. Now again, this target was developed by provinces in collaboration with provinces and territories and input from a range of folks. And it's really a recognition of the priority that that provinces and territories continue and the federal government continue to place on invasive species in Canada. And a number of indicators were developed to enable us to track progress. So recognizing it's still an issue, what I want to focus on particularly is a process that's taken place over the last couple of years through a federal, provincial, and territorial collaboration to kind of reinvigorate and refocus progress on invasive species. So in 2015, ministers responsible for conservation, wildlife, and biodiversity convened to look at some key priority areas. One of them was invasive alien species. And at that time, the ministers renewed their commitment to the strategic priorities, the strategic directions of the invasive alien species strategy, recognizing the strategy itself was still valid, but we needed to focus action and identify what the key gaps are to continuing to advance. So a task force was established. Now, we call this a representative task force, and so that had a couple of meanings. First, as I mentioned, the responsibilities and tools for invasive alien species management in Canada are shared amongst jurisdictions as well as a number of agencies and departments within jurisdictions. And so the task force included not only representatives from each province and territory, but we were careful to do a couple of things. So on the federal side, in addition to Environment and Climate, the department that I'm from, representatives from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency were part of the task force. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans, who has main responsibility for aquatic invasive species management. And the Natural Resources Canada, which includes the Canadian Forest Service, which deals with forest pests. Another thing to note about the makeup of the group is that on the previous slide I mentioned there are a number of cross-cutting federal, provincial, territorial committees. So the co-chairs of the Aquatic Invasive Species Committee at the federal, provincial, territorial level, as well as the Forest Pest Working Group, those co-chairs were very intentionally engaged as members of this task force. Because the challenge that was identified was sometimes, while the strategy was very cross-cutting and high level, a lot of the work that was happening not quite in stovepipes, but very much in focused areas. And wanting to ensure that there was good horizontal cooperation and communication in more of a cross-cutting way was one of the goals. So the task force spent about a year and a half doing work through a number of phases, and that meant working both within jurisdictions and with external stakeholders and experts on identifying kind of what the key activities were, what the key actions that were happening, and to identify gaps in terms of making progress against the specific actions and priorities that were identified in the original strategy. That included as well really sort of targeted interviews and discussions with key folks, and then a workshop that happened including industry stakeholders, representatives from provincial and territorial invasive species councils, from the academia, from government, to really roll up our sleeves together and look at what kind of the key challenges, opportunities were. So that was in January 2017. What was interesting was that the input that came, the Canadian Council on Invasive Species was a really key partner in this as well, and they also helped to identify kind of a set of their own observations, recommendations for consideration by the task force. What was remarkable was that the kind of key gaps and challenges that the CCIS and their partners identified were remarkably similar to those that the government representatives had identified. So those recommendations were finalized and approved just 2 months ago, in late February, by back to Conservation, Wildlife, and Biodiversity ministers. And I'm going to just quickly go through what those key recommendations were. So there were 3 strategic recommendations, as I mentioned, broad consensus, and it was really looking at building on existing work, not duplicating, improving coordination, and ensuring that the value of the work that was being done was recognized. First recommendation was about improving national leadership and coordination of invasive alien species actions. And the first step there is to formalize this task force, which is intended to be a temporary committee, into an ongoing national coordination body. Again, really just to tie together the action, the good work that was happening in each of the more sort of sectoral areas, and look for common opportunities for information sharing, coordination, and collaboration. Strengthening things like policy frameworks to address invasives, to deal with new pressures in new sectors, things like the pet trade. Coordinating national studies and analysis, looking for opportunities for joint risk assessments, for example. And then encouraging collaboration and partnerships, and I've highlighted here, work with national, US, and international partners in delivery of IAS programs. So the importance of transboundary and international collaboration, including at the North American level, was very much recognized and highlighted as something that where more emphasis should be placed in continuing effort. Secondly, developing a national framework for early detection and rapid response initiatives. Here it's looking at ensuring that there's clarity on who does what to who, the roles and responsibilities are clear, and also looking at sharing knowledge and information among sectors about the different approaches that are being taken to early detection and rapid response, being able to kind of, again, share and learn from each other across sectors. And then finally, enabling action by Canadians. So joining forces to combat invasive alien species. Again, it's the theme of strengthening collaboration and partnerships, including with external partners, empowering others to take action, and looking at really harnessing the amazing sort of networks and organizations that are already working on the ground in Canada and across different provinces and territories to ensure that identifying who's best placed to take action has the equipment and the skills and support to do what they can. Strength in funding is something that has been mentioned by other folks. I think there's a recognition that in some cases it's really just looking at being innovative in terms of leveraging funds from existing work and connecting to the right partners. Just want to mention. Yeah, I'll mention again. In Canada, there's a remarkable network and remarkable talent and energy on invasive alien species. The workshop that I mentioned, there's an incredible energy in the room and a real recognition of the sort of passion and practical actions that were being taken at all levels across the country, at the very local level to the provincial level, regional level, national level. And so it was really kind of inspiring and invigorating, and there's a recognition that there's a real opportunity and appetite for continuing to kind of build collaboration and new innovative partnerships. So while this work was going on, I don't want to give you the impression that everything else stopped. There was a ton of other programmatic and legislative work that was continuing. I'm just going to highlight a couple of things that are particularly significant in the last couple of years in Canada. One is a new piece of legislation at the provincial level in Ontario, the Ontario Invasive Species Act. And what's remarkable about this is it was the first province to have a dedicated piece of legislation designed specifically to address, manage, and control invasive alien species. So that's a significant development. In addition, recently, at the federal level, aquatic invasive species regulations introduced under the Federal Fisheries Act. And that's the objectives outlined there, to provide a full suite of regulatory tools to prevent the introduction of aquatic invasive species into Canadian waters and to control and manage their establishment and spread once introduced. So this is really building on existing tools and an example of being able to fill the gaps that have been identified to be able to really effectively have the tools we need to deal with problem species. So next steps in Canada. Firstly is really following up on the recommendations of the task group. So the first part of that is to have a permanent, ongoing national policy horizontal coordination committee on invasive species that's going to drill down and develop a more specific action plan and work plan to respond to the priorities and recommendations that the ministers approved. And exploring advanced partnerships, particularly at the regional level. So we heard from Jamie a little bit about the work that's been initiated under the North American, at the North American level to the North American Leaders Summit, as well as at the Arctic Council level, so really focusing on regional partnerships. And of course, continuing to monitor progress, including reporting against our 2020 biodiversity goals and targets in the lead up to the next Convention on Biological Diversity meeting in 2018 and then again in 2020. I think I'll stop there.
Can I do it from there? Does that work?
That makes the,
No, okay.
yeah.
No. Great.
Thanks, Kelly. That's a great introduction. We're actually using some of our time very strategically today. So Kelly's given a good overview of our strategy on invasive alien species in Canada. I want to give a bit of an overview on where we're going with invasive alien species from a plant protection perspective. So this is based on programs at the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. So a little bit on the Canadian Food Inspection Agency's invasive alien species program, how it fits within the CFIA, and the plant health program, challenges and opportunities that we face, activities and accomplishments, and a little bit about our future. So you might think it's a little bit odd that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency is here talking about invasive alien species. Well, in fact, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency is a federal agency that was formed with three major goals in mind: food safety, animal health, and plant protection. And even though the Canadian Food Inspection Agency is only 20 years old, our plant protection programs are over 100 years old. Canada, like the United States, is a signatory to the International Plant Protection Convention, which means that we've all signed on to stop the movement of invasive species across, or invasive plant pests across the world. So it's not just about protecting our own countries, it's about protecting the world from those pests. And Canada, the CFIA is Canada's national plant protection organization. So when it comes to implementing the International Plant Protection Convention, it is the CFIA that is the main agency for that. So our plant protection mandate, as I said, plant protection is not new to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. We are mandated to protect Canada's agriculture and forestry sectors, as well as natural resources, from the economic and environmental impacts of introduced pests. We work at import, export, and domestic spread, so border going in, border going out, and things moving around the country. And we do that by regulating the domestic movement of agricultural and forestry products and other things, as well as their movement in and out of the country. We facilitate access to foreign markets based on phytosanitary measures. Sometimes I think a lot of people think that's the most important thing that we do, but we very much need to balance that with our import and our domestic control activities as well. We have a commodity focus, interestingly. So in my group, we're the Plant Protection Division. Mostly we have a commodity focus. We have groups that work on forestry, horticulture, potatoes, and grains and oilseeds. But we also have two cross-cutting groups. One that works on international standards, though they are very much engaged in the International Plant Protection Convention work and the North American Plant Protection Organization work. And we have an invasive alien species and domestic plant health programs group that is very much focused on those horizontal issues that you can't actually put into a basket that is based on one particular commodity. So our invasive species program does contribute to the ongoing implementation of the National Invasive Alien Species Strategy. It is a dedicated section, as I said, that manages those horizontal issues and coordinates activities within the agency and with national and international partners. I think everyone that stood up here so far today has talked about partnerships, and I think we can't say that word enough. And you are going to see it sprinkled through this presentation as well. We focus on prevention, early detection, and early response to alien invasive species and the pathways by which they may arrive in Canada. And I think we've all, based on all of the experience that we've had, the stories we've heard, when it comes to plant pests, we really need to catch them either when they're coming in or early on, because we've had very little success in trying to eradicate things that we find late. after they've been introduced. So very much focusing on that time when they actually are entering the country. And then again, the partnerships word, shared risk, shared responsibility concept. So again, aligned with our invasive alien species strategy, CFIA is committed to prevent or limit the introduction, spread, and impact of invasive pests. And then the activities that we carry out include quite a number, and probably things that everyone would expect us to do. So we are conducting pest risk analyses, including pathways analysis and weed risk assessments. So not only when we talk about plant pests, that also includes pest plants. We are developing, implementing, and enforcing science-based import policies and programs. We have an invasive plants program, for example. We are developing collaborative emergency response plans. We are conducting surveys and providing training and support for survey delivery. We are developing rapid and accurate diagnostic tests and providing rapid and accurate identification when pests are detected. We're promoting public and industry awareness of high-risk pathways, and we've heard that a lot as well. It's how do we engage everyone in this idea that we need to manage those risks and we need to identify problems as soon as possible when they're found. We're engaging and collaborating with international partners, establishing a mechanism to facilitate coordinated information sharing. We're currently working on a national plant and animal health strategy. And in all of the working groups that we've had, it's in the information sharing and common priority setting that we have really seen a lot of emphasis, again, across the different sectors that we're working with. It's something that we just really can't emphasize enough. And of course, we're working on a national plant health strategy that will help us to determine those priorities and get that important work done. Aligned. So, selected challenges and opportunities. I think everyone also has mentioned challenges and opportunities. The one we've been talking about for years is the diversity, both of origin of products and the products themselves, and the volume of global trade. Whether it's millions of containers coming into a port, or new players getting into the game, players who may not have the capacity to control plant pests at origin, and how do we deal with that? E-commerce is one of the ones that Wendy and Christina are going to talk a little bit more about, but the challenge there, and we all know there's lots of e-commerce going on, and we're set up well to deal with big things, big shipments, big countries. But what do we do about small sellers, small buyers, small transactions, small packages? How do we find those things that are at risk? Domestic movement and biosecurity. How do we stop things? It's easy when there's a border. It's easier when there's a border. But what's the border between an area with a pest and an area without that pest? It becomes much more challenging. There's a broad range and interest of stakeholders. We have risk makers. We have risk takers. We have all sorts of people who are involved and want to be involved in what we do. New technologies. Somebody else, I think, mentioned next-gen sequencing. So we have new technologies coming along that are going to help us, but they're also going to present challenges for us. Next-gen sequencing can provide us with a lot of data. What do we do with that data? How do we manage it? And also new technologies are driving the kinds of plants that we're seeing that people are interested in. For example, when we think of the biofuel industry, it's driving a lot of interest in plants that we really need to think about before we allow them into the country. Climate change, also, it's like we have a lot of past risk assessments that have been done. With climate change, when do we need to reassess those things? So lots of questions coming down the pipe. And finally, an opportunity. Partnership and collaboration, we think that is actually the answer to how we can address many of these challenges. So this is a very long list, and I'm going to actually start by pointing out that down at the bottom, we have just have a list of things here, so we're going to hear more about later today. So 4:30 today, Christina and Wendy are going to talk about our invasive plants program, sea containers, Asian gypsy moth program, risk mitigation options for pathways, import and domestic movement of living organisms, in-transit shipments, and e-commerce. You can stay tuned for some of those activities this afternoon. But just really quickly, some of the things that we're working on. A lot of technical training and information sessions. Again, this whole idea, the more people we can enlist, the better informed they are, the better chance we have of actually getting control and getting a hold of this thing, keeping a hold of this thing. Asian longhorn beetle simulation sites, we have those underway. Proof of concept research with drones for detection and for surveillance, outreach training and identification tools, and some of those you'll see. Down the side here, we have field guides, little cards that help people identify pests, all of those good things. Development of DNA detection assays to enhance diagnostic capacities. Again, lots of work going on there in partnership with academic institutions. And of course, the related new data analysis we talk as we generate all of this data with this enhanced diagnostic capacity. How do we analyze that? Revisions to our weed seeds order, we're always trying to make sure that our prohibited weeds line up with our plant pest and quarantine significance list, and so we're keeping that up to date. New invasive plant risk assessments, we now have a list online, and we're getting lots of interest from different jurisdictions who are requesting some of those risk assessments from us. IDC.ca, which is a lucid-based technology that's online to help people identify weed seeds. Wood dunnage program enhancement. So the stuff that Chip talked about, those little pieces of wood that people use to hold up shipments, or even to block shipments that are on ships, they're not regulated the same way that the wood pallets are, for example. So what do we do about that wood? People, will unload it onto the dock. How do we manage it? So we're working on the wood dunnage program. I'm losing my horns. Oops. And the enhanced citizen surveillance. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. Enhanced citizen surveillance. A couple of people talked about citizen scientists. There are lots of folks out there that are really interested in plants and plant pests. And how do we give them the tools? How do we encourage them to help us with identifying things early on? What's new? We're continuing to identify new plant pest risks, develop and implement risk-based solutions, continuing to focus on high-risk pathways and proactive approaches to risk mitigation. We're looking more at systems approaches. A lot of countries want us to treat everything with methylbromide. We'd rather not do that. We'd rather find other ways to make sure that those plant pests don't move. An alternative service delivery. Federal government doesn't have to do everything. Again, how can we enlist our partners and the people that are interested in what we're doing? We're also establishing a Canadian plant network of experts. This whole idea, again, we want to connect everyone who has expertise and who's interested in the work that we do. Because if we all work together, then we will have a larger plant health science community that can contribute to finding and eradicating pests. Again, promoting citizen scientists and new diagnostic tools, the tools that we're looking at, and I've stolen a couple of these, I think, from the US. Drones, which we have been working on for a while, genomics, and the sniffer dogs. We're very much interested in some of the work that's gone on with USDA with those sniffer dogs. And I did mention very briefly our plant and animal health strategy. So this is something that we're working with all of the partners in Canada to try to find a way. Like, how do we have those conversations that are so important, where we can actually figure out what people are interested in, how we can all work together. What are our priorities? Can we actually put our resources together and work more effectively? So that's what our National Plant and Animal Health Strategy is about. So, right before I lose my voice. Great, thank you very much.
Questions? Yes.
I'm not a fan of acronyms, but it was actually your colleague, the FPT, Federal, Provincial, Territorial.
I was trying not to use them.
Good, okay. Bear with us for a second, we've got a
Arctic quarter.
This is your book, I think.
All right. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Hello, Chuck.
All right. Our next speaker is Stars Virgil from the National Invasive Species Council Secretariat. He's going to talk about EDRR. Unfortunately, he could not be here, so we get to do it remotely. So please, everybody, listen to Stas. She can't see us, so, let's go for it.
Okay, thanks, Chuck, and thanks to Chuck and the organizers for inviting me. I've actually been watching the proceedings a little bit yesterday and this morning on YouTube, so you do have viewers out there in the virtual world. I also, before getting started, just want to give thanks to Hillary Smith, Mark Frey, and Jamie Reeser, who have all contributed either intellectually, via pictures, or other substance to the presentation. And I know that Jamie and Hillary are both there, so you can also reach out to them after the presentation. The theme for this session is obviously early detection, rapid response. The agenda listed as success stories. I'm going to go a little bit beyond that to talk about what we're doing in the U.S., and some of that's based on success stories, and some of that is based on where we wish there had been success, but there wasn't. And sort of a final introductory note is that, one, this presentation will pick up on a number of the themes and concepts that Jamie introduced earlier, with a broader overview about the work of the National Invasive Species Council and the U.S. federal government. But I should also note there that, particularly with EDRR, there is a core role for work with cooperation across states, tribes, local actors, academia, the full range of experts. And while much of the presentation that I have is going to focus on the federal role, that theme of how we work with these other groups will keep coming up. So To start, obviously we've got emergency response systems in other areas with severe weather events like Hurricane Sandy, with marine mammal strandings, with oil spills like Deepwater Horizon, as well as annually when we get to wildfire season. And some of the characteristics of these emergency systems is often they are backed by authorities and jurisdiction by federal agencies. There's the Stafford Act, there's the role of FEMA, that there are resources, whether they be budgetary, personnel, or programs within agencies, and there's coordination across the full range of actors from local to federal, often using the incident command system. And these types of emergency systems can be very sort of instructional and useful as examples when we get to invasive species, where I would argue that our sort of past experience hasn't been as successful as we would like it. And that's part of the reason why we're focusing on a more comprehensive national system to address early detection and rapid response for invasive species. So what I'm going to do today is break the presentation into three general sections. The first is EDR basics, make sure that we're all on the same page. The second are mandates and deliverables, so from the perspective of the NIST Secretariat, the work that we're doing. And then third is how we're looking at framing the development of a national system. So to start with part one, EDR basics, Jamie mentioned the definitions that are now in Executive Order 13751, which updates the 1999 order. Basically, the key things are non-native to the ecosystem under consideration and causing some type of harm. And that's not just ecological harm, but economic harm to human health, animal, and plant life. Early detection are the suite of activities that survey for and verify the first presence of a non-native species in a location. And optimally, that happens before that population has spread and any sort of response action can no longer be effectively implemented. And then the rapid response part, following on from that, are after a species has been discovered and identified, the suite of activities that are used to remove or eradicate it from a location such that it can no longer repopulate. So I just bring these out because I think sort of definitional consistency is important. Often we see within now legislation and other things where terminology is unclear or inconsistent, and I think going forward we want to make sure that we have a clear basis off of which all the actors are working off of. So when we get to the area of EDR and past experiences with invasive species, it's not all doom and gloom. There are certainly some bright examples that we can learn from. Last year, and moving into early this year, Zika virus was big in the news. It was obviously on our watch list. It was on the radar screen, given what was going on in Latin America and Brazil. And when it got to Miami, when it got to southern Florida, there was an active response that was ready for that. And if you look at the planning information, the documents that CDC and Department of Health and Human Services have put together, it's communicating and sort of having groups related to health effects and risks, transmission, symptoms, reporting and surveillance, prevention, control, all the things that we commonly talk about with invasive species. And here, obviously, with the impact on human health by virtue of the U.S. definition, this is an invasive species, particularly because the Aedes mosquitoes, which vector Zika virus, are also non-native. So obviously the profile of the issue has gone down within the news. There's still monitoring and surveillance work in most major cities that could be susceptible. And I think a final interesting part of this would be comparing the response actions that happened in Puerto Rico, where there was a lot more confusion, versus in southern Florida. But then switch to another example, same region, southern Florida. Back in the 80s, we know that a couple of specimens of lionfish were released from the aquarium trade in one form or another, and the window to take care of that population is no longer open. That the lionfish has spread throughout the Gulf, the Caribbean, up the Atlantic coast, now to the coast of South America. So we lost that opportunity. Switching again, looking at the agriculture and the livestock sector, on the left, the spotted lanternfly was discovered in Berks County, Pennsylvania in 2014. USDA, working with the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, set up a quarantine. Right now, 4 Pennsylvania counties are under quarantine, and work is going on in terms of looking at the control and eradication possibilities. And this is a species that could be a crossover species affecting both agriculture as well as natural areas, and it can feed on over 70 species of stone fruits, apple trees, grapes, pines. Another example from called the ag or the livestock sector was 2015-2016 with high-path avian influenza, the concern of it being introduced through migratory flyways. And in all total, between the 2 successive sort of scares or waves, APHIS probably spent over $1 billion trying to address that particular threat to animal health. So we have some examples, where the economic sectors and where the interests are very active in terms of rapid response, which fall under the invasive species definition. But again, some areas that are gaps. And the final gap that I'd like to mention was back in 2002, there was an exterminator by the name of Raspberry who identified an ant that he wasn't familiar with. He sort of raised the hue and cry. It went to local, then state authorities, and eventually I know it was addressed to federal authorities. But the problem in terms of response was it wasn't deemed an actionable pest in terms of affecting agriculture. Now, what the tawny crazy ant, or also called the raspberry crazy ant, does affect is infrastructure. It can get into electrical boxes, whether it's a homeowner's pool or a NASA facility. But again, sort of the opportunity for early action when it was first discovered was missed, and now we see that spreading around the Gulf states. So most of you are obviously familiar with the invasion curve. I'm just reinforcing the fact that if we want to do effective early detection, rapid response, we need to act early in the area on that curve where we're down sort of by the green, earliest part of the curve after the introduction. And if we don't, the alternative are negative impacts to our ecosystems, widespread invasions, and often where control becomes our only option, and that might be just control of priority areas with little hope beyond that. And also, as we know, there is continuing pressure, ongoing propagular pressure. This map just shows over the last 6 months, the number of new introductions, whether that's up from the aquatic, that's the non-NAS database. So new introductions to either the country, to a state, or to a drainage. So we're seeing new introductions all the time, which again requires the need for ongoing surveillance, vigilance, and effective response. Moving now to the second part of the presentation on mandates and deliverables. Back in 2014, there was a White House Council recommendation to develop a national framework on early detection and rapid response. Out of that, coordinated by the Department of Interior, working with the NISP Secretariat, a full range of both federal experts as well as non-federal experts, resulted in the report Safeguarding America's Lands and Waters from Invasive Species, a national framework for EDRR, and that came out at the beginning of 2016. It basically lays out the conceptual nature of what a national EDR system would look like, purpose guiding principles, stages of the process, various roles, responsibilities, looked at some issues regarding the costs, funding options, and it concluded with a series of recommendations. Those recommendations related to coordination structure, engagement of high-level decision makers, incorporation or mainstreaming of early detection and rapid response across agency programs, development of pilot initiatives, as well as basic capacity building. So from this set of recommendations, is where sort of NISC and the NISC Secretariat basically got its marching orders. In the development of the 2016-2018 management plan, which Jamie mentioned in her presentation, a significant number of the action items in there address EDRR and pick up from the recommendations of that national report. Specifically conducting a number of assessments, the development of an implementation plan, and the creation of some sort of a task force to help with the coordination aspect. That management plan was released last June. Following on that was the executive order from December, and again, it highlighted EDRR, in this sense referring to it as a national incident response system with an emphasis on aspects of data collection and rapid reporting. To get into a little bit more depth in terms of what we're working on right now, that's specifically the assessment. The assessments are basically establishing the baseline for where we are right now. So looking at present capacity, present capabilities, and then the gaps. And that's federal programs. So what EDR programs do we have ongoing right now? National Park Service has their exotic plant management teams. So what are those types of capacities that are out there? Looking at legal authorities, regulations, and policies. Talked a little bit about the Tawny Crazy Ant and issues with regards to infrastructure. Where else might there be gaps? What other legal authorities that currently aren't being used might be applied in the context of emergency response? Risk assessment and evaluation. Part of that is to develop watch lists. What are the species that we're concerned about? But also thinking about if a species has been identified, how do we assess the potential harm or impact that it might have as we think about what response actions might be. Then inventory monitoring programs, identification, reporting, information systems, a lot of the data, the information, the coordination that underlies the risk assessment, the response processes. And finally, tools and technologies, and that's both what's currently in the toolbox and then thinking about looking forward with advanced technologies, eDNA, how does that get improved in terms of accuracy, looking at other genetic technologies in terms of possible response actions. So right now, probably more than half of those assessments are underway. They're based off of primarily a data call that we issued to the federal agencies last summer, and we're looking to see those hopefully completed this calendar year. And they will go into a sort of a full compilation. And as I mentioned, they will sort of serve as the building blocks for the next step, which is spelling out that blueprint. So what does a national incident response program look like? How is it structured? And then what are we thinking about in terms of how we move towards or implement actions that would realize that particular structure? And I should note in terms of semantics, I'm referring both to an EDRR program as well as a National Incident Response Program. What we found is when we're talking with other sectors, the folks that deal with wildfires or other emergency management type activities within and across the department, that the terminology is generally used as national incident response. And the question is response to what? In this case, invasive species. So in this way, we're working to communicate outside of the invasive species community and to leadership and policymakers who might have more familiarity with those types of emergency response mechanisms. Then the final sort of section that I want to talk about is how we're starting to frame a national EDR response system. And when we're talking about sort of looking across all species and all levels, all pathways, it gets quite confusing. And so trying to sort of put that into context is one of the initial priorities as we lay out that blueprint. And so there's four sort of quick areas that I want to talk about. There's the operational process, there are species or taxa of concern, geographic scale, and jurisdiction. There are certainly some overlaps in those in terms of jurisdiction relating to geographic scale as well as species and taxa of concern. But for purposes of this presentation, I'm just going to keep them separate. So looking at the operational process, this simplified diagram, so you start with early detection, go through rapid response. It includes a process of assessment. Mark Frey, who has joined us from the National Park Service on detail to work on a pilot project to develop a local or urban EDR response system has developed this diagram. I'm not expecting you to be able to read it or go through it, but basically it lays out the decision tree of what needs to happen from these are the things we're looking for, we found it, okay, now we know what it is, then we do an assessment to assess whether it could cause harm, what are the possible ways that it could be mitigated or eradicated, things going into rapid response. So I think this diagram isn't anything new. There are numerous other programs, both at the federal level, state and local level, that use this kind of decision tree, but we need some kind of what we're trying to do is just set a uniform procedure that we can think about across all the scales that we're looking at. The second area of framing are species of concern. So we have species that are newly arrived. I mentioned the spotted lanternfly that engage sort of federal state activity. And so there's new introductions into the country. There are also species that are already here that are of concern. They might be in one region of the U.S., but not in another, or not in a particular state. Perfect example is zebra and quagga mussels, which are in the Great Lakes, Mississippi River Basin. But in many places in western waters, particularly the Columbia River Basin, they're not there. And so trying to do early detection, rapid response, as well as prevention efforts to keep them from moving into that region is particularly important. There are the species that are not in the U.S., but we have seen and we know of them. They're on our watch list, and we don't want them in the U.S. Example there is with B-sal, which is a fungal pathogen of salamanders. It's decimated populations of fire salamanders in the Netherlands, and it's also impacted populations in Belgium, with the U.S. being the center of biodiversity, of salamander biodiversity globally. The potential impacts here could be huge. So, and that's part of the reason why Fish and Wildlife Service listed over 100 species of salamanders and reptiles to prevent the potential introduction of B-sal. And then finally, there are the unexpected arrivals. What wasn't on our watch list, which has shown up again, which could cause harm, whether that be ecological, economic, human health, or otherwise. The next sort of framing is geographic scale. So USDA, Foreign Ag Service, along with DHS, Department of Homeland Security, often have pre-clearance systems. So working in other countries that are shipping commodities to the U.S., they might present some sort of a plant health risk. And so there are systems for treatment, for inspection, and making sure that those goods are clean before they're even imported to the U.S., so pre-clearance systems. There is the at border, so when either sort of travelers or commercial goods are coming through U.S. ports of entry, there is screening by Department of Homeland Security, Fish and Wildlife Service. There is the regional level, so at which a number of states might be involved, the Chesapeake Bay, the Great Lakes, the Pacific Northwest, that hold sort of common ecosystems or areas in association. Also, I mentioned the state level. There's the local level. In this case, I'll call Washington, D.C. local because it's not a state in and of itself. And then there's actually the site, the land that itself where a potential species has been found or where monitoring activities are going on. Finally, I include tribal because that can cut across a number of these. The tribes are, I think, the third largest land manager in the U.S. collectively, so they are a key component in these sets of activities. And then the final frame that I want to mention are jurisdictions and authorities. We'd already talked about geographic scale. Obviously, federal agencies in terms of pre-clearance and what's coming in at the borders holds the authority. There's also species and sector authorities. So the Plant Protection Act and the Animal Health Protection Act allow USDA and APHIS to act on plant pests as well as diseases of livestock. Lacey Act empowers Fish and Wildlife Service to work on nuisance wildlife, injurious wildlife. But again, there are gaps within those cross-species and taxa. Pathways. Some of the pathways are regulated by federal agencies, solid wood packaging material, ships coming into the U.S. and ballast water, but then within the U.S., some of those are regulated, some not. Watercraft inspection, decontamination, some states have regulations and requirements, others don't. And finally, at the site level, if monitoring activities or if a potentially invasive species is found on the ground, is that a private landowner's property? Is it state property? Is it federally managed land, Park Service? All those, depending on who owns the land, will also influence how the EDR process would move forward from there. So we're looking across those four sort of areas to help frame what would go into a national incident response system. As I mentioned with the assessments, part of this is building on existing capacities, both within the federal government and particularly the range of activities that's going on across other partners like states, regional entities, citizen science, which has already been mentioned. And I'm just going to sort of cite a couple of examples. That these aren't exhaustive, but they'll give you a notion of some of the things that entities that we see as critical to tying into this type of a system. Chuck put together this diagram of state and regional EDRR networks. Some of them are plant-related, some might be multi-taxa. There are the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force, and within that it has 6 regional panels, which many of them do excellent work. The Western Regional Panel has been leading the charge on watercraft inspection decontamination to prevent the movement of gestated mussels in the Great Lakes, and they're concerned with carp. They've been working with the Mississippi River Basin Panel, so a lot of expertise is already out there, particularly on the aquatic side. There's the National Plant Diagnostic Network, which can help with identification and diagnostics. There is also, throughout the country, local invasive species cooperatives, SISMAs, CMAs. The acronyms change, but they can be useful both for monitoring and depending on what type of work might be necessary at the local level, they could be a resource. And then finally, and there is the full range of mapping and technology and apps in terms of identification, and so we're getting more and more networked, and I think that the discussions yesterday hopefully will help us figure out how do we sort of build on that information and build up from that information. And then I just want to close, with sort of thinking about sort of the success stories where we have seen some positive movements beyond just the agricultural sector, beyond the human health sector. Back in, I believe it was 2011, there was a major tsunami off of or a major earthquake off the coast of Sahuku, Japan. The ensuing tsunami washed thousands of tons of debris into the ocean. Initially, it was figured, okay, this is sort of a marine pollution issue, but it was quickly apparent that there might be hitchhikers tagging along on that debris. The response by Sea Grant, NOAA, a number of states, and federal agencies up and down the U.S. West Coast was to put together a workshop and figure out protocols for how we address the tsunami debris and biofouling, how we do coordination and communication. So they set up a communication network and a protocol for responding, which was fortunate because if you've seen the lower picture, there were 3 large docks. The first washed up on Agate Beach in Oregon, and I think after surveying it, there were over 90 species of organisms on it, 5 known to be invasive, and the work there was led up by sort of a task force within Oregon. The second dock washed up on a remote part of the Olympic Peninsula on national park land. Fortunately, one of the scenarios that they went through on the workshop was, what do we do if a dock washes, or a piece of debris washes up in a remote area? So they'd already run through that scenario. The effort, arguably was very sort of piecemeal, but the risk was identified, and ultimately the funds were secured to do the initial response, to clean the docks, bury the the organic debris and then ultimately cart the rest of the docks away. And obviously monitoring is still ongoing. So that was, I think, a good example of where a risk, it was more of a pathway risk, was clearly identified, and there was a response that involved a full range of from local to federal actors. And then the second example I wanted to give, which is now one that's more in motion, last fall in reservoirs in Montana, in Canyon Ferry Reservoir, 2 veligers were identified and presumed to be quagga or zebra mussel. They shut down access to that particular reservoir. There was another reservoir where there were questionable finds, and the state of Montana initiated emergency response actions. That has since triggered, or it has fed into larger efforts within the Columbia River Basin to address the risk of tersated mussels, because Montana could be one stepping stone to further introductions within the Columbia River Basin, in addition to the current populations that are in the southern Colorado. So again, this is one in motion, but where we have sort of initial indications where sort of state, federal authorities are starting to mobilize to address the risk. So I will close there. And again, I want to thank sort of the other collaborators. This is a process in motion, and as we move through it, we'll certainly welcome your additional thoughts and considerations.
Thank you so much, Stosh. So this might not work. Okay, so we have time for maybe a question or two. Does anybody have anything real pressing before we move on? All right. Our speakers are so good, we're covering everything. We don't have any questions. Thank you, Stosh. We're going to cut this off, but then you'll be back on.
I'll get back on YouTube.
Get back on YouTube.
Okay. Thanks, Chuck.
Thanks.
Leave me or end meeting.
End meeting for all.
Now it is your turn. Yes. No, you know what? It's not.
It's not?
Anna does next.
Okay.
I can fight it out.
You know, I'm eager.
That's right. Is this you right here?
Yes. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Julia Combe from Fisheries and Oceans Canada stepped in for into the last minute. Luckily, we were able to update the thing to do this presentation, so we really appreciate you coming and doing it for us. So thank you so much.
Hi everyone, so my name is Julia Combe with Fisheries and Oceans Canada, and today I'm going to be talking about response efforts to the detection of Asian carps in Canadian waters. So just very briefly, I'm going to start off by introducing the Asian carps and talk a little bit about what we're doing about them. Then I'll talk about our response efforts, give you an example, talk about our response plan using ICS, and then tell you about an on-water training exercise we did. So first off, Asian carps is a group of 4 species. They all come from sort of the same area between China and Russia, and they can all reach similarly massive sizes, about 40 kilograms in weight and over 1 meter in length. They all eat slightly different things and so pose a slightly different threat to aquatic ecosystems. So first up, we have the grass carp. They eat aquatic vegetation. They can actually eat up to 40% of their body weight a day in aquatic vegetation. So they can completely devastate wetland and nearshore habitats, which are really important spawning, nursery, and foraging habitats for a lot of native species. Next, we have the black carp. These guys can actually reach the largest body size. They eat snails and mussels. They won't eat zebra mussels though, they much prefer our highly imperiled native mussels. And then we have silver carp and bighead carp. These guys both eat plankton, again, huge amounts, about 20% of their body weight a day. And these guys, and plankton is of course the foundation of the food chain for our aquatic ecosystems. So one individual can eat a lot of food, but when you consider the densities these guys are occurring in, they can have a really significant impact. They can basically clean out the food source and outcompete native species and cause food web dynamic shifts throughout the ecosystem. And silver carp are also the ones you see jumping when startled. So in all those crazy YouTube videos, that's the silver carp. So these guys have pretty significant ecological and socioeconomic impacts. So as I mentioned, they result in a loss of biodiversity by outcompeting native species and causing food web shifts, directly consuming some of our native species, and destroying habitats. They can also cause significant damage to nets, particularly for commercial fishermen. Basically, our nets aren't built to handle fish of this size, and certainly not this many of them. They can also lead to a decline in the value of the fishery. These are not a high dollar value fish themselves, and they ultimately lead to reductions in important recreational and commercially important species. And they can also lead to injury and boat damage. As I mentioned, these are really big fish, and they're flying at you at high velocities. That hurts. So you may be wondering how they got here. They were first introduced in the southern US in the 1970s to help control pests in aquaculture facilities, but a number of flooding incidences resulted in individuals being washed into nearby waterways. Some species were also stocked, so grass carp was stocked really heavily in the 80s to help clean farm drains because they're so good at eating aquatic vegetation. And some species were brought over as part of the live food fish trade and were either accidentally or intentionally released. So through all of these pathways, enough individuals ended up in natural environments that they were able to reproduce and establish and ultimately spread. So they started sort of in the southern US in the 1970s, and sorry, that's supposed to be a video, but it's not playing. And they've expanded throughout the Mississippi River drainage and are on the cusp of getting into the Great Lakes. So this northward expansion landed on the radar of Canadian governments in the early 2000s, and in 2012 we implemented an Asian carp program. So it's based on these 4 pillars. They all probably look fairly familiar to most of you. I'm going to talk a little bit about our early warning surveillance efforts and then focus mostly on our response. So when we were first developing the program, we realized we're pretty good at catching native species, but we have no idea how to catch Asian carps. We don't have a lot of native species that are similar to these guys. So we relied really heavily on US federal and state agencies to help us figure out how to catch them. So we did a lot of training in the US and also worked really closely with partners to develop protocols that would work here. So the US has been amazing at helping us figure out how to catch them, but they couldn't exactly tell us where to look. The Great Lakes are a massive ecosystem, and looking for a few individuals that might be here is really like looking for a needle in a haystack. So we had to do a lot of science. Luckily for us, all 4 of these species actually have very similar spawning requirements. So we were able to do some habitat suitability modeling to look at where in the Great Lakes Basin those spawning conditions exist. And then after some ground truthing, we came up with 36 early detection sites that we feel pretty comfortable if Asian carps arrive, this is where they're going to go. So far, since the program began our field program began in 2013, we've sampled 3,400 sites and captured over 215,000 fishes. Now we spend a lot of time looking for something that we hope never to find, but we do find them occasionally, so we need to have a plan in place for what happens next. So far, only grass carp have been captured in the Great Lakes. We've caught 23 in Canadian waters since the program began. 15 of them were caught by our program, and 5 others were caught by gears that we also use. And these 23 fish led to 10 official responses. Now, the very first thing that happens when we catch a grass carp, when we enter into response mode, is we do fertility testing. So in the 1980s, when they started stocking grass carp really heavily, someone thought it would be a great idea if we sterilize these fish and then we control their population sizes so they don't get out and start eating in places we don't want them to be. So they implemented a sterilization program for grass and black carp. But not everybody chose to participate in the program, and the procedure's not perfect, so there are a mix of sterile and fertile grass carp and black carp across North America. And it's really important for us to know right away if we're dealing with a fertile or a sterile fish. So sterile fish can cause localized damage over the course of its lifetime, but a fertile fish that can reproduce and lead to an established population that spreads can cause damage over a broader geographical range over many generations. So obviously our level of concern is much higher with a fertile fish than with a sterile fish. And we actually do the fertility testing with the eyeballs, so that's why that picture is there. Uh-oh, sorry. So the Great Lakes are obviously a really big system, and it's binational, multi-jurisdictional, and we can't look everywhere at once. So we rely really heavily on our partners to help us look. So I've included some photos here of some of our responses. So on the top and on the bottom there, those are both responses that happened in Toronto in 2015. And there were up to 3 agencies involved and up to 7 boats on the water at a time. So you can imagine that this involves a lot of coordination and a lot of communication. So we use what's called the incident command system, which some of you are probably familiar with. This is a standardized approach to the command, control, and coordination of emergency responses. It uses a common hierarchy and command structure so that everybody knows who they report to. Uses common terminology, so you're all speaking the same language, even if you're not literally speaking the same language. It uses a common communication protocol, so everybody knows who to talk to and when for updates and briefings. And it's flexible to adjust to changing situations. Basically, with this system, people stop being people and become boxes with defined roles and responsibilities. And this is what allows other agencies to just kind of slot into the structure as needed. As long as you know the ICS structure, you know what to do and who you're reporting to. And so it makes working with partners much easier. And one important thing about this structure is that it's not a democracy. Ultimately, there's one person at the top who gets final say. And an emergency is not the time to bicker over strategies and details. So any issues or concerns we have get tabled and we talk with them after the incident. So we have this response plan using ICS now, but we didn't always have this. And some of our previous responses were a little bit messy. So I'm going to give you an example of one of our responses that happened in Toronto in 2015. So the summer of 2015 was actually very busy for us. There were actually 2 responses in Toronto. During the second one, we captured 3 fertile grass carp over 2 days. We called in 3 different agencies representing federal, provincial, and municipal governments. We had 7 boats on the water and up to 20 staff per day. Spent over 550 man-hours of on-site sampling activity, as well as another 180 plus hours off-site planning for this incident. And this was downtown Toronto and our biggest response to date. So high-profile area and a situation that none of us had a lot of experience in. So you can imagine that mistakes were made. So many things went wrong. On the very first day, our BlackBerry network service went down. So we had no way to talk to each other during the day. One of the agencies also had a brand new electrofishing boat, and so of course it was struggling, starting and stopping. This really impacted our sampling strategy. And then in the second week of the response, we got a call that there was a grass carp caught in the Bay of Quinte, which is the eastern end of Lake Ontario. So we pack up, drive 3 hours east. 2 days later, got a call that there was a grass carp in Point Pelee, which is the western end of Lake Erie. So we pack up and drive 10 hours across the province the other way. And it turned out that both of those individuals were sterile. And so we were like, well, we just pulled resources off of 3 fertile fish to go halfway across the province looking for a single sterile fish. Like, we need a better way to prioritize these events. And like most situations, our biggest problem was communication. We had a rather unique problem we called the Dave problem, where there was at least one Dave from every agency involved. So we were on the phone, and someone was like, well, Dave thinks we should do this. And someone else was like, oh, well, if Dave thinks we should do that, then let's do that. And then it turns out it was like summer student Dave who doesn't have the authority to make that kind of decision. He's just trying to help. We also ran into issues that not everyone understood the incident command system protocol. We were working with partners that we hadn't worked with on responses before, and they just weren't familiar with the system. And so everybody was involved, everybody wanted to have their say, help make decisions, everyone just wanted to help, but it led to a breakdown in communication and ultimately a breakdown in leadership. We also had to feed the beasts, the senior managers. They were calling us constantly, like, oh, I just saw you on the news. Do you really need 7 boats on the water? Why are you logging so much overtime? So we constantly had to update them, and we spent so much time briefing up that we hardly had time to make decisions and do our actual jobs. Then we also had an issue of media communication approvals. So obviously, most agencies have their own approval process for public communications, and being federal government, ours is rather lengthy. But some of the other agencies we were working with had a much shorter communication approval process. So they were out there talking to the media, putting information out, and we weren't allowed to say anything because we didn't have approvals yet. So it just made us look bad. It made us look like we weren't participating. And then on top of that, an election was called during this response, so we went into a writ period and weren't allowed to talk at all about our programs. So after this, we really realized we needed to get everyone on the same page, and we needed to get a lot of our protocols written down and formalized. So since then, we've been working on developing our response plan using ICS, and we realized we needed to actually test it out. So a couple of weeks ago, we conducted an on-water training exercise. We actually hired an emergency management consultant to help us coordinate this, along with partners at the province of Ontario. So how the exercise worked was it was basically 5 days of simulated response condensed down into 1 actual day of on-the-water training. We had an emergency operations center set up on the riverbank where all the decisions get made. And then we also had 2 strike teams on the water, 1 from each agency. And we invited participants and observers from a lot of our other partner agencies that might get called in to help with future responses, just so that they have an idea of how this whole thing works. And basically, we were given various scenarios to test our readiness. So the goals of the exercise were to ultimately refine our response protocols, familiarize the team with their roles and responsibilities, especially at the beginning of the field season. It was a good refresher. We wanted to practice our response at different incident levels. So I kind of alluded to this before. The way that we respond to a sterile fish is different from a fertile fish, which is different from 7 fertile fish. So we just wanted to test sort of all of those levels out. We're also hoping this would bring to light other problems that we hadn't yet encountered, so we could come up with a solution in this practice setting. We wanted to give our managers an opportunity to view ICS in action and get a better understanding of the expectations. And then most importantly, we wanted to encourage discussions and foster relationships between our partner agencies. So basically how this worked was we were given a variety of fish capture scenarios that escalated in a very real way. So, the first inject was 1 fertile fish caught, a couple hours later you caught 2 more, the next day you caught 3, but now they're sterile, and then the next day you caught 1 in a new location. So we had to work through how we would respond to each of those scenarios. Then on top of that, we had personnel issues, so your usual incident commander is sick, and now your response chief is going on vacation. So how do you handle those things? We also had actors representing media, concerned citizens, local politicians, and other regulatory bodies, basically on site pestering us to see how we would respond while trying to do our regular job. So one of the biggest lessons that we've learned from doing these responses is that it's important to talk about the things that you've done well and not just focus on the failures. So I'm going to start with successes. So most importantly, we all felt that the team bonding was just amazing. We spent a lot of time talking to each other on the phone, usually under high pressure situations, and people can misinterpret things. So it was really nice to actually be sitting at the same table together, talk things out, joke around. Everyone felt included, and it was really important for us in building trust and respect and just relationships. We all feel much more comfortable with each other for future responses. It's also a really good opportunity for all of our field staff to see what the decision-making process looks like, and vice versa, so that everybody has a better understanding of why you're being asked to do something and why you're being told that they can't. So in addition to having the fake media on site that came to pester us, we also had real media covering the exercise. And so all of us had the opportunity to interact with both the fake and the real media. And we all felt we did a really good job representing our task and role in the exercise. This exercise was also a really good jumping off point for thinking about larger incidences. We often think, what would we do if we caught 30 fish? And everyone just sort of doesn't want to think about it. Or you think about it really abstractly. And this was really nice to actually be in the zone, have all the resources laid out in front of you, have the right people together, and you can think, oh, well, I know exactly what I would do if we caught 30 fish. It's actually very logical. And so it was just sort of calming for everybody. Those seemingly scary situations didn't actually seem scary any longer. We also found that the protocols that we've been working hard to develop actually worked really well in practice. And all of the resources we put together to support those protocols were also really helpful on site. So that was really nice. Kind of reminded us that all of the planning we've done, both for the exercise and all of these responses, really paid off. But of course, there were areas that needed improvement. One of the biggest things that came to light was thinking about budgets. So during the exercise, as the sort of scale escalated, we needed to bring in more resources. And in our conversations, we were thinking, we'll call these guys and they'll send a crew, and we'll pull a boat off of this project. Those kinds of things. And then afterwards, we were thinking, was that feasible? And who's going to pay for that? So it got those conversations started, thinking about setting up agreements with some of our partners for these kinds of situations. Another thing that came out was the boat crews really wanted to have a debrief at the end of every day for 2 reasons. They needed an opportunity to reflect back on the sampling that they'd done. So if there are 7 boats on the water, they don't necessarily know how much area they've actually covered. So they need a chance to sit down together, think about what they've actually done, how intensely they've been targeting certain areas, kind of regroup and re-strategize for the next day. They also needed information from above as far as what's going on with the rest of the incident. So often what happens, they'll call the incident commander, say, we've looked here, we've set this many nets, this is what we found, and they're kind of told, good, keep going, and that's good. But meanwhile, back in the lab, we've done fertility testing, done a few other analyses, and then we've tweeted this out, and we somehow just keep forgetting to tell the boat crews this. So the public is aware of all this information. And these guys are pretty visible on the water, so the public will often come up and talk to them while they're doing response. And oftentimes, the public know more than they do about what's going on. So that was really frustrating for them, feeling totally left out of the loop as far as what else is going on with the incident. So we need to do a better job of keeping them updated. And everybody's communication structure needs to be better understood, both within and between agencies. We really need to work on streamlining our communication approval processes so we can get information out faster during responses. And we also need to understand each other's communication structures within. The lines of reporting are very different when you're under ICS than they are in a normal day. And without fail, every time someone ends up asking, so are you telling my manager or am I? Because those normal lines of reporting are different under ICS. And so we really need to figure that out for these incidences. So looking at next steps, we want to take everything we've learned from the exercise and work on finalizing our protocols and then get those out amongst our partner agencies. We also want to work on having pre-approved messaging, as I mentioned, so that we can send information out faster during response. We also work with a number of outreach and education partners, and they want to have this information to be able to be a resource for the public as well. We want to have more training exercises just like this. We all found it was extremely valuable, especially at the beginning of the field season, to get your mind thinking back in the zone about ICS again. And we also want to consider having these exercises in other geographical locations so that we can engage different partners. We're looking at possibly doing one in Eastern Ontario to work with Lake Ontario, Lake Unit, and possibly the province of Quebec. And as much as planning is key, you can't plan for everything. You need to be able to adapt to changing situations. And one of these situations might be, so our Asian carp program is broadening to an AIS program. So we may need to have a plan in place or at least be able to adapt to different species. Basically, you must be prepared and not scared. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Under a wildfire scenario or another health emergency, natural disaster, people go through lots of training within the ICS command system so they understand their roles, their responsibilities, duties. They do a lot of cross-training. And so, is there an opportunity or have you talked about how to make it maybe cross-train with wildfire or with FEMA or some of those other agencies so that people really get the sense of that context?
Yeah, absolutely. So we did actually do, oh, sorry.
So integrating incident command system into what y'all are doing.
Right, okay. So we did actually do a lot of incident command system training. There's training courses at several levels. And we actually used, I think, a FEMA course to do that training. So we ourselves took like ICS level 100 and 200. We also made our senior managers take the executive level ones so that they understood like when you're gonna get briefed and things like that. So we did do a lot of those like in-class training courses as well. And a lot of the examples were specifically from forest firefighters and flood response, because those are sort of the more typical applications. It would be interesting, and so actually the Canadian Coast Guard that operates under Fisheries and Oceans, they're the ones that suggested we do this training. And there has been some talk of working with them to do some ICS, but it would be really interesting. We hadn't thought about working with like forest firefighters and flood response teams, but that would be a really interesting thing to explore. So,
I have 2 quick questions. From that photo with all the team, it looked like there were maybe 3 of you that were women. That's why you had all the Daves, right?
So this was actually from, yeah, so the question was, it looks like from this photo there were maybe 3 women in here, which is probably accurate. So this photo was actually from a training exercise we did in the US. So I think there's probably only 5 Canadians in that photo, but there's federal and provincial people represented. That seems to be the way these days. Actually, I think 10 of our 13 summer students are female, so I think that is shifting, but...
The real question I have is, you talked about 27 carp found that were all grass carp.
23, yeah.
But it wasn't clear when you were talking about whether they were fertile or not. Was that real, or was that just staged when you did the training and the exercise?
Oh, sorry. Okay, so the training, that part, that was all staged. We joked about getting like dead grass carp and putting them in our nets, and then it was a surprise to everyone. But we didn't do that. That was all just.
You have found, are they fertile and not fertile?
Yes. So the 23 grass carp that we've actually caught, I believe 13 were sterile, and maybe 10 were fertile. Maybe. It's less than half for sure.
So we did have a comment on the live chat. Rook Clary, triploid grass carp are used for aquatic invasive plant management in closed systems in Florida. Do you know of any incidents where a system such as that, when it's brought in for other invasive species management, that it has gone awry and maybe they escaped in flooding or something like that?
Do you mean other examples of other species?
Or the Asian carp escaping when it's been brought in for that specific purpose.
Right, so that was ultimately the reason why Asian carps were brought over, was because they're really good at eating things, and so they were brought over to help control pests in a more natural way so that we didn't have to use pesticides and herbicides. So the triploid grass carps, the triploid are the sterile ones. There was a massive triploid stocking program in a lot of states, particularly heavy farming states where they're applying a lot of fertilizer and you get a lot of algal blooms and things like that. So grass carp were stocked really heavily to help clean that out. And some states stock triploids, some stock diploids, and there's a bit of a mixed bag there, so you're getting a lot of individuals that can reproduce. But yeah, it's basically that's ultimately the reason why they were brought here, was to control pests, and I think it's just a variety of locations where floods or intentional or accidental releases happened that they ended up spreading. Yes?
Is eDNA sampling combined with the scheduled netting?
To an extent. We started out using eDNA a lot in the beginning of our, the question was about eDNA and if that's also used in conjunction with our standard sampling. And so in the beginning, when we first started the program, yes, it was used extensively. But eDNA is that's environmental DNA, where basically all organisms are shedding skin particles and things into the environment. It's a tricky tool to use in the Great Lakes. because there's so much shipping traffic and people coming to visit, like eDNA can get into the environment through all kinds of vectors. Somebody could be fishing in the Mississippi River and then come to the Great Lakes, and then all of the eDNA that was on their boat washes into the Great Lakes, and then we get a positive detection. So there's just so much traffic through the Great Lakes, it's really hard to determine if it's actually indicative of a present individual or just of DNA that got there through one of those other vectors. So we've scaled back eDNA a little bit in the Great Lakes proper, but it is a really important technology that will be really helpful for like the Canada Food Inspection Agency at the border and stuff like that, and smaller isolated systems. It's just tricky in the Great Lakes.
All right, I think you're gonna be here the rest of the day, right? So, let's move on. Thank you very much. Thank you. And our next speaker is Georgia Bourne-Smith from Mexico, and she's been antsy to go all morning for whatever reason.
No coffee. I was
No.
afraid of missing it.
And now we're all having to watch the food. You having to stand here while the food's being set up.
Oh my
so,
God.
I mean,
so
yeah,
we'll
yeah.
be focused on that all the time.
But it won't be ready for a little bit, so.
So, good morning to everybody. Well, good morning, afternoon, nearly. I'm sorry, I'm completely wrapped up. I was so cold. It looks a little bit ridiculous being a German and being cold all the time. Doesn't work? It is. It is now. It is.
Yeah, the mic's not working properly.
Okay, let's see. This one, probably.
Yeah, the pellet.
So we improvise and use this one. Back to get it on and hopefully not move around a lot.
There you go, that's better.
All right, hang on. So I try not to move, be stable, in order to not make any noise. Hang on. So, here we go. Okay, well, I want to talk about the first steps we are doing in Mexico for going towards an early detection rapid response system. And the talk from Julie was very inspiring, and I'm really looking forward to the experiences we are going to make in Mexico. And I'm very fortunate. I'm from Germany, but working in Mexico, and I'm as fortunate as you, Chip, working with people who are really enthusiastic about their work. All my colleagues, I'm working in Mexico with a different institution in the Jeff Finance project, have the same attitude, which is really, really nice to work with. So, I want to give you an overview about the different efforts regarding EDR in the agricultural sector, as well as in the environmental sector, what we do in case we have gaps, how to overcome them, using existing instruments at our hand, and other stuff. So first, we have a very good EDR system in the agricultural sector. It's from the environmental perspective, our big envy, due to the fact that they have extensive and consistent sanitary regulation, so which helped them to develop two fantastic systems, one for plant pest, one for emerging diseases. And here is an example. This platform was established in 2009. So they have veterinarians in the field. If there's a detection, they go there, check. They can take samples in the field. They have mobile gadgets, so they can do a barcode on the sample, so there's no mixing up. And when it is sent to the laboratories, they can identify immediately where the sample comes from. So they process the sample in the lab, and there's a real-time surveillance of the process. They do the sample, and if the disease is confirmed, so the veterinarian in the field gets immediately the information and the instruction to establish quarantine. So this is something working very well and has prevented a lot of diseases to establish in Mexico. So the same is true for the system we have on pests for plants. Senacica, the Ministry for Environment, and Senacica, which is the National Service for Sanitary Service, each year they're doing a list on quarantine pests, which they do monitoring and surveillance activities, passive and active surveillance activities for. They have also a lot of people in the field, and so if there's a detection, staff is going there immediately and making sure whether they have to confirm or decline what has been found there. So there's an immediately response, and also they have the big advantage that they can be called. They have an email address, so early detection, rapid response work pretty fine in the agricultural sector. Unfortunately, that is not true for the environmental sector. So we realized we have a big gap there still. Chip said they didn't worry about invasive species in the 80s. Well, in Mexico, we even took a little bit longer to start to worry about, so we're still a little bit behind. But in 2010, Patty mentioned it in her talk, we published the National Strategy on Invasive Species, and there we focused also on early detection and rapid response. And one of our strategic objectives and goals we established for ourselves to 2020. And we have 5 priority actions through which we try to achieve this objective. Establishing protocols, identifying, it's very important, responsibilities of the different governmental entities, develop contingency plans, establish detection programs, and promote and follow up mechanisms and to involve civil society. So we start with specific detection programs in the national sector. These are activities developed by the National Forestry Commission, CONAFOR, and as part of the JEF Finance project, they are working through consultancies on risk prediction they started in 2016 for 2 serious high-risk pest species, the Syrinx woodwasp and the well-known Asian longhorn beetle, to predict check where are the host trees and where are the right conditions so these species could establish. As you can see here, for our example for the distribution of Syrinx, the Syrinx wood wasp, it's widely distributed worldwide, and but it's still not. It's in the United States, but it's still not in Mexico. So Diego Reigadas, which is the expert in the field, did a map for all the possible host species. Most of them are, of course, pine and fir species, and established like a quality risk assessment from 0 risk to very high risk. As you can see, in green is 0 risk, and in purple is high risk. And then in beige, in the color of beige, there's a potential distribution area. Here it's the model for the Petula pine, and here, for example, we have the Jeffrey pine, where the risk is mostly in Baja California. CONAFOR is also working on monitoring in ports. It's also most of the activities I'm going to present today are like pilot activities. So here we have pilot activity going on in monitoring 5 points of entry of forest products and sub-products. As you can see, these are customs and ports, customs of the National Airport of Mexico City, as well as several ports in Veracruz, Manzanillo, Tampico. And what they did is they installed traps at the end of 2016 and are now monthly reviewing the traps, checking the traps, what's in there. These are colleagues from the University of Chapingo doing this work. And as you can see here, for example, we have the installation of the port of Manzanillo, installation of traps inside warehouses and outside warehouses. And what they do is they use a variety of different substances in the traps in order to lure a huge variety of insects. Here we have another example close to a container. And these insects are afterwards, are collected, analyzed. Some of them are prepared in order to see whether they are vectors for fungus, for example, as the ambrosia beetle. And then we have a first idea what's coming into the custom area. A big gap we also have is in the environmental sector. We don't have a lot of people in the field. So the Ministry of Environment has hardly any staff in the field. Conabio is working in the offices. We hardly have also any personnel in the field. So what we try to do is use existing instruments to get more information on and use these tools for early detection purposes. So Patricia also mentioned the iNaturalista platform, where you can upload your observations. So it's firstly a tool to engage citizen science, and on the other hand also giving an instrument to the National Commission on Protected Areas to upload their observation. And actually it works pretty well, because we through this iNaturalista system we were able to detect species which were unreported previously. So here we have a bird, and as well as two other weird species, we got the information through the system. And in order to keep people engaged, there are each year prizes for the users who are giving the most quantity of observation, or the biggest variety of observations, and that works pretty well. So then, on the other hand, we have another very recent development in Mexico, which is also a collaborative effort between Conabio, the National Forestry Commission, and the National Commission on Natural Protected Areas. So this is a system, the national system for monitoring biodiversity, which was developed from 2011 to 2014. And we had a pilot phase in 2014 on 500 points. And this system was launched nationally in 2016. And at the end of 2016, we had a side event in the COP where it was internationally launched. It's a system which is based on 3 pillars. So the idea is, of course, observe native species, and whether there are enough native species to secure the functioning of the ecosystem, like seed dispersal, and but we also use it for invasive species. So as you can see, it is based on 3 pillars. One is like high resolution observation in natural protected areas done by CONAMP. It's called SAMOD. And another pillar is a wide cover system. So it's a grid all over Mexico, a 5-kilometer grid, where the it's based on the National Forestry Inventory, and it's 8,000 points are sampled through 5 years. And then the last sample is done by civil society. So the GIZ, the German Development Agency, is participating in this monitoring system in their projects. also the National Fund for the Mexican Fund for Nature Conservation and Pro Natura are involved. And just recently, one state is now interested to participate in this program too. They get a standardized training first, so to assure the protocol, that they are following the same protocol as the other agencies. And let's see whether this works. Here I do need my glasses. Let's see. So I just wanted to show you how over the last years data is collected. There are, as I said before, there are 8,000 points being collected by the National Forest Commission, and we are working in 35 national protected areas, where 4 to 16 points are sampled. So we get quite a bit of information, and as I said before, we not only sample or collect data on native species, but also on invasive species. Here you can see the 8,000 points we are going to collect until 2020. And what we do is we're working with camera traps, doing photo footprints, animal droppings. We have invasive species, and we do also bird spotting and recording. That gives us a huge amount of information we have later on to process. So it's about 4 million images per year we have to get through, and a lot of sounds and echo sounds recording. And Conavio, for this system, developed a pilot catalog of 23 species. These are not all the 23, but most of them. And so we chose high-risk species that had a high-risk score in our risk assessment, and the species that form mostly part of the first invasive species list, and try to use this tool also to have an early detection instrument. So we also included the cactus moth in order to have this first pilot element in early detection. As you can see here, these are photos from the field staff taking the pictures of the invasive species they do spot. These people are pretty well trained, so they really do good photos, which allow us later on to confirm the identification of the field staff. And well, all the data also allows us to do better modeling. On the left side, you have the data of the national information system on biodiversity, and on the right you have the additional spots we found for Melanis repens, which is an exotic grass or invasive grass from Africa, and you see we have a lot more spots, which helps us to improve our modeling. Talking about modeling, there's another effort going on as part of the Jeff Finance project done by our colleagues from UNAM. They did modeling on the current distribution and the distribution under different climate change scenarios. They chose the 60 high-risk species. Most of them were plants. And as I said, they modeled the current distribution and under future climate change scenarios, choosing a closer time period to 2050 and another one to 2070. And this gives us this is an instrument we can use to target areas where there's high potential for establishment, and helps us with the early detection. Here we have a distribution model of Melanis minutiflora, and we can see that the current potential distribution area nearly covers 90% of the country. We have other models here for the monk parakeet. Hang on. And we can see that this is the current distribution, and here we have the distribution under climate change. And for once, there's a good news, so the distribution area would decline. Patty also mentioned this effort. So what you need a very important element for early detection is capacity building. So annually, the inspectors of the Federal Attorney of Environmental Protection are trained by experts to be able to identify the insects, and they are taught how to take the samples and how to inspect, for example, Christmas trees, where what they have to look for, how they have to shake it and everything, in order to make it through inspection at the borders, and know how to send the samples to the lab. Then we also do or working on incident command systems. Julia had a wonderful talk on this, and I'm really looking forward to our experience and what problems we will encounter. So this is a fairly new concept for us too. We had a first training in 2013. Then we had another one just recently, last year. This time we focuses on aquatic invasive species, and we had representatives from different agencies, so from the protected area, forest even so these were aquatic species. We had also representatives from the Forestry Commission. We had the Commission for Fisheries present, and also some local stakeholders, in order to train them on the concept. And for next year it is planned to do simulation. So this work was done by a consultant, an expert in aquatic invasive fish species. He came up with a concept, but as you can see here, well, probably it's too far from there. There are a lot of agencies involved which have attribution in the invasive species subject, and it depends very much on which species, about which species we are talking about, the habitat, etc., the pathways. Who of these agencies will be involved? And as I said, next year we will have our first practical experience to see how this will work out in the state of Morelos. Another effort, also in the framework of the Jeff Finance project, are pilot early detection and rapid response activities in continental protected area, as well as on island. In the project we are working on 6 groups of islands and 9 protected areas on the continent. And one effort is taking part here in Cañón del Sumidero. And as you can see, there are islands all over in Baja, as well as in the Caribbean and in the Gulf of Mexico, and all of them will have their biosecurity plans. As Patricia mentioned before, this work is carried out by GESI, which is civil society or NGO, and they are working for over 10 years now in control and eradication efforts. And when we started with the Jeff project, they started to focus on prevention and biosecurity efforts. So their goal for this project is to have a biosecurity plan for all the 6 island groups. So what they do is they have a very inclusive approach. They do workshops with local stakeholders from the national protected areas, from the Navy, which is involved in some areas, and fishermen, and tourism organizations and teach them about what an invasive species is, the concepts, how introduction takes place, what elements you need for an biosecurity plan, and the concepts of EDR, etc., so that they would help them to mutually develop a biosecurity plan. And they do it not only in a theoretical way, but also in a practical way. So they take people out to the port, to the harbor, and they make exercises with them. So they have to clean their boots, they have to look for rodents, for example. They have to understand how to pack the fishermen, for example, how to pack their stuff to make sure that no rodents is packed in and bring aboard. And they also, arriving at the islands, there's another security check so that they really get sensitized on how easily it is to bring a species or a seed to an island. And the other pilot effort we have is, as I said before, is in Cañón de Sumidero, which is also a protected area, very rich in endemic species and threatened species. So what they did is, also through a consultancy, they hired experts, they made a workshop, brought all important stakeholders on the table, and explained all the concepts again, and came up with a concept for EDR for a couple of species. So what they did is HACCP for all for the most important species, which are listed here, animals as well as plants. And in 2018, they are going to implement the system. Then we have, of course, some local efforts. We get to know about them in articles. Here's a group of scientists working in different urban parks in different cities, and they're working on observation on birds. And they detected like four invasive birds in different cities. European starling, for example, the famous monk parakeet and the collared dove. And so we have a lot of efforts and first steps going on, but of course we need to join all these efforts in one system. And as you can see on the left side, we have already a national information system on invasive species with a lot of good information, helping us with the different elements of the early detection rapid response, like detection, identification, rapid evaluation, risk assessment. We are very good in those points, also reporting and circulation the information, but we still have a huge gap in detection, as we don't have any personnel in the field. So we need to improve our surveillance and monitoring, and so far we don't have really a coordinated response and follow-up. So there's still a lot of work to do. So in conclusion, EDR is a very young discipline still in Mexico, and we are working on all the elements necessary, even if its first step is a pilot. And hopefully these experiences we make in all these different efforts will help us to create a strategy on the national level. The main weakness is not enough staff in the field, and as a consequence is lacking surveillance and monitoring, as well as response action. And we have also challenges we identified we have to overcome, which is the recognition of the responsibilities. We just had recently a case where somebody informed us that about an escape of aquatic invasive ornamental fish, and everybody was alarmed, but everybody said, well, it's your responsibility, no, it's your responsibility. So we really have to work on it and get people engaged to work on this. And also we need improvement on the legal framework to help prevention efforts and help EDR activities. As Patricia said in her talk, there are a lot of people involved in this work, a lot of colleagues from different governmental agencies, from universities, from NGOs, as you can see from the lower, and I couldn't name them all at the beginning of the presentation, so I would like to thank now my colleagues working in CONABIO in the invasive species program, but as well other colleagues who did the work on Esconafor and INAPESCA, which is a National Institute on Fishery, for example, and other people working on the National System for Monitoring Biodiversity, and our colleagues helping us with the identification sheets for the invasive species in the system. So, and this is a crew working on the GEF project, so thank you very much for your attention and thank them for helping us.
The food is ready, so Georgia's going to be around, so if we have questions, then let's do that. The speakers, after lunch, we're doing lightning round. If y'all would sit up here and make sure you get your presentation loaded up here. And food's going to be out there. Come back in and eat it. Last thing, field trips. If you're going on a field trip that requires payment, I forgot to say this morning, if you're going on a field trip, there was an extra cost above the $25 fee for field trips. And that was all on the program. But if you have questions about that, you can ask us too. But we're going to need to collect that money today or tomorrow. Going to present North American Invasive Species Network is a collaboration of a handful of university and semi-government and nonprofit organizations. So we don't have memberships. We don't have. This is the first meeting that or conference we've ever put on, and it's a board of directors made up of these organizations, with the concept of we are all doing similar work, a lot focused on outreach, and we need to be talking to get to each other better. Because there was a point that we were all competing against each other all the time. And we were going out, and applying for grants and not doing, and we'd end up, the different centers would compete with each other. And so Don Smits, who was with Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, had this dream years ago that we needed a cooperative, a Centers for Disease Control for invasive species, okay? As things went along, Don realized that there was never going to be one, it wasn't gonna happen that way. And so Don came up with the concept of let's get together some folks, some smart folks, put them in a room together and figure out how to move forward. And so starting, I think in 2010 was when the first meeting was, NASN, we had a couple of meetings, people got together, there were folks from the government, folks from US, Canada, and Mexico that were all involved, and we got together and we talked, and we said, what can we do, what should we do, et cetera, and that has grown over time. At one point, we actually had some funding to do projects that came from the Commission for Environmental Cooperation. Right now, we don't, but we still talk, we still work together, and we're going to keep moving forward. Don has stepped down as executive director. My term is technically up, or has been up as chair. So we're having a meeting tonight, and we're going to figure out the future of this organization. But if you were here yesterday, part of what was proposed is that one of the activities that NASN can do is maybe host the data sharing aggregation website for invasive species data. And so I think that's probably going to be a big mission of us moving forward. It's something we can do relatively inexpensively. And so if you're with the university and you have a center that has some staff, then talk to us. We're trying to make sure that members have, there's more structure than just a couple of people working together. Mippen, who's a member, there's an executive director and some staff. Cali-Ipsy, who's a nonprofit that's involved, there's a staff working there on projects. And so I don't want to take up any more time. That's what NASN is, and we're going to keep moving forward. And thank y'all for all coming to the first NASN hosted meeting.
Maybe one question for Chuck while we're transitioning?
Yes, and sorry I did not list all the centers. But go ahead, Brian. Yes.
So my question is, since you're a North American consortium, do you already have databases connected with Canadian universities and Mexican universities as well, or is that still in plan?
Sort of. Sort of. I mean, there's not a short answer to that question, so we can talk about it later.
In progress.
In progress, yes. All right.
Okay, thanks, Chuck.
Are we back on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and I should have stated that this lightning round is going to be the theme of this is what's being done to manage invasive species through collaboration, cooperation, and networking within the three nations. So I apologize, I should have said that up front. Our next organization that's going to, we're going to hear from is the North American Invasive Species Management Association by their executive director, Belle Bergner. So Belle, why don't you come up and share some insight about NASMA?
All right, everyone can hear me? And I'm going to use a little technology here to keep me on time. All right, thanks everyone. Great to be here. As Mark said, I'm Belle Bergner, the Executive Director of the North American Invasive Species Management Association. I started with the organization back in September, so I can no longer say I'm new. Who we are. NASMA is a membership-based organization. Currently we have about 150 members. We're growing. Historically, the organization has been on the ground practitioners, county level weed managers, and related sort of organizations, some federal, state, and other local agencies, some nonprofits, some extension agents and academics. And here's our board of directors, pictured here, most of the board at our most recent annual meeting back in Salt Lake City last year. We do have representatives on our board from the United States and Canada. We are looking to fill positions from Mexico and get more representation from Canada as well. So formally, the group was called the North American Weed Management Association. Back in, this date is incorrect, it was in 2002. The group decided to shift to become all-inclusive and include all taxa in their focus. So we now include aquatic invasive species concerns in our activities. And for the first time this year, it'll be just this year, the first time that we have at least a session or two at our annual meeting focused on aquatic invasive species concerns that affect all of North America. Programs. We have several programs that basically provide support for on-the-ground invasive species managers. As has been talked about already, NASMA has mapping and app standards, some of which has been incorporated at the national level in the management, or is in the process of being incorporated into the management plan. We have a weed-free forage and gravel certification program, which I could spend a lot of time talking about now, but I'm just going to mention it here and let you go to the website and learn more about it. As far as I know, it is the only program that provides certification to providers who are creating and selling weed-free forage and gravel. I know this because I had a call from someone in Alaska trying to set up a project in Antarctica and trying to find guidance on any other organization that does this, and we couldn't find anything. So. Play Clean Go. I also could go a lot into this program, but this is a program that was started by Sue Burks, who's going to talk about the program on Thursday. But we have a memorandum of understanding with the Minnesota DNR. We're in the process of taking over the management of that program. It's an education and outreach tool. I know many of you are already using it. If you haven't, please go to the website. The idea is to provide a consistent and clear message at all recreational sites, whether it's trailheads, boat landings, everywhere, that reminds everyone to clean your gear before you leave where you are. Two other main programs we have are the professional development program. We recently started some online courses to provide training to invasive species managers and other professionals. And our annual meeting, of course, that I'll talk about in a minute. So again, just want to focus that our emphasis is on practitioners who are actually on the ground. And while the organization has been, NASMA has been heavily Western focused and Midwest focused, we are working on reaching out to the East. The goal is through communication to bring ideally all land managers operating at all scales, and making sure that everyone receives the same sort of updates and tools and resources on an ongoing basis. We have a quarterly newsletter. We're increasing our use of social media, as everyone else is. And we're working on really growing this member network, because it's really by sharing the lessons learned, successes, challenges, any stories that everyone is facing, it's how we learn about successful ways to manage invasive species. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but just to point out that in 2016, the board had a strategic planning meeting, and these are the top 5 goals that emerged from that. The result of the first goal is standing here in front of you. The outgoing executive director retired, so I was hired. And of course, with every nonprofit, we're working on growing our financial support. And like I mentioned, we're trying to reach out to eastern states to increase our coverage geographically of who's involved with NASMA. And then basically the ultimate goal here for NASMA is to be the voice for invasive species management across North America. Again, membership expansion. Here's just some fun photos. Our annual meeting is a great opportunity to network with other invasive species professionals across North America. This year we'll have multiple sessions we're hoping to have multiple sessions from our Canadian members and leaders talking about what's happening up there. And our goal is by 2019 to more than triple our current membership so that really we're making communication uniform and consistent across the continent. So just a teaser to come to our annual meeting in Reno this year in October. It'll be great. We're going to have an all-day tour around Lake Tahoe featuring some of the work that's going around in the lake and around. If anyone didn't know, Lake Tahoe the watershed district doesn't allow chemicals in the watershed, so they actually use scuba divers to go in and manually pull Eurasian water milfoil. Not a job I necessarily would want, but thank goodness someone's doing it. So lots of great sessions, covering ideally something that everyone needs a little bit of help on. And please just go to our website, check out what's new, check out our Facebook page and Twitter. There's contact info, Facebook, Twitter. Give me a call anytime.
Great, thanks, Belle. Is there a question or two for Belle while we transition? No questions? Okay, thank you, Belle.
Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to have Joe Forrest talk to us from the IPM centers to give us a description of meeting the regional IPM centers.
Thank you. So when Chuck asked the week before this meeting, hey, can we live stream this on YouTube? I said, sure, it sounds like a great idea. And then he said, and since you're going to be there, would you mind giving a little presentation on the IPM centers? Because people might want to know about that. The IPM centers are a group of 4 centers that are out there in the United States. We have a Northeast, North Central, West, and the South. And we've got directors with Steve Young in the Northeast. We have Lene Jess and Sue Ratcliffe in North Central, Amanda Crump in the West, and myself and Denisha Seth Carley in the Southern region. And we are broadly tasked with helping to advance integrated pest management throughout the United States. For those of you going, it's the agriculture guy, why is he here? No, sorry, we are more than just agriculture. That's where a lot of people think IPM, ag, row crop stuff. No, it is how do we use the best science to have solutions that are effective, that are economically viable, environmentally compatible? How do we solve the solutions that we have? And invasives come into that at the heart of what we do right now because they keep coming in and they keep disrupting a lot of different systems. Be it some of the structural stuff that was mentioned earlier with tawny crazy ant, be it in crops, be it in natural areas. We're dealing with the invasives, and we see all of you, everyone here in this room, everyone online, as partners in that fight. So the IPM centers, what the heck? Are you like a 501c3? No. We are centers that were created by USDA NIFA through their crop protection pest management program they have. Our job is to increase coordination between different folks in the region and help promote the adoption and development of IPM. I always love mission statements, but I find them a little dense. So really, what do? We help people know what's going on. We attempt to get them to work together, and when we find gaps, we try to help fill them. We're enablers. We try to make things move smoothly and help get people to actually communicate between their silos. It's a fun job to have. To facilitate that, we have a few things that we do. One, we have grant programs. We actually hand out money. I'm not asking you for money. You can come to us and ask for money to do stuff. So every IPM center is a little different. So I just put up some generalities here of they're usually small grants between $10,000 and $40,000. And yes, there's indirect costs taken off the top of that. And it covers a wide range of things from critical issues of a new invasives here. We need to get a quick delimiting survey to find out where it is, or projects looking at the biology and the research on it. And we fund a whole lot in the way of working groups. I know it's not a lot of money, like I said, but for just starting something, getting a proof of concept, trying to build momentum and gain that critical mass of people together, we've had some pretty good successes with getting things rolling. And sometimes where groups had a big project, they're getting to the end, and you know, this one little piece would just really put the cherry on top of the sundae. We can help finish things off. So that's kind of the role the IPM centers play with their grants, because we don't have a giant budget. We've got enough to help in little ways and get things rolling. We also have working groups. We fund folks to get together, discuss a topic, carry on projects, and move things forward. And I went through all of our websites, pulling out the various working groups that we funded over the years regarding invasive species. We've got some brown marmorated stink bug, spotted-winged Drosophila, generic invasive species. One I particularly like, invasive plants in trade. Actually bringing in the people in the trade and talking about invasives with them and what we can do for looking at what's being sold. Some tribal stuff in here, and then a whole bunch of additional species. We are very open to supporting groups working on invasive species. Matter of fact, several of our centers actually have signature programs focused on invasive species. We really want to highlight it. Just talking a little bit, some little success stories. There's a lot going on, but I only have 10 minutes. So we're just going to cover some high points. The Western IPM Center. They do have a signature program on invasive species. Recently, they actually had an emergency workshop on the South American palm weevil. This was coming in. They were very concerned about the date palm production and also ornamental palms. They brought together 125 people, and they came up with a series of collaborative efforts to move forward and respond to that issue. So a very directed effort led by people who said, you know, this is an issue. Can you help us organize this and bring it together? And that's what the West did. They're trying to avoid Palmageddon. I do love marketing terms. That the palms will still be around. You'll still have a date palm industry in California and Arizona. The North Central IPM Center, a great group. They've actually been doing, that's where the invasive plants in trade working group came from. They've been working a lot in tribal lands, and they've actually been working across the nation that if you have a pest you would like to highlight, they will work with you, do the layout, get the content together for national pest alerts, and help promote those out to people that need to have this information and get it out to the public. So a very handy group for getting communication and other materials out there for you. The Northeastern IPM Center. They've also been doing some great things with communication. They've developed some listservs to really help have the conversations going on regarding invasives. They've got newsletters they put out, always featuring something on invasive species and what's going on. And recently they helped coordinate a meeting regarding National Forum on Climate and Pests. And in that, a lot of invasive species coming into those topics. So they're leading the efforts to help bring everyone together, and they actually help pull all 4 of the IPM centers into that forum. And finally, the southern one, the South, wow, we got a lot of invasive species working groups. And it's because, well, it's a big area. We don't have a winter. We have a lot of ports, and we have a lot of invasives. All kinds of things that we're dealing with. The South, because the other half of my role is bugwood, all the bugwood resources are available to everyone in the southern region. So we kind of said, hey, here's an invasive species response kit for you. If you just send me some texts, some logos, some pictures, we can use the existing apps and infrastructure, set you up a small little website, and start your outreach campaign going in a matter of a week or two if you can get the materials together. Rather than, well, we need a grant to build that website, and then where are we going to house it, who's going to run it, whose logo, it's going to be on Texas's server or Clemson's server, so all the branding has to be with the university. No, we bypass all that. We get things up quickly and then let the system do the work. And so we start getting some things like this. This is for kudzu bug. Because we were using the system to be able to do this, as the data was coming in, I let the monkey that lives in the server color in the counties, and everything goes great and helps coordinate some of these activities. We also consult on different solutions because while we do have some great resources at Bugwood, they are not the end-all and be-all. They will not work for every situation. So help connect people up with other groups that can help figure out solutions to get things done if their system meets the need in a better way. We also offer this nationally because the southern region has some funds to do national outreach. So all the tools we have, it's on the server's running, please use it. And we help coordinate that. So regional IPM centers, that's your whirlwind tour of them. We're here to help. We want to be used. We want to know how we can help facilitate invasive species research, education, outreach, and work with you all.
Thanks, Joe. Maybe we have time for one question while we switch over.
But you can't talk to them during the meeting.
How long have you been doing this?
I've been in this role for 5 years, 4 years, but they've been around long. I got pulled into the Southern IPM Center because Jim Van Kirk got tired of funding us and said, would you just come and be a director? Because we could probably get more out of you that way.
Okay, great. Thanks, Joe. So in all of the reorganizations, I managed to skip over. I don't know how I could do this because I'm a part of this organization. So we're going to have Nancy Lowenstein talk to us about the National Association for Invasive Plant Councils. Nancy, I apologize for the...
I won't hold a grudge. All right, well, thanks. So the National Association of Invasive Plant Councils, yet another acronym. So we are a coalition of state and regional exotic pest plant councils and invasive plant councils, or invasive species councils, kind of just semantics as far as whether you're one or the other. Professional natural resource managers, scientists, and others with an interest in managing invasive plants, essentially promoting effective invasive plant management, mostly in natural areas and wetlands. Brief history, were established about 22 years ago by an MOU between the first 4 existing IPSIs and EPSIs, which were Florida, Cal-IPSI, Tennessee, and Pacific Northwest. And they just realized that some problems have a national scope and it'd be easier if they organized and worked together on those. Currently, we have 19 members, and I'll show a map of that shortly. It is open to any nonprofit that has the same mission of managing invasive species in natural areas. We're governed by a board of directors consisting of the chairs and presidents of each of the chapters. And like NASMA, we changed our name from NAFC to NAFC to NAIPSI in 2014. Here's a map showing all of our members. You see, we've got a good range coverage, but we do have some empty spots yet. So the goals of NAFC is to facilitate communication between the councils, especially regarding invasive plant issues and policies of national importance. Also to communicate and represent the interests of the councils on these issues and policies. To support the formation and growth of IPSIs and EPSIs, and also to provide a forum to share information and benefit from the information generated by the councils. And we have a quarterly conference call between all of the members, and we all share what we're doing, and it's a great way to stay energized. And sometimes we get shamed, we're not doing much, and the other guys are just like, wow, we could be doing that too. And to provide support for the implementation of national invasive species initiatives and other activities of national importance. So how many of you are in an IPSI or EPSI? Good, many. For those of you that are not familiar with them, so some of the priorities of the IPSIs: develop and maintaining state invasive plant lists, conferences and work days, other public outreach efforts, mapping and EDRR. We all work closely with Chuck. And also grants supporting local research and outreach. Also, a lot of us support graduate students through travel grants and awards at conferences. CWMA or SISMA support, advocacy, and then a conduit to allow partnership and interaction between the many stakeholders involved with invasive plant management. So some of the projects we've been working on: invasive plant listing is, like I said, most IPSIs maintain and periodically update plant lists, but there's not much consistency across them. And so we were involved in an effort to develop a national standard for invasive plant listing through ASTM. And we worked on that diligently for, 2.5 years? Kind of got stalled out. Now APHIS is taking that effort on, but in the meantime, that's evolved into a checklist for invasive plant listing by state and regional invasive plant councils. And we're in the process now of trying to get buy-in from all of the state chapters, groups, to actually adopt that. And the goal of the checklist is to ensure that listing is done with the highest standards for scientific rigor and ecological expertise, transparent policy or procedures and clear documentation, an opportunity for public review, and consistent objective methodology to assure comparability across lists. It'd be a lot more work than many of us have been used to doing in the past, but well worth the effort, we think. Something else we've been involved with: we've started a quarterly webinar series, and during National Invasive Species Awareness Week, we've been involved with daily webinars, and those are hosted on our webpage, this is also managed by Chuck and Bugwood guys. And if you're interested more about the whole ASTM plant listing effort, there is a webinar on here that you can get more information on that. We also have support for CWMA, or resources for CWMA support and development. Nice map here that the Bugwood guys keep active with all the CWMAs around the country. And another, like everyone else, we have social media. We try to, another means to get information out to the general public. And I do want to recognize the executive board. Many of us are here today. So we got Sherry Williams over here as our vice chair. Karen Rollins isn't here. Many of us, so we talk on the phone all the time, but we don't know what each other look like. So Sherry has never met Doug. I'd only met Doug once before. So here's Doug Johnson, our treasurer. Chuck Bargeron, I think everyone knows him. Elise Rosdad. So is Elise here? So I don't know what Elise looks like. Now I do. Nice. So I was looking forward to coming to this meeting to actually see what people look like. And then Jill Swearingen. I'd never met Jill before either. So that's our board. And with that, I'm done. Any questions?
Let's see. Questions for Nancy while we transition. You guys are all doing great on your time. I don't know what we fed you, but it must have made you be on time, which is great. Okay, thanks, Nancy. Okay, now this is where you guys got to check on me. Did I bring up the right presentation now? Am I back on track? This is Paula Noel, who's going to talk to us about the efforts of the Canadian Council on Invasive Species.
All right.
Thanks for the introduction. And I just also wanted to give a little shout out to Barry Gibbs, who many of you know, who pretty much developed this presentation that I've just adapted for you today. And Barry has been a long time member of the board of directors of the Canadian Council on Invasive Species, recently stepped down from the board and has become our executive director and first employee. So that's a very exciting development for us. So a little bit of background about the Canadian Council on Invasive Species. The idea was originally floated to form a national council in Canada out of a forum in 2009, and then the call was reiterated at a follow-up forum. We're bringing together folks from across the country in 2012. And at that time, we formally established the council, and later that year, actually registered as a national nonprofit. And I guess there's a lot of different names of organizations that kind of work similarly and dissimilarly in some ways, but unlike the similarly named National Invasive Council here in the US, we're very much a bottom-up organization. So it's a group of volunteers, people working at nonprofit organizations across the country who saw a need to do this type of collaborative organizing, again, to get that kind of attention and collaboration going across the province and work with government agencies. So the partners currently of CCIS, we've got representatives from most provinces and territories across Canada. Logos are representing there the different invasive species councils across Canada, as well as provincial governments that we have currently as members on our board. And what we do, it's primarily, I guess our core purpose is still that idea of linking people together, collaborating, and creating an environment for collaboration and information sharing across the country. We have developed action plans or strategic plans for the organization, which we're updating on a regular basis. We're primarily focused in the projects that we're doing on addressing pathways and holding information sharing events. So we've committed to host a national forum at least every second year. And also CCIS was one of the lead organizers of the 2014 Weeds Across Borders workshop, which is the precursor to the workshop that we're at here today. So just to cover very quickly some of the key priorities that are in our current strategic plan. The last one was released in March of 2016, and the priorities that we've reiterated or identified in that plan are to maintain and strengthen the national network. And some of the actions that we're doing under that is continuing to meet with federal government leaders to try and ensure that invasive species issues are recognized as high priority, as well as support work towards a North American framework and supporting and strengthening provincial councils across the country. We had a goal of developing a national communications strategy for CCIS, and we did draft a strategy and present it at the last forum that we held in Ottawa in February of this year, and got a lot of great feedback from that forum. So we're kind of going back to that strategy and trying to incorporate all the feedback that we received. We're working on some education and awareness programs that I'll get into quickly and describe in the next couple of slides. And as well, we've got a commitment to contribute to national reporting. So CCIS has received some funding over recent years from the federal government to help to collect information from various provincial, territorial governments, as well as NGOs across the country to contribute to the federal reporting against Canada's 2020 biodiversity goals and targets. And we also, in the strategic plan, committed to finding and developing some successful case stories across Canada. Again, to go back to something that people have repeated a few times today of making sure that we're telling the stories of success. So I'll just go quickly through the three major initiatives that we have been working on and have made some progress on, which are our national taking action projects, a horticultural framework, and a spotters network framework. So our national taking action plan outlines the main programs, outreach strategies that we would like to see developed and distributed across Canada. Basically trying to develop programs that are targeted at changing people's behaviors and develop consistent messaging and branding across Canada, so that, which I think is something that's happening similarly in this country, of trying to kind of pick the best programs and then promote them cross-country. Again, in keeping with our strategic plan, we're basically targeting specific pathways and developing or adopting existing programs and adapting them to the Canadian landscape to address the high priority pathways, particularly ones that the public can play a role in. So one recent development, for example, the Canadian Council just signed recently an MOU with the Minnesota DNR, and so we are now the manager of Play Clean Go in Canada. And so we'll be developing Canadian materials as well as translating all of the materials into French so that they can be used in Canada. We also have developed and published a national horticultural framework. And all of these documents that I'm talking about, I think, are available on the CCIS website if you wanted to go and sort of dig a little deeper into them. But basically the horticulture framework was just developing a strategic plan for the council on how to promote partnerships with the horticulture nursery associations. Oh, did I lose it?
Yeah.
It's like they need a break every so often.
This one isn't.
It came back, didn't it?
Battery's dead. We'll get you another battery. Can you?
Shall I just
use
talk
a
very
loud
loudly?
voice?
Okay.
There's a mic on the table.
Oh, yeah, right here.
This one's not working.
Nope.
One.
All right. Give me all the dead ones.
All right, I can be loud if it's needed as well. So just education outreach to the horticulture landscape industry, and developing a national voluntary code of conduct. And there has been some follow-up work on this horticulture framework, talking with the industry across the country, and through that work, we're trying to figure out which plants are actually still traded today, because we're finding that some of our materials in education programs are not necessarily reflecting things that are currently being traded in the industry. And we've also developed a framework for a national spotters network, which of course is a citizen science initiative designed at raising public awareness, getting people out there and getting them engaged in early detection activities. And so these frameworks have been developed so that we kind of are set up and ready to take on these programs, but of course our ability to develop them any further will depend on our ability to receive, to raise the funds to be able to undertake some of these projects on more than just a volunteer basis. And I'll just kind of quickly go over as well, Kelly talked about this morning, a meeting that we co-hosted in Ottawa in 2016 with the Federal, Provincial, Territorial Task Force to basically pull together information, priorities from stakeholders, and a complementary process to the work that was being done by the different levels of government in Canada to try and, I guess, complement that process. And so we had over 60 organizations from across the country represented at that workshop. And I'll just quickly show you the lists of priority areas for action that were developed, both as sort of part of the pre-work that CCIS did for the project of surveying people across country, and then that came out of the workshop itself from participants sort of reviewing those priorities and then maybe adding some more and then going through them and identifying which they thought were the top ones that needed to be worked on right away. And as Kelly mentioned this morning, the final list that we have is, you can kind of slot it in piece by piece with the Federal, Provincial, Territorial Task Force report on recommendations. So I won't read them out, but the list is here. I think the ones that were bolded were the ones we did kind of a dot process at the end of the day where people could go and put their dots on the top priorities that they thought were the most important or the most time sensitive to work on. So that's why a couple of them are bolded here. And just as a final thing to mention, just some of the current sort of immediate priorities that we're working on at CCIS is expanding our membership. So we're trying to round out our board according to our governance structure and bring in some representatives from different federal agencies as well as some industries that we're working with and have them actually present at the table. We're implementing I give up. Implementing the Taking Action Plan, developing funding, and of course continuing the coordination and networking work, which is our primary goal. That's it.
Okay.
This is us.
Questions for Paula? I have a question. What's the French translation for play, clean, go?
We have not developed that yet, and it's a challenge.
Yeah.
Yes. You mentioned a 2020 biodiversity target. Who has set that?
Oh, those are the HE targets. So Canada's, I guess, reorganization of the number.
Operation across the region. That's kind of what Chip talked about earlier in his presentation, where those are the kind of partnerships and actual working relationships that help to manage invasive species at the state and the regional level. And in addition to carrying out the activities that are listed in the federal legislation and carrying out the communication and information sharing activities through our regional panel meetings, our regional panel will also take on other programs as funding allows. And I just wanted to hit on a couple of those. First of those being, we developed an invasive species traveling trunk back in 2012. It's an educational outreach trunk full of materials and hands-on materials where possible that is intended to inform the public and students about the invasive species problem and the impacts they have. We currently have 5 plant species covered in our invasive trunk and 7 animals, soon to be 8 because we have all the materials and information for Asian carp to be added to this. I'm just waiting on actual larger trunks to be able to incorporate everything, and those will be done in the next week or so. This is the stuff that's in our trunk. Right now, like I said, they were released in 2012. Over the last 3 years, we've been averaging over 250 days a year that these trunks are out in use. They're being used a lot of the time by schools. Teachers will borrow them to teach their science classes about invasive species. We also have a lot of state and federal agencies that are borrowing these to use at public outreach events because it does have the hands-on materials. We feel that kind of really drives the message home. As you can probably bet, the 20-foot python skin that's incorporated is the biggest hit with students all the time. They relate that back to the little tiny snake they see at the pet shop. So we have a nutria pelt in there. Like I said, the python skins. We have green mussels, zebra mussels, and orange cup coral that are encased in acrylic. There's a PowerPoint presentation that covers all the information of the trunk on a disc, and then we also have it in a hard copy for outreach events and for the public when they're outdoors. And there's a binder of all the talking points for teachers to use as they give that presentation to make sure they're covering all the high points. For the invasive plants, where possible, we have actual pressed plants that are then laminated. And for the stuff we can't have hands-on stuff like the lionfish and like giant salvinia, we just have high-resolution images of those so they can still get a good idea of what the species looks like. Because we're having a lot of teachers that use this every year now in their lesson plans, and we have a lot of state agencies that are using this every year at public outreach events, we decided it was time to upgrade everything that's in the trunk as far as the information on those species, and then start to expand it so we can get information out on other species. So in that effort, we've recently added the island apple snail. One of our panel members in his lab in South Carolina were able to encapsulate egg mass from an island apple snail into an epoxy resin block. So people are able to get a good idea of what those look like, which is what they usually see in the wild as an early detection. So we're hoping that kind of helps the public see these things. We have the adult shells as well in there. And this is an image of one of our Asian carp replicas that will be incorporated in the future, or hopefully next week or so. And we're currently working on feral hogs that'll hopefully be incorporated by the end of the year. Another project that came out of our region, this is actually, as in the federal legislation says, we're supposed to give recommendations to the task force. We provide a recommendation to develop a national management plan for the invasive lionfish from our region. From that recommendation, the task force established the Invasive Lionfish Control Ad Hoc Committee, which was made up of a lot of members of our regional panel, as well as federal, state, and university members from across the country. And we developed this plan. It was a 3-year cooperation, coordination effort that turned into a very good plan, but it was a lot of work to get through that 3 years and get all the reviews of this plan done. But it is one of 9 task force approved national management plans. And one thing that sets this plan apart from most of the other ones is we actually incorporated 12 species of lionfish that are currently available in the pet trade, not just the 2 species that are known to be invasive now. So we called for risk assessments on all those other species to see if they have the same potential to be invasive. And that's why the committee decided to change the name to a prevention and management plan, because it had that prevention component. And then finally, this is a more recent partnership we've established, a cooperative effort with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's Region 4 AIS program. And this is a joint effort between the Fish and Wildlife Service, our regional panel, and the Gulf States Marine Fisheries Commission to kind of do joint administration of this small grants program. The regional panel was able to incorporate a list of research priorities that we developed into the RFP. Like I said, a lot of our members are from the federal and state agencies that are charged with managing these species. So we were able to kind of steer the research more towards the aspects of ANS, like impacts, spread, control, that are most important to our management agencies. And we've done research on a number of different species. I've listed out a bunch here. Salvinia, hydrilla, we've got Asian carp in there, a couple crayfish, Asian clams. A lot of these, again, are dealing with spread of the species, different ways to control the species, and then the impacts the species are having. And we're also able to take the findings from this research and bring it back out into the region, into those state management, or the state and federal management agencies, by bringing the PIs from the research back into our regional panel meetings and having them present their findings, hoping that kind of rolls the findings right back into the management side, try to keep that effort going forward. And through this effort, over the last 3 years, we've funded 26 projects totaling $556,000. Which in this region, that's pretty good money dedicated strictly to aquatic invasive species. And we feel that it's really increasing the collaboration and communication between Fish and Wildlife, the regional panel, and the academic community, which wasn't really pulled in that heavily before into our regional panel. So, and with that.
Great, right on time. Questions for James? Thank you. Any questions?
Do you have any direct funding, or is it coming through the partner agencies?
Each regional panel of the 6 received $40,000 from the task force to coordinate activities, and then any other funding was just through the partnerships and stuff, like the one in Region 4, Fish and Wildlife.
And the task force is funded by?
The federal legislation.
Congressional mandate.
Yeah, congressional mandate.
Great.
Great. Well, you guys are doing a great job staying on time. Thanks again, James. Our last lightning round presentation is from Erica Jensen with the Great Lakes Commission. She's going to talk about collaborative efforts to prevent and control aquatic invasive species in the Great Lakes region.
Thank you. You've made it all the way to the end of this panel. So just bear with me a little bit longer. As Mark said, I'm the program manager at the Great Lakes Commission for our aquatic invasive species program. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're doing in the Great Lakes region to collaboratively prevent and control aquatic invasive species. And this is a presentation biased towards aquatic invasive species since we do represent the Great Lakes. So before I talk too much about that, I just wanted to set the context a little bit for coordination in the Great Lakes region. And I put this slide up here not because I think I need to convince all of you why we need to protect the Great Lakes, but just to emphasize the scope of the resource that we're working on. So the Great Lakes include 1/5 of the world's supply of fresh water. They provide drinking water for more than 40 million US and Canadians. More than 1.5 million US jobs are connected to the Great Lakes. They generate $62 billion annually in wages. The recreation and maritime sectors contribute more than $63 billion annually to the US and Canadian economies. So this makes coordination very important in the Great Lakes region. And in addition to that, the Great Lakes themselves cover 94,000 square miles of surface area. They hold 60 quadrillion gallons of water, and we have 11,000 miles of shoreline, 3,500 species of plants and animals, including over 170 fish species. And we also have over 180 established non-native species. So we also have a highly invaded ecosystem that's been dramatically altered by aquatic invasive species. So the Great Lakes Commission, we are a public agency. We were created by the 8 Great Lakes states in 1955. They signed the Great Lakes Basin Compact to help the 8 states collectively manage this vast and important natural resource. In 1999, we established a declaration of partnership with the provinces of Ontario and Quebec. And also in between there, the Commission received US congressional consent in 1968. Our commission is made up of 3 to 5 commissioners, it depends on which jurisdiction, from each of the 10 states and 2 provinces. And below there is a snippet from our mission, which is to promote economic prosperity, environmental protection, and achieve the balanced and sustainable use of the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River Basin water resources. So a very broad mandate. But historically, so we have this broad mandate. We work on a variety of Great Lakes issues on behalf of our member states and provinces. And we do have aquatic invasive species as a specific program that we work on. This is from our we just passed a new strategic plan, new 5-year strategic plan. So this is a summary of what is in our strategic plan for our aquatic invasive species program. You can see the objective up there, pretty common invasive species objective, prevent and control species introductions and spread that may negatively impact our environment and economy. I've outlined several actions up there from our strategic plan. This is how we do our work for invasive species. So support regional decision making and information sharing and measuring progress. We facilitate regional forums to coordinate effective approaches to aquatic invasive species. Collaborate with partners to advance common goals, and I will talk about that in a little bit more in a second. We also advocate to the federal government for legislation and funding for aquatic invasive species. And we do lead regional projects on priority invasive species issues. Most of our projects currently are pathway focused, looking at organisms in trade, ballast water, and canals and waterways. So, AIS coordination collaboration in the Great Lakes region. The Great Lakes Commission is just one of many regional organizations in the region. And what I have done here is I've created sort of an artificial taxonomy, if you will, of Great Lakes AIS organizations. And this is at a very high level. So these are regional groups and organizations. I haven't gone into the level of the SISMAs and the invasive species councils and the other groups that are within states or at the local level. But I've tried to keep it high-level regional organizations. So in one group, over down there on the bottom, your left, I guess it would be, are species-focused collaborative groups. So we have the Asian Carp Regional Coordinating Committee, which is a federal, state, regional coordinating committee to prevent the introduction and establishment of Asian carp in the Great Lakes region. We have the Great Lakes Phragmites Collaborative and the Invasive Mussel Collaborative, which are two collaboratives focused on Phragmites and dry-seeded mussel control in the Great Lakes region. And we as the Great Lakes Commission actually provide staff support to those two collaboratives. And there's also a group working on control management of hydrilla that's managed by some other partner agencies that we work with. We also have a couple of pathway-based forums. There's a Great Lakes Ballast Water Collaborative that facilitates information sharing around ballast water treatment and preventing AIS introduction in the Great Lakes region through ballast water. And we also coordinate a CAUSE, or Chicago Area Waterway System Advisory Committee, that's looking at near and long-term options to prevent the movement of Asian carp and other invasive species through the Chicago Area Waterway System, which is a connection between the Great Lakes and Mississippi River basins. Up at the top there are a bunch of groups, regional groups in the Great Lakes region, including the Great Lakes Commission, that I have put in a bubble, which I have labeled governance, for lack of anything better to call it. But these groups all have a broader mandate than just invasive species, but have an invasive species program or component to what they're working on. So we have the Great Lakes Commission. We have our two sister commissions, the Great Lakes Fishery Commission, which was also established in 1955 for management of Great Lakes fisheries, but they run the sea lamprey control program, and the International Joint Commission, which is a U.S.-Canada binational treaty organization, and they also help facilitate the implementation of the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement. And the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement has an annex focused on invasive species, so they have a subcommittee that's implementing that agreement. The other circle over here is the Conference of Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Governors and Premiers. So it's a conference of the governors and premiers of the 8 states and 2 provinces. They have an invasive species task force that's designated to work on invasive species issues on behalf of the governor's offices. On the other side, I've listed the Great Lakes Legislative Caucus, which is the caucus of state legislators from across the Great Lakes region. And they meet periodically and have expressed an interest in invasive species and how they can work within their state legislatures to pass invasive species related legislation. And then right there in the center, I put the Great Lakes Panel on Aquatic Nuisance Species. So James, who spoke before me, talked about the Gulf and South Atlantic panel and the network of the 6 regional panels that report to the task force. So we have the Great Lakes Panel on Aquatic Nuisance Species. The Great Lakes Panel was actually the first regional panel established. It was specifically mentioned in the 1990 legislation. So the panel was established in 1991. The legislation also specifically mentioned the Great Lakes Commission and called on the Great Lakes Commission to convene and coordinate that panel. So I am the Invasive Species Program Manager for the Great Lakes Commission. I am also the coordinator for the Great Lakes Panel on Aquatic Nuisance Species. So that gives you a big overview of coordination in the Great Lakes region. I just quickly, before my time is up, I wanted to talk about one other thing. I don't think I was specifically tasked with talking about this, but I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity and just put in a plug for an approach that we are starting to look at within the Great Lakes region and that the Great Lakes Commission has used to a couple of our collaborative efforts, and that is collective impact. So if you think about collaboration and coordination, you can approach that range from, multiple groups doing their different things, having isolated impact. But if you can bring those groups together and get them working towards on a common agenda, you can maximize the benefits that you get from collaboration. So some collaborations could, and this is based on a paper that was in the Stanford Review by Kanya and Kramer, and they were looking at health issues and social issues, but we have looked at this from a natural resource management perspective. And so what collective impact does is it provides an organizational structure to your collaboration that attempts to maximize the results of collaboration in what we have quoted as collaboration on steroids. So It provides a formal framework for organization and action. It involves stakeholders progressing towards a goal through structure that facilitates mutually reinforcing activities and regular feedback. And with collective impact, partners can use individual strengths to work towards solutions that are advantageous to the group. So if you wanted to apply principles of collective impact to your collaboration, there are a few things that you need. So this is the structure that's being applied to collaboration that would make it collective impact. So you need a common agenda for the group. You need a shared system of measurement. You need to ensure that all the groups participating in the collaboration are carrying out mutually reinforcing activities. There needs to be continuous communication throughout that collaborative effort. And you have to have a neutral backbone organization that is staffed and funded and supported to keep that collaborative going forward and making sure that all those other boxes are happening. And so in addition to these 5 elements that are required for a collective impact approach to collaboration, we've also identified 3 other elements that we think are critical preconditions before you venture down a collective impact approach. And that is urgency to address the issue, sufficient resources to support the effort, and the presence of influential champions. So if this kind of structured approach to collaboration is something that you're interested in, my colleague Heather Braun gives a much longer, much better presentation about it than I just did. She co-authored a paper with some other partners about applying the collective impact approach to the Great Lakes Free Mighties Collaborative. So that paper was published in the Journal of Biological Invasions, and then you can also read the original Kanya and Kramer 2011 paper about collective impact. So just want to put a quick plug for that since we're talking about collaboration. And that's it.
Great, thank you very much. We now have a little bit of time for discussion, so if anyone has any questions or comments that they would like to pose to the greater group or one of the speakers, now would be a great time to do that. Any questions or comments? Yeah.
I have a question about the small grants available through the Centers for Integrated Pest Management.
Okay, so
how does that process work in terms of applying for that money? I'm interested in trying to establish a project through that.
So the question was, how do the grants through the IPM centers work?
Yeah.
In the fall, usually, there are RFAs that come out. Each center has one. The main applicant has to be from that region. However, participants in the project don't. The spotted wing Drosophila projects in Northeast and South actually had members from Canada because they're absolutely partners in addressing that particular pest. Each RFA is different. So if you were in the southern region, I could tell you what we've done in the past, and that we've gone to outcome-based funding. We want you to have a project that says, by the time this project's over, here's what we're going to achieve. It's 1 year money. So you gotta get it, get in, get it done, get out. However, we do have working groups that come back to us. The one I'm thinking of right now is the Southern Nursery IPM working group. They apply just about annually, and they have a strategic plan of where they want to go. Every year they tend to apply for about the maximum amount. Just about every year they get funded because they have a consistent track record of putting in a project, getting it done on time, and moving the effort forward. So
you have a longer term project, you could use it to do one objective every year, as long as you make, have a positive outcome for each of those small projects.
It helps if you have a positive outcome. You can't always guarantee that because the world's a funny place. But if you are at least showing progress or you learn some lessons, that's always a good thing. So it is possible to do that. We often encourage a lot of our groups, like the Spotted Wing Drosophila group. I've been familiar with them for about 6 years of working with them on various projects. they're one of my favorite ones to talk about because we funded them, I think, maybe 1 or 2 years. And then they went off and got bigger grants. They don't call us so much anymore for funding, and I'm cool with that. That's great. They went off and did bigger and better because there are larger pools available. But the very first thing they did, and this is what we asked all of our invasive species working groups to do: meet with all the partners you need, set your priorities, get whatever measurables you can. That becomes your framework for moving forward on future projects. Please use us as a way to promote the priorities that when you write your next grant, it really helps you have something to cite, that you got a group together, they said, hey, this is a real big issue, and what are our #1 things? We need a track for it. We need better solutions for cultural controls. We need things that will actually control it. Great, let's put those up there. Now the next researchers, extension folks coming along have exactly what they need when they write their projects and say, I can tackle this one, their top objective. So sometimes I'm amazed that we have to describe that water is wet, but we need to do that to people that aren't in the discipline and don't understand why this thing's an issue and how we move forward with it.
Do you have a listserv or something so that people get those RFA announcements?
Yes, each of the IPM centers has a listserv. So definitely subscribe in your region. Back to my presentation, which I will share with this group later, I have all of our websites. And we post it on there, it goes out to our listservs, and I think that also goes to our Facebook, our Twitter. We try to get it out as broadly as possible. For the southern region, we did that rather successfully. Last year we had 34 or 37 applicants, and we ended up funding, math in my head, I think 9. So used to be we would get 20 applicants and we'd fund 12. And they really like that funding percentage.
Thanks, Joe. We have a question from.
My question is for Belle from NASMA. You're expanding your member base, and I didn't hear any mention of Mexico. Do you have plans on including Mexico, or I just missed that?
I thought I mentioned it, but if I didn't, I should have. Yes, we do plan, and I hope to talk to all of our Mexican representatives here at the conference, yes.
Great. Other questions or comments?
I just wonder, because I haven't seen academic institutions related with some commissions. For example, here is the Great Lakes Commission, and I know the institute in Windsor that is working on invasive biology, but I haven't seen here in your presentation. So I wonder about that. But there are some other places also where I miss the presence of the academic institutions.
Yeah, so the slide that I showed that had all the regional collaborative groups that was listed, academic institutions are represented in those groups that are up there. So I just tried to put up there the multi-stakeholder, multi-jurisdictional forums and task groups that were there. So the academic institutions certainly participate and are members of many of those groups that I showed. Not the Great Lakes Commission, because we're an entity of the states, so we were created by the states. But the task forces and groups that we work on for invasive species do work with academic institutions.
Thank you. Great presentations. I just wonder, because of the discussion we had yesterday, how you share information within each task force or region, and if you exchange experiences among the regions.
Great question that probably everyone should answer. I'm going to turn to James first, because he's right next to me.
As far as our regional panel and other regional panels, we share information with our regional panels. If there's a problem for national, all regional panels do meet jointly. The heads of them just work out those problems and move things forward at the task force. And then we report stuff up to the task force that's listed in federal legislation. Any problems that then have to be elevated up to that level to try to get some action going on. So as far as getting information shared within the region, it's mainly through our regional panel meetings, and then through our website where we put up minutes and presentations that are presented at our meetings.
Just to add to all the things James said, to add to that, we facilitate a lot of listservs. Each of our collaborative groups has its own listserv and website. We do webinars, we host meetings. I often joke that my field work is attending meetings, not actually doing field work. The regional panels also will meet jointly. So we've had a joint meeting with the Mississippi River Basin panel. We've had a joint meeting with Northeast. So we also look for opportunities to have joint regional panel meetings.
Go, do you wanna, we'll just kind of pass it around.
Sure. I mean, we're trying to increase, not in addition to our quarterly newsletter, we're trying to increase more active participation in social media so that we're getting more current, real-time issues and communication about what's going on. There's talk about holding some online webinars and more frequent conversations online as well.
So I mentioned we have quarterly conference calls, we have a listserv with all the members. And since we are a small group, that's fairly easy. As far as communicating out, we try to have liaisons from other organizations, national agencies, and we do have a lot of academics involved in the ITSEs and ETSEs.
Rick, do you wanna, do you guys communicate or translate your information out in your group?
We don't actually manage any kind of databases or anything like that, so we're not sharing.
Species Center in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, and a member of the NASEM board. And I'll be moderating our last session for the day, talking about addressing risk and interdicting critical pathways and vectors for invasive species in North America. So we're going to get started with our first presentation from Faith Campbell, who is the Vice President of the Center for Invasive Species Prevention. And she will be speaking about prevention pathways and vectors, plant pest pathways.
Yes, and I apologize for sitting down, but as you've all seen, I'm limping around on a cane, so that just seemed a simpler way to go about this. This is a California example of a plant pest in action. What is a plant pest? Well, they vary considerably from wild boars to nematodes, all kinds of insects, single-cell organisms like Phytophthora ramorum, snails, earthworms. There are a wide variety and a large number of them. And all kinds of plants are at risk to them, ranging from trees like the California oak or the eastern hemlock, bromeliads, cacti, herbaceous plants, and of course a whole wide variety, of agricultural crops, but I won't be focusing on those. Insects are the best studied group of plant pests and also the most closely regulated, so there's a certain circuity in this. There are large numbers of them recorded by the official agencies, which put more attention on insects than any other kind of plant pest. They do have a wide range of impacts and in all kinds of ecosystems and with huge economic, ecosystem and even human health impacts. As of a couple of years ago, one study found that there were 3,500 non-native insects in the US and Canada. I'm afraid I don't have a number for Mexico. Of these, about 500 species of insects and pathogens, so it's not entirely overlapping, attack trees and shrubs in the US. Canada had a record of 182 non-native insects attacking their trees. I have never seen an estimate of how many attack herbaceous plants. And Hawaii is its own special case, of course, with 2,600 non-native insects, making up 50% of the insect fauna for the islands. Introductions, of course, continue. These are recent estimates of the number of newly detected plant pests found in the United States. The most recent estimate from last year by APHIS is 16 new species were detected established in the U.S. That's lower than some previous years, higher than some others, but certainly the process continues. With the tree-killing pests, which is what I've focused on for the last 25 years, there's a couple of sources showing that we get about two new tree-attacking insects per year in the United States, and about one new one per every 3 years in Canada, because Canada imports a much lower volume of goods than the United States does. This has not increased with the rising volumes of trade, but one type of insect has increased with the rising volume of trades, and that's wood borers that are found in crates, pallets, and other kinds of wood materials. And again, another study has shown that if the rate of a couple of years ago these were being introduced, by 2050 there will be triple the number of non-native wood-boring pests in the United States as there are now. Whoops, sorry. As I said, the numbers are not rising commensurate with total import volume. They have been rising commensurate with the rising volume of wood packaging material. This leads scientists to conclude that the phytosanitary measures, the plant health measures, the prevention measures that agencies in North America have adopted are having some effect, because the number of pests isn't rising as fast as the volume of trade, but not sufficient effect to really protect our forests and other ecosystems. And in fact, this is a global phenomenon. Stevens et al. Paper just came out a few months ago, finds again that the accidentally transported organisms, algae, insects, crustaceans, etc., are the numbers being introduced in any particular country are closely tied to the volume of imports going into that country. So they also conclude that biosecurity regimes are not sufficiently effective. Now, getting to the pathways by which plant pests enter the country, they certainly come in on imported plants, both herbaceous plants and woody plants. They come in on wood packaging material, as I mentioned, and some come in on furniture and other forms of wood. They come in on cut flowers. A lot of them come in fruits and vegetables imported illegally by travelers in their luggage. And some of them come in on ship superstructures. That's an Asian gypsy moth egg mass being pointed to by the customs official there. What is the relative importance of the different pathways? That's pretty hard to judge because we're relying on inspector detections, and inspection protocols, inspection patterns are set by policies. So if they look really hard at tourist luggage, they're going to find more pests in tourist luggage, and they're not going to be looking at something else. But certainly up until recently, a large proportion of plant pests generally, not tree-killing pests, have come in baggage. And this breaks down what some of the other categories are. I think seeing only 7% on plant propagated material, I think that really is not right. Part of it's because of the focus of the inspection effort. Part of it is because it's extremely difficult to detect pests in living plants. So I think that's an undercount. But in any case, again, luggage, wood packaging material, other kinds of fruit, all kinds of fruits and vegetable shipments, and then live plants. There are 3 agencies in North America that have the legal responsibility for preventing plant pest introductions. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency, which we had a speaker from CFIA earlier today, Senacica, and the Mexicans have mentioned it quite often for Mexico, and the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service for USDA. And there is a tripartite, a tri-national collaborative agreement among those 3 agencies. North American Plant Protection Organization, someone will be representing them a little later in our meeting. Notice that the mission is to bring together public and private people to develop standards, they call it measures, to prevent pest introduction, and protecting plant resources and the environment is one of the strategic goals. I've been working with NAPO for 10 or 15 years, and I find it a great opportunity to get together with the agencies that have the legal authority and the power to do something about these introductions, and to help consider and steer what kind of actions should be taken. I encourage more of you to do that. I thought I'd go over some of the impacts because I think there aren't any entomologists and plant pathologists in the room. Well, I know there's one, but he's dealing with weeds now. All U.S. states have at least 3 or 4 non-native insects or pathogens that attack trees in a serious way. As you can see, the highest numbers are in the Northeast and Midwest, particularly New York. Those parts of the country, or at least some of them, have been trading with the rest of the globe for 400 years. So it's not surprising that they've accumulated a large number of non-native organisms. But the West Coast is catching up. California has 2/3 the number of pests as New York. And California's been trading with the rest of the globe for, 150, 160 years. So they're working at it real hard. These organisms cost a huge amount of money. This is trees or no trees are worth less than houses with standing healthy trees. Notice that the local governments are spending 10 times as much on this problem as the federal government is. And yet it's the federal government that has responsibility for preventing these introductions and responding to them. So the burden is just being passed to all the rest of us to deal with the results of ineffective policies. A large number of trees very important to America's ecosystems are already heavily damaged. I put decimated in quotations because I can't quite prove that 90% of them are gone in all cases, but they've really been heavily impacted, starting with famous ones like American chestnut and going to others that you might never have heard of. And an imminent risk of going downhill fast in certain places and under threat from pests that are already here are the ones on the right, quite a few in California. The ohia tree in Hawaii, which is not only culturally very important, but which makes up 80% of the remaining native forest. And I included a non-tree, Opuntia cacti, which I thought I'd go into some of these in a little more detail. The eastern hemlock creates unique ecosystems in the riparian canyons of the Appalachian Mountains. Unique animals live in those highly shaded areas. It's a combination of the dense shade and the very acidic content of the hemlock needles. In most of those areas, well, all that brown area, the hemlock is pretty much gone because of hemlock woolly adelgid. And those ecosystems are turning into something else. The emerald ash borer has spread now to 30 states, not all of 30 states, but portions of 30 states. It is threatening 17 species of ash in the US and Canada and several more species in Mexico. When it gets there, which it will, they are very important in deciduous forests and especially in wetlands and riparian areas. And they are responsible, the emerald ash borer and all the dead ash trees in urban areas are responsible for a large chunk of that $2 billion cost that was estimated before. Because homeowners and cities can't throw up their hands and walk away from the problem. When the tree falls over, it's going to cause property damage or maybe kill somebody. So they can't just shrug their shoulders and walk away the way the feds can. White pine blister rust came in more than a century ago on a very poor decision about importing pine seedlings from Europe. It has done most of its damage in the West, and it's particularly a threat now to the high elevation pines, white bark pine and limber pine, which are being wiped out by a combination of blister rust and the mountain pine beetle. And they create, again, unique ecosystems at these high elevations and provide much of the food for grizzly bears and some other species that live at those high elevations. Laurel wilt, she had mentioned this morning. Red bay is a small tree, mostly, and it's an understory tree, so people weren't all that concerned about it, but it's extremely important in the environment. There are a number of insect species, including butterflies, that are dependent on it. And it's virtually gone now from North Carolina around into parts of Alabama, and as this map showed, it's spreading farther. When it gets to Mexico, it'll have quite a variety of Lauraceae to attack. And it's also perhaps a threat to some other Lauraceae here in the eastern US. Earthworms, of course there are probably dozens if not hundreds of species of earthworms that have been introduced to North America. They're everywhere. They change the soil, they change the leaf litter, and by doing so they change the plant communities, and they do a lot of damage to the soil living organisms, up to as big as salamanders, but certainly a lot of the invertebrates. And as you can imagine, once you've got an exotic earthworm, it's pretty difficult to figure out what you're going to do about it. The cactus moth, on the US-Mexican border, there are 2 million acres, I think it says, 2 million square miles of desert, and the flat-padded Opuntia cacti are extremely important parts of that ecosystem. They are at least the younger ones, the more succulent ones, are at great risk to this South American insect, the cactus moth. The cactus moth, last I heard, it was established in Louisiana on the dikes of canals and things there, and nobody in the U.S. is really doing anything serious at this point about trying to prevent its spread further. And once it gets to the drier parts of Texas, I think we've lost it. It's already done a lot of damage to cacti in Florida, native Opuntia cacti there. The scale on Phragmites in Louisiana, this one's pretty interesting because this Phragmites is not native. I was on the webinar the other week. There are 4 different species of Phragmites in the Louisiana marshes. None of them is native, but they're depending very heavily now on these canes to try to prevent additional soil loss due to wave action. And now they're losing thousands of acres, or have over the last 8 months or so have lost tens of thousands of acres of Phragmites to this Asian scale. And they're getting pretty desperate trying to figure out what they're going to do about that to try to stop further soil loss. Again, the 3 responsible agencies. And I'm afraid I'm going to focus on the U.S. one at this point. Last year, APHIS said it identified 162,000 pests. That's not types of pests, but total pests on incoming shipments, of which 73,700 were considered quarantine pests, meaning ones that they want to prevent the entry of. That's after they or customs inspected 62 million boxes of fruit, 16,000 shipments of live plants and seeds, and a whole bunch of other cargo. They're claiming successes, greatly reducing the number of ships coming from Asia with Asian gypsy moth. I think Wendy's going to talk more about that later from the Canadian perspective. The APHIS also runs with the states in a cooperative program, a large survey program targeting 330 high-risk pests, and it was that process that detected the 16 new species that they believe are established in the U.S., most of which they think they've stopped before they could spread. Customs is in charge of inspecting everything coming into the U.S. except live plants. They have agriculture specialists. Customs says that it inspects annually about 710,000 shipments for agricultural pests. That's out of maybe 20, well, it's not quite a link, but the last figure I saw was we get 25 million shipping containers every year coming into the country. So Customs targets them based on history and other factors that lead them to focus on particular shipments is most likely to be carrying a pest. Out of those 710,000 shipments, they found 3,500 shipments each year, by more or less, that in which the wood packaging does not comply with the treatment requirements. And out of those 3,500, 830 per year, this is an average figure, contain a pest that is prohibited from entry. Over the last 4 or 5 years, that has included a large number of beetles. For example, Cerambycids is the same genus as Asian longhorn beetle, and Buprestids is the same genus as emerald ash borer. And these non-compliant shipments come from everywhere. They come from Europe, they come from Asia, they come from Mexico and Central America. As I mentioned, APHIS coordinates with the states a large monitoring program to look for early detection, and part of that overall program focuses on bark beetles and wood borers. The U.S. Forest Service also has monitoring programs. The most important from the early detection point of view is another program also focusing on bark and ambrosia beetles. Money has been mentioned several times. This graph shows that U.S. imports of total import value, minus oil, since oil is not going to be oil shipments aren't going to be transporting plant pests, have increased enormously, but the funding for inspectors has not kept pace. These problems with plant pest interceptions, preventions are not unique to North America. Europe has had a terrible record recently of introduced really deadly insects and particularly plant pathogens. And once they get into Europe, it's even more difficult to prevent their spread from one country to another than it is in the U.S. because there's even fewer controls over the movement of plants within Europe from one European Union country to another than there are between the U.S. states. So Europe is in very bad shape on all this. The sense is that New Zealand is doing the best job. They have a much more proactive approach, carefully vetting at least the deliberate introductions. And by doing that, they've also brought down the accidental introductions that are associated with them. They also have a quite vigorous inspection program, but that inspection is never going to be the full answer. And I appreciate your attention. Chip had mentioned the red bay ambrosia beetle laurel wilt disease. This is one of George's photos of what happened when laurel wilt wiped out a large grove of red bay trees. Any questions?
Yeah, you were talking about New Zealand being successful in preventing new invasions. How are they at control?
They're very aggressive on some things. Oh, I'm sorry, how is New Zealand, how effective is it on control of what's already there?
That's it.
They're very aggressive on mammals. And they're very aggressive on certain tree-killing pests that I'm aware of. And they've certainly made a major effort with some of the invasive plants, but they do have a lot of established invaders and they can't deal with them all. I forgot, I was supposed to do something. The Nature Conservancy's Continental Dialogue on Non-Native Forest Insects and Diseases will be meeting here in Savannah in November, the middle of November, like the 10th of November, Lee? Yeah. Lee Greenwood back there has save the date information if anybody wants to hear about that. So you can come back to Savannah for another meeting.
Faith, you mentioned that box elder you had listed as implicating as being a tree species of concern, and I was just wondering if there a regionality to that, because we've got a lot of box elder in Wisconsin.
The box elder that are being killed right now are in California. They're being killed by the Polyphagus and Curocio shothole borers. Those are insects from Southeast Asia and Taiwan, so I have my doubts what they might do in Wisconsin. But box elder is widespread across the warmer parts of southeastern United States, and I think people here in the southeastern United States should be very worried about those two shothole borers, because if they are from Vietnam and Taiwan, I would think they would find Mississippi and Alabama and Georgia a lot more to their liking than some in California, and they're killing trees right left and center in Southern California. Any other questions?
Great. Well, thank you very much, Faith. Next up, we have Pam Fuller from USGS, and she's going to speak to us about aquatic pathways.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Is that working? Is that loud enough? I'm going to talk to you about how species get around the world in aquatic pathways. And there have been lots of reasons for moving things around the world. Publication by Wellcome in 1988 listed various reasons for moving things. This is a breakdown from all the different species we have in the NES database showing the numbers of different pathways that have moved things into the US or around the US. So I'm going to go through and talk about a few of these things. So the largest pathway for most of these things has been by stocking. And these stockings can either be legal or illegal. They can be intentional or unintentional. And they may be conducted for purposes of sport, food, forage, biocontrol, or conservation of rare species. Stocking in the U.S. really began in earnest in the late 1870s, largely thanks to this gentleman here, Dr. Spencer Fullerton Baird, who was the commissioner of the U.S. Fish Commission back then. And he was the one who initially took several species out of the Hudson rivers in milk cans here, is what they used to use to transport fish back then. He loaded them up on railroad cars and then took them out west. These are some of the species that he took in his initial voyage. So these species are all East Coast species that were transported to the West Coast. This is another dominant one that was taken, was the American shad as a food species. It was stocked down in the Stockton region here in Central California and took very well and has spread up and down the West Coast all the way up to Alaska. We have also taken species from the West Coast and moved them to the East Coast, particularly the salmonids. So they have been moved around not only coastal areas, but also to the Great Lakes. And in the case of rainbow trout, they've been moved all over. Now, as I mentioned, things can be moved around in a variety of ways, and this species is a good example of that. This is the flathead catfish. It's native to the Mississippi drainage. And in its native range, it doesn't cause a problem, but we found in its introduced areas, it can cause real problems. So this is a species that has been introduced legally in a few areas. It was introduced into the lower Colorado River and into a few locations along the East Coast. And then once they realized the problems that the species caused, state agencies stopped stocking it. However, anglers enjoyed the species so much, they took it upon themselves to keep moving them. So they moved them throughout the whole Atlantic seaboard here, and we've also recently found some illegal introductions in Michigan. So there's been the legal ones. I've also mentioned the illegal ones, and then on top of that, there have been unintentional introductions out here in the Snake River, where in the 1940s, the state of Idaho thought they were stocking blue catfish, but when nobody ever caught any blue catfish and they caught flatheads instead, they realized they stocked the wrong species. Back in the 1950s, we were really kind of the heyday of stocking things and see what happens. And so they took about 30 species from the west coast of Mexico and threw them all into the Salton Sea to see what would happen. Most of them were unsuccessful, but there were 2 species that did survive, a forage species and a predator. Although my understanding now is that the Salton Sea has become so salty that pretty much nothing lives there anymore, and these are gone now. Species have been stocked for biocontrol. The one up at the top here is mosquito fish. That's been introduced worldwide to control mosquitoes because it will eat mosquito larvae. State of Florida introduced a peacock bass to control an introduced cichlid here, the spotted tilapia. And these grass carp, as other people have mentioned, have been widely used to control aquatic vegetation such as hydrilla. Then there's the aquarium releases and or escapes from tropical fish farms. Because a lot of these take place in Florida, particularly around Central Florida, it's often hard for us to distinguish when we find something in that area, whether it's an aquarium release or an escape. But of course, in other areas of the country, it's more likely an actual release. But this shows you what tropical fish farms in Florida look like. Lots and lots of ponds. Most of these have drainage ditches that will go into an adjacent waterway, or as you can see here, they're right up against large waterways. So especially in years past, there was a lot of leakage or things are better now, apparently. They take more care to make sure things don't go out. This is an example of some of the species that have been introduced from the aquarium trade into the U.S. Some have become established, some have not. Here's a listing of some of the real common ones. Pacu, a lot of cichlids, large catfish, arowanas, loaches, etc. A lot of these have the characteristics that they grow large. People buy this cute little 2-inch catfish in the store and then get it home and it outgrows their 10-gallon tank and they let it go. Some of these eat live food or are expensive to feed, so people let them go after that. Most of them are warm water, so they're not as much of an issue in cold water areas. And some of these are also very aggressive, which is another reason to let them go. It's not just freshwater species, it's also marine species. Everybody has heard about the lionfish here, no doubt, but we also have things like the panther grouper, another one of those things that you buy when it's 2 inches long and it's really cute, and then it gets very large and eats everything in your tank, and then people let it go. We've also got a scat here and an orbiculate batfish. So most of these releases take place in southeast Florida. We do have a rapid response system in place for those where we, USGS partners with Reef and tries to go out and actually catch those. Here are some of the common marine species that get released. These I think are less commonly released mainly because the fish cost a lot more. You're less likely to let a $30, $40, $50 fish go than you are a $2 guppy. It's not just the tropical fish that are released either. There are also temperate species. So we've got the ever-present goldfish, which is widely distributed throughout the country. There are koi, and koi are actually just a color morph of the common carp. It's the same species. And then here is the oriental weather loach. And that one is very cold tolerant and has established a variety of populations around the country, including in the Seattle area, Chicago area, and New York. It's not just fish that are released from aquariums. It's also everything else in the aquarium. You have the tropical plants. People often keep crayfish, snails, whether you meant to keep them or not, encroach. We have African clod frogs. There are a few populations of those in the U.S., a fairly recent one in Florida. Things like Asian clam, corbicula, the ever-present red-eared slider, which is all over the place, and even weird things like octopi get released. There's pet releases and escapes. Most famous one here, I'm sure everybody knows about, is the Burmese python in South Florida. But there are lots of other things too. We've got crocodilians such as the brown caiman. Looks a lot like an alligator. It's actually a South American species. And lo and behold, there is a population in South Florida. As we go through these slides, you'll kind of notice Florida gets all the good stuff. There are also alligators that are native to the southeast. People buy them in the pet trade when they're little and cute, and then they outgrow the bathtub and they outgrow your bathroom, and then they get let go. And not surprisingly, just about all the alligators that are found are right about 4 feet. From water that was taken in Japan and let loose in Oregon, and they found 367 different species in that water. So we're paying ecological roulette with this ballast water. There's about 2 million gallons of ballast water from foreign ports released every hour. There may be as many as 3,000 alien species transported in ballast every day. So huge numbers of species and water being moved. This is an example of the world shipping routes. The lighter colors here indicate the routes that are more commonly used. So you can see that there's lots of shipping here from the East Coast down to South America over to Europe, and lots from the West Coast here over into Asia. So shipping is a pathway, as I mentioned, transports a lot of things, but it is preferential for certain things. Here you can see percentages of certain taxonomic groups that are attributable to transport by shipping. So we've got a little more than half of crustaceans, less than half of mollusks, but nearly all the selenorates and all of the tunicates. On the other hand, for fish, it's only a very small portion of fish that are actually transported in ballast water. But of those, the Asian gobies are the predominant ones that get moved around. There are 4 species that have been introduced into California through ballast water, listed here. There are also 2 that have been introduced into the Great Lakes. In addition to the Eurasian ruff, And there have been several collections of European flounder. Those are not established yet. On top of fish, we also have a variety of mollusks. Zebra mussel came into the Great Lakes in shipping. The green mussel came into Tampa Bay and spread around the bottom of Florida and up the southeast coast up to about Charleston or so. The veined grapple whelk was introduced into Chesapeake Bay and has remained pretty confined there. The gallo mussel was introduced on the Pacific coast and has spread pretty widely. There are also little tiny things that get introduced that you may not notice. Here's spiny water fleas and fishhook water fleas. Those were both introduced into the Great Lakes through shipping. Shipping is also really good at moving crabs around. So we've got Japanese shore crabs on the Atlantic coast, Chinese mitten crabs on the west coast, and European green crabs on both coasts. As I mentioned, ballast is commonly associated with transporting jellyfish, and this species in particular was caught in the Gulf of Mexico. Is that on? Yep. There we go. In the Gulf of Mexico in 2004, when there was a real jellyfish bloom. The species has been moved throughout the world through ballast, and our invasion came from the Caribbean, where they were brought up. As you can see here, they reached very high densities, and they were pretty much gone by the next year. So they didn't stick around. In addition to those things, there are also, as I mentioned, other little things you can't see, such as diseases that are carried in the ballast water. So here's a whole list of them, and most of these infect shellfish, like the oysters we had last night. And then people can get infected by eating the shellfish. Ballast water occasionally transports some oddities. There was a school of squid that was found in Lake Michigan. There was a very large ray, perhaps a manta ray, found in Lake Michigan. And they found a whole school of mullet in a ballast tank in Chesapeake Bay. So who knows what you suck up in that ballast water. Shipping is a two-way street. We've done our portion to donate some things to other areas of the country. We did give the Black Sea Nemniopsis ledlii, or the comb jelly, and that's had devastating effects on fisheries over there. In recent years, aquaculture escapes have become a more prominent thing. This occurs not only in freshwater, but in saltwater as well. Here are some examples of net pens. Net pens are used to farm fish commonly, but there are also bivalves and shrimp and things that are aquacultured as well. And then this is a shot of a catfish farm in Arkansas, and you can see each one of these is a separate pond, and here is a waterway right here. So these commonly get flooded and the fish get out, which is how Asian carp first really got out big time. Here are the Asian carp that got out. The silver and big head were two of the species that were being farmed in Arkansas and in Missouri when there were big floods in the early 1990s. A number of grass carp were also released, and there's one farm that's thought to have lost about 40 brood stock of grass carp, or of black carp, and so that may be the source of the black carp in the Mississippi. On the marine side, Atlantic salmon are farmed. As you may guess, Atlantic salmon is native to the Atlantic coast. However, it is farmed in the Seattle area and also in British Columbia. There have been escapes of hundreds of thousands of animals when these net pens are damaged or raided by otters or things like that. So many have gotten loose, and there has been some documented reproduction on the West Coast, as if the western salmon don't already have enough problems. Asian tiger shrimp is another one that's come in fairly recently, an escape from aquaculture. First showed up in 2004 in Mobile Bay area, and it spread quite rapidly. Well, it lagged for a few years, but then about 2012 or so, it really took off, and it spread big time, and it's now spread down through the Caribbean. It has a couple different color phases here, but we believe it is from aquaculture because there are lots of them that have a prominent red stripe down their back, and that is a characteristic that was bred into aquaculture individuals to make them more appealing in the market. Another similar species is river prawn, macrobrachium. Again, just showing the types of places where they're cultured and that they're right there next to the ocean and not surprised that they get out. Canal connections is another way things get around. These canals are intentionally designed to connect two waterways that were never meant to be connected. Quite often these are designed for shipping shortcuts. So we've got things like the Panama Canal, which connects the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean as a shortcut for shipping. But we've also got them in other areas here. We have the Erie Canal, which connects the Hudson River. The Hudson River only flows south into the Atlantic Ocean. It used to be completely separate from the Mohawk River, which flowed west and into Lake Ontario. But now these two are connected. And when they first opened the canal, they celebrated by dumping a gallon of Atlantic water into Lake Erie and vice versa, celebrating the connection. There's also another canal that connects these two waterways. So this area goes north up into the St. Lawrence Seaway. California Aqueduct does the same thing in California. There are lots of rivers that all flow to the ocean this way. They're now all connected. And on top of that, we've connected that to the Colorado River, which is entirely separate. They flow two different directions. And it's not just us. Our Asian swamp eels, which are common in Chinese markets, and they like to sell their food alive, and many of these have been released in different areas of the country. We also have Chinese soft-shell turtle, common in New York markets and released nearby, and Asian clams. Then there's hitchhikers, the little guys who tag along that you didn't really mean to bring along. Got aquatic weeds, which can hitchhike when you pull your trailer out. And there has been mention of some of the programs now to try to get people to inspect their boats, clean, drain, dry, play, clean, go, etc. Another hitchhiker is New Zealand mud snails. They're very tiny little snails, as you can see here, and they've been introduced to a lot of trout streams in the West. And unfortunately, when fishermen, anglers use their waders, if they have felt soles on them, those snails get caught up in the felt soles and can be spread. So as a result, a lot of states have banned the use of felt soles. And the unique thing about these New Zealand mud snails is that they're parthenogenic, so it only takes one to start a new population. Quagga and zebra mussel villagers are little tiny things, hard to see, and they can hitch a ride anywhere in your boat that it's wet, the live well or any of the tubing. Lots of these areas here shown, and that's one of the goals of the Clean, Drain, Dry or Stop Aquatic Hitchhikers is to get people to look and not transport those. The other way those can be carried is as biofouling. That's where the adults attach to areas, often in little cryptic places where you can't find them. We got frogs that hitch rides in landscaping plants, undetected. There are several of those that have happened in Florida. There's the Cuban tree frog, came in on plants in South Florida, and it's now spreading throughout the state. The coqui, which came into South Florida and is also spread throughout Florida and affects land prices in Florida because they're loud. Greenhouse frog, another example. I've got them now at my house from bringing in plants, despite trying not to. And we've even had a report here from Missouri from a greenhouse that brought in a load of mulch from Florida, presumably. Tadpoles can hitch along, especially when places raise their fish in outdoor ponds. The frogs like to make themselves at home, breed, have their little tadpoles, and then when the fish get harvested up and taken out to be stocked, the tadpoles go along with them, and that's one way that bullfrogs got widely distributed. Very much the same case, unionid mussels. They have a unique life cycle where the adult creates a little lure like this, a fish lure, to attract large fish that will come in and try to eat that lure. And when that happens, the mussel spits out glochidia or larvae that attach to the fish gills. And then you harvest those fish up and go plant them somewhere. The larvae drop off the fish gills, and you've just transplanted a new mussel species. The unique thing about this is that they're kind of a lock and key system. A mussel needs only a particular single or maybe a handful of fish species that it'll use. So just any mussel can't use any fish species. It's the case of mistaken identity. There's the green sunfish here, was stocked for many years mistakenly when people thought they were stocking bluegill. And as I mentioned, the case with Idaho, Idaho thought they were stocking blue catfish when in fact they were stocking flathead catfish. Escapes from game and fur farms. Yes, good old Florida, right up by my house in Gainesville here, we have a population of capybaras, the largest South American rodent. They escaped from a game farm nearby, and there's a population, I've heard recent estimates of about 50 or so. And I'm sure lots of you have heard of nutria. It was brought in for the fur trade. And anybody know the connection with Tabasco sauce? No, really? Okay. So Mr. McClenny, who owns the Tabasco name and brand there, brought them into Avery Island for the fur trade. Avery Island is where the Tabasco factory is. So several years ago, way back when, there was a big hurricane that came across the island and wiped it out and released all of the nutria. So you can thank Tabasco for nutria in the Gulf Coast. So pathways can vary with a variety of things. They vary with geographic area. So here's an example of 3 different states, showing in red the proportion due to stocking. Yellow is aquarium release, and green is bait bucket release. So you can see that all 3 of those vary quite a bit. Also varies with taxonomic group. Here's an example showing pathways for reptiles and pathways for amphibians. And you can see they differ. And they also change through time. So here's bars in 50-year increments, and you can see that back initially, before 1900, things were pretty much just stocked. Stocking increased, but you also had the beginnings of other little pathways, and then after 1950, sort of all bets are off and everything went crazy. Source regions also change over time, which isn't too surprising. We import things from different areas at different times. So you can see initially things were mostly from North America, stayed there, and then in recent years, they're more from around the world. And as you may imagine, control methods or prevention vary with each of those and with the species. So, take any questions? Annie.
I was just wondering if they know what fish the dracaenid mussels use. Are we helping?
Okay, Annie asked what fish dracaenid mussels use. You mean for reproduction?
Right. So
Okay.
are you just spreading them with fish?
Dracaenid mussels do things differently. They can spawn all by themselves and they don't need fish. It's just the uniotid mussels that need fish.
So is there a common name of a uniotid invasive that you can share?
Pond shells, pimplebacks, washboards, lots of different names. Anybody else?
Yeah, one over there.
Yeah.
Yes, have you quantified the cyber commerce, internet sales, and all that stuff for the pathway?
Have we quantified cyber commerce? No, I have not. Erica Jensen, somewhere in the audience, hello Erica, has, you're not on the spot yet, it's okay, has a really neat program that goes out to look for things that are being sold on the internet and called Gladiator. And you can put different species in and find out if they're being sold or where they're being sold.
She asked for the URL.
Erica?
Oh, the URL, gladiator.dlc.org. And the gladiator is not spelled exactly correctly.
Gladiator.glc.org, but gladiator is spelled differently.
We had a we had a comment on the live stream that eggs of frogs and lizards are also transported abundant in potting soil. Do you have any comment on that, or?
I totally agree. I was focused on aquatics, so I didn't deal with things like lizards and potting soil.
Okay.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Pam. And if anyone's interested in learning more or seeing those ton of aquatic invasive species in Florida, I encourage you to visit icase.org. It's the International Conference on Aquatic Invasive Species, happening in Florida this coming October, hosted with the University of Florida and the Invasive Species Center. So check it out. I'll do my shameless plug for that. And next up, we have Jeremy Down from the Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. Jeremy is the Invasive Species Program and Policy Advisor, and he's going to talk about the awesome collaboration he has with the Invasive Species Center in Ontario.
Do I have to introduce you now?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to take about 2 minutes, and then Tracy's going to talk about risk assessment. But the point of this presentation was just to talk a bit about how we're approaching invasive species management in general in Ontario. And in a lot of cases, we are relying heavily on partnerships and collaboration. Lots of reasons for that. Resource is one of the issues we all challenge with. So it's a little bit of me pushing the role that the ISC plays for us in Ontario. But to start, I'll just lay a little bit of the groundwork. So in terms of where we're at in Ontario, we are the #1 province for invasive species in Canada. We have around 440 invasive plants in southern Ontario, 39 known or potential forest insects, 10 invasive tree diseases, and I think we've already heard the number this morning, 180 non-native and invasive species in the Great Lakes. I like to pick on that one a little bit because the non-native versus invasive is a bit of a challenging conversation in the world of invasive species management. And that really is where the risk assessment piece comes into this, in terms of there are potentially hundreds, thousands of species that we could be looking at in the context of regulation management. But how do we pick and choose which ones we consider to be the worst, the highest priorities, those ones that we can actually effectively address, and which ones may be non-native but aren't actually invasive? And we have lots of fun conversations in Ontario around rainbow trout. We stock it, we manage it as a game fish. Lots of folks would like us to look at it as an invasive species. Ecologically, it could be considered an invasive species. And so how do you really differentiate between those different groups is a bit of the challenge, and that's where risk assessments really come in. So back in 2012, when I guess the issue was growing in Ontario, they put out the Ontario Invasive Species Strategic Plan. And that really started to lay the framework in terms of how we're moving forward with invasive species management in Ontario, as well as was really the driving force behind the new legislation that we put out in 2014-15. And so it did include a couple key actions. So one of those was obviously look at the provincial legislative framework. And what that found at the time, the analysis that followed was we had about 20 different pieces of legislation, regulations, federal, provincial, all the way down to municipal level bylaws that were trying to deal with invasive species, none of which were really designed or were necessarily effective at doing that. And it also had a goal in really how do we strengthen and how do we support either those existing tools or what do we need to do for new tools. So that's where the act came from. So back in, I guess it was probably late 2013, I get my years a little mixed up, I was brought into a team that was looking at developing new legislation. So we wrote the new Invasive Species Act. It passed back in 2015. We gave ourselves a year to do some policy work, do a little bit of the background preparation in terms of implementation, and that act then took effect in 2016. The key thing to point out here is it does focus on impacts to the natural environment. So if a species is not, if it's an agricultural pest, purely economic pest, but doesn't have that impact of native species, it's not necessarily something we're looking at dealing with in the context of this legislation. We deal with those through our partner ministries, with agriculture or other organizations. Moving to the risk assessment side of it. So at the time, there were criticisms in terms of how governments make decisions on which species they should regulate, they should be addressing, which ones are being chosen for management actions. And so the government made a decision to base those decisions on science. And we can all argue about which science questions, what the appropriate methodologies, what the appropriate approach is. But the idea is to basically give a transparent approach that the public can understand in terms of how we make those decisions, to try to remove a little bit of the political lobbying side of the equation, as well as, the popular favorite species, to really be able to focus on those species that really do have those true impacts and be able to focus our resources effectively. So we laid out in a very high-level policy document a 6-step process to look at how we would do that. And part of that is the screening level ecological risk assessment and the detailed level ecological risk assessment. So within the ministry, limited resources. I'm a member of a team of about 4 or 5 folks. We have some folks up in Sault Ste. Marie that are focused on the forest side of the equation, but we don't really have the resources internally to deal with this in-house. So that's where we really rely heavily on our partners and our collaborative relationships that we have. And so we leverage a lot of existing information from those partnerships, as well as we work with organizations like the Invasive Species Center to actually do the lit review, the analysis, the workshops, the peer review stages to help us proceed through the risk assessment process in a timely and effective manner. I think that's where I pass it over to you. I'll be back though.
Stay tuned. So Encompassing Invasive Species Center, we are a not-for-profit organization whose mission is to prevent and reduce the spread of invasive species in Canada and beyond. We were actually formed by a unique collaboration between the federal and provincial government in 2011. A memorandum of understanding was signed between the Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, the Canadian Forest Service, and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada to form the centre. And we are incorporated as a nonprofit, but we are essentially working to reduce the spread of invasive species in Canada and beyond by connecting with a broad array of stakeholders. And our goal is to catalyze invasive species management and then communicate policy and science knowledge. So I mentioned 2011, so we just recently celebrated our 5-year anniversary, and just a snapshot of some of the accomplishments over the last 5 years. So $4.3 million invested in funding projects. We've done over 211 projects on policy, science, outreach, research. $2.8 million have been spent delivering in-house projects, which risk assessments is one component, which I will talk about. We've grown from 1 funder to 8 funders and from 1 employee to 14. And every dollar of funding that goes to the ISC leverages over $1 of outside support. And this is just a snapshot from our most recent annual report and some of the impacts we've had in the last year or so. And I just put a red circle around risk assessments because that's what we're going to be talking about today. So we were involved in developing that report that Jeremy spoke of that talked about all the legislative analysis leading towards the development of the Invasive Species Act in Ontario. And a couple of years ago, we started to get involved in the process from a risk assessment point of view by taking some of the existing risk assessments that had been developed and doing some peer review. So the ISC in 2015 and 16 co-hosted 3 ecological risk assessment peer review workshops on those documents that were already completed for Wells catfish and killer shrimp, water soldier, water chestnut and hydrilla, Brazilian waterweed and parrot feather. And what we did is convened a panel of subject matter experts, bringing them together to review the already completed ecological risk assessment and facilitated those sessions in order to complete that process. This informed policy to regulate these species under the new Act. So this is a list of invasive species that are under the Act. So you can see the ones that are highlighted are the ones that we participated in the peer review process. This past year, we were involved in the completion of 9 socioeconomic risk assessments as well. Eight socioeconomic risk assessment research were completed utilizing the guidelines that were developed by the ministry. These are the species that we developed the socioeconomic risk assessments for. So common yabby, European water chestnut, hydrilla, stone Morocco, and the 4 species of Asian carp. And these are all species that are now regulated under the Invasive Species Act in Ontario. So what we did was examine the impact on both the market and the non-market impacts for those species, what sector it was affected, the current and potential impacts of that, and then the estimated value of the impact. We also looked at the likely magnitude of risk and the uncertainty involving that level of risk. We also completed these summary diagrams, which is able as like a quick snapshot, and I know it's really hard for you guys to read from there, but a quick snapshot of what the impacts are. So this is an example of European water chestnut, so forth, and you can see all the connections. So for every one of the species and risk assessments that we completed, we have one of these impacts diagrams. And again, these informed policy to regulate these species under the Act. And so we were involved directly in 13 of 16 species that were, no longer proposed, but are regulated under the Invasive Species Act in Ontario. I wanted to dig in a bit on some of the work we've done surrounding mountain pine beetle. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the issues in mountain pine beetle and the impacts that are having in Western Canada. It's a species that's native to parts of Western Canada, but is not native to Eastern Canada. We don't yet have mountain pine beetle in Ontario, but we are preparing for the fact that it may arrive. So we have undertaken, in collaboration with the OM&RF, to do some risk analysis surrounding that. So the pest risk analysis format that we use was actually developed by the Canadian Council of Forest Ministers Forest Pest Working Group in 2015. And it combines risk analysis and a risk assessment approach with risk response and risk communications. So identifying means to mitigate the risk, communicating it through transparency and accountability, as well as still evaluating the threat and potential impact. So the first step was risk assessment for mountain pine, question of whether the current infestation in lodgepole pine in Western Canada would expand eastward through the boreal to impact Ontario's pine forests, which are made up largely of jack pine in the northwest and white pine, red pine, among others. So the risk assessment for Ontario considered many factors, such as Ontario's specific climate projections, specific forest structure and suitability, pathways of spread, which included roads and highways, locations of industry, and other items like that. Firewood being a big concern as well. So the next step was risk response. So in Ontario, the risk response strategy depends on the type and timeline of the invasion. So mitigation tactics versus wave suppression versus spot eradication. So in theory, mountain pine beetle can come in a wave if it gets through the prairie provinces into northwestern Ontario, but potentially it could show up in a batch of firewood in downtown Toronto, for example. So we have to be prepared for any of that to happen. And we also identified tactics that can be taken now, so mitigation and preparedness, and tactics that could be taken in the future following potential detection of mountain pine beetle. So this is just an example of some potential risk mitigation tactics that we could do in advance of mountain pine beetle introductions, increasing monitoring, training Ontario staff on identification, detection, and response in advance, and implement regulatory measures in the province, talking about an imminent invasion scenario, adopting silvicultural approaches, and in general, just building knowledge and capacity in Ontario to be prepared in case it arrives. So once we had our risk assessment, we held a review meeting with experts from across the country to come together and talk about how we can improve this. And we incorporated those as well. And then we went to our next step of risk communication. So our approach was initially meant to be from a perspective of a ministry capacity. And then we're looking at further engaging other stakeholders as well. So I know you've seen this earlier, but Incident Command is coming up again. We actually developed a tabletop response exercise utilizing the Incident Command system with MNRF district staff last year in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. And the goal of that was to communicate the threat of mountain pine beetle and provide some background and training, as well as to go through a scenario using the ICS. The major difference from the classic ICS system is our recommendation to incorporate a science panel, which would inform the incident command team of the most effective and novel scientific approaches. So generally this isn't required in emergencies such as fire or flood, but since mountain pine beetle is so unknown and as far as to how it will react in Ontario to jack pine and other species of pine, that we thought we should incorporate that. So this is our scenario, just for interest's sake. We had a number of injects as well through the day, like the example of the Asian carp. So it was a good way to work through and see what issues would potentially come up as we went through it. The outcomes of that exercise was that we thought the ICS structure was fitting for an invasion scenario. We do need a science panel, or we recommend that. All of the roles and responsibilities should be communicated to relevant parties and should be adaptable depending on the scenario, if it shows up on a spot or if it comes in a wave. Suggestion for funding for emergency response efforts should be determined in advance, so that's something that Julia talked about as well. And that the ICS is not, the total solution. That regions at risk should also develop a plan to prepare for mountain pine beetle. And then this past March, we held another session to transfer knowledge and brought in other stakeholders such as forest industry, academia as well, and different levels of government. We talked about the socioeconomic impacts of mountain pine beetle in BC and had a speaker from there and talked about the risk of spread. And we also talked about climate change and how that might impact when or how it could arrive. Next up for this is to continue to refine and update the risk analysis, possibly hold another response exercise which would engage even more stakeholders external, develop a research plan to address priorities, and identify what Ontario could be doing now to prepare for that infestation, and of course communicate results. So I also wanted to just talk to you about what we have been doing with a risk assessment database, because one thing we did find when we were preparing for our risk assessments is there are a lot of risk assessments out there, but we do not know where they are, who wrote them, or how to get copies in some cases. And lots of times we would start work on something and halfway through we would realize, oh, there's been a risk assessment done for that already in another jurisdiction, and perhaps that would be good information to incorporate. So risk assessments, as you know, are conducted by many organizations across North America and globally. So we did identify this need to kind of organize and categorize these assessments from multiple sources into a searchable and accessible risk assessment database. So I'm really excited to announce that today we're officially launching on our website, invasivespeciescenter.ca, our online risk assessment database. So if you go to our website and go under Learn About Invasive Species, the link is there. And this provides a database that provides easy access to previously completed risk assessments. Phase 1 was to include risk assessments that were at the federal level in Canada and in Ontario. Phase 2 was to expand that to include other jurisdictions with a bit of focus around the Great Lakes. This definitely isn't a complete list. I've already talked to my friends in Mexico about incorporating some documents from there, and definitely we're still open to having other risk assessments incorporated. And it is a searchable database by taxa, and it also speaks to the author, and it speaks to the year it was completed, as well as there will be a hyperlink if that document is available and accessible to the public. If it is a document that is not accessible, there will not be a hyperlink, but you will be able to determine that it has been completed. So the risk assessments are sorted by environment first, then species name, the comprehensiveness of the risk assessment completed, and the organization which completed it. And that's back over to you.
So as Tracy just highlighted, there's lots of examples of lots of different types of risk assessments that have been done by many jurisdictions, and in some cases they have relevance to Ontario, and some, generally there's a lot of qualitative processes that ask very basic questions but aren't necessarily getting into the statistical analysis behind what that means. So they're trying to figure out a simple way to kind of bring all that information together and input that into a relatively easy to use tool that's scientifically defensible, can be used across jurisdictions by multiple practitioners, that kind of pumps out at the end consistent responses, so we can actually use that output to compare species against each other, so we can help to inform those management decisions. This kind of got started back in 2014, 2015. They're now in the testing stage, but the idea was basically a semi-quantitative, science-based, detailed risk assessment tool. So again, above that level of the initial screening level risk assessment, and the idea was basically to test that tool in terms of, is it effective? So far, the information that we've run a few species through it. We've done a little bit of a peer review analysis with it. Now they're doing, what's the initial tool? Where's the word on there? It might be on my last slide. An additional level of testing, again, just to make sure it is effective in terms of how folks can use it. I'm going to put a little bit of a scary model up here, and please don't ask me to explain it because I'm not a statistician. But basically, it looks at assessing, establishment survival, the rate of spread, the probability of that establishment, and it takes all those things, combines them through a series of relatively easy to answer questions that the users would be answering based on information that's either gathered through a literature review, is available through an existing risk assessment document, or whatever other mechanism we can access to get that information to answer the questions. And once it's all put in, basically it pops out like a level of risk, extreme, high, medium, low, as well as a level of uncertainty around what that risk assessment is. So, is the information, does it give us a high level of certainty that yes, this is a high risk species, or is there a lot of uncertainty in the information that was inputted that would then therefore warrant additional research or effort before we would actually make a management decision with respect to that species? Is that word on there? No. Anyways, so right now they are going through an additional testing stage, just again make sure that it is kind of pumping out the outputs that the experts would expect. So they're testing it on a number of kind of widely well-known invasive species. They are hoping that, again, if it gets through that, it is there, inter-rater variation, that's the word I was looking for. Don't ask me what that actually means though. So the idea, again, once they get through that additional level of testing, they're hoping that they'll be able to publish that in a journal, and then the idea is to eventually make this tool available so that other jurisdictions, other folks can access it. I don't want to put down any of the existing processes that are out there. Again, there's lots of different tools and processes that folks follow. They're great in a lot of cases. The idea here is really to be able to do this in a relatively short window of time, to simplify the process, So it doesn't take, years of research to kind of answer that basic question, is there a level of risk associated with this species? This may just put an output that says, okay, we need to look at this species in greater detail. We don't have the information to make a decision at this point, and you may then be into that longer term research project. But in some cases, with some of the species we've done so far, it does give you that kind of clear report, and it's easily defendable in terms of you can put out, here's all the factors that were considered, here's how they were assessed against each other, here's the individuals who input into the tool, and here's the outcome that was reported. So the idea for us, again, looking at the list of species we have in front of us, and the idea that there is an interest in us regulating more species under our new legislation, the idea is for us to have a tool that we can kind of start running the list of known species through, so we can effectively make those decisions in the next couple of years. Okay, if I can regulate 20 species a year, which species is it next year, which species is it the following year that I look at from a regulatory perspective. If there are questions on the tool, I would strongly suggest you contact Tim. His email is up there, and he's more than willing to answer questions. They do have some handouts or kind of reports that they could send to provide you more information on the tool, so you can kind of see where it's at. But it was just a bit to raise the flag in terms of the work that's being done by those folks. That's it.
And I just wanted to encourage you to visit our family of websites. We have a forestinvasives.ca, which is a very comprehensive forest invasives website. A lot of information there. We also operate Asian Carp Canada. .ca, which is in partnership with DFO, and there's lots of information there as well. And I wanted to encourage you to become a member of the ISC. It's a free program, but when you sign up, you do get our newsletter, as well as we compile a list of really relevant media articles in a bi-weekly email that's sent to our list. So saves you from searching the internet for some of these articles that are coming out in the media, and we put it all together in one nice little email every 2 weeks is sent out to you. So visit our website or follow us on Twitter or Facebook, and if there's any questions for Jeremy, he'll take them. Oh, okay. Does anyone have any questions? Yeah. Paul?
So when a species is added to the list is regulated, what exactly, what happens then? What does that mean?
So the question was, once a species is added to the regulated list in Ontario, what happens? How do I answer that? So, if I've gone into greater details on the legislation, so the legislation is an enabling piece, so it doesn't actually force us to do anything. So, by regulating that species either as prohibited or restricted, we're basically saying if it's a prohibited species, you can't have it in Ontario anymore, you can't bring it, import it, sell it. If we restrict it, there may be some allowances in terms of what you can do. So it establishes that initial regulatory threshold in terms of how can a person interact with that species in the province. It then, by regulating it, it allows us access to the additional provisions in the legislation that, there's order powers. So in terms of quarantine powers, the ability to direct a person to do a thing, the ability to do surveys on private property. It opens up the door for a lot of those kind of control powers that we can use, as well as it does, to a certain degree, enable us to really focus our partnership approach in terms of, okay, here's our regulated list, which to a certain degree is now the priority list in terms of management in the province. So then we can start to direct the funding that we have in terms of focusing on those. So if you look right now, water soldier, European water chestnut are both species that we're actively controlling in Ontario because they're regulated. So it was easy for us to then make the argument to government, okay, we need additional funds to get rid of these species now. Yes?
So tagging on to that, then does the province actually have enforcement power and actual inspectors on the ground, fines?
Yep. So the question was around inspection and enforcement powers that exist in legislation. So the legislation enables both inspectors and enforcement officers. Right now, those powers for both types of individuals are limited to just our conservation officers within the Ministry of Natural Resources. So in the province of Ontario, we have around 220 that are in the field. So they're the only ones, so there are inspection and inspector powers, and they would then be the boots on the ground in terms of if something's identified that's a first occurrence in the province, they would be the person to go to confirm that. They would make a decision as to whether or not the quarantine should be invoked, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In terms of enforcement, yeah, the enforcement officers, they have kind of the standard enforcement suite of powers in terms of the ability to do investigations, search, seizure, lay fines, penalties, et cetera. The penalties, I'll brag a little bit, aren't insignificant. So the fines can be at $250,000 for an individual, $1 million for a corporation, and there's multipliers within that in terms of if you have more than one individual of a species, if you were selling them, if you release them, and we have to spend big dollars to try to control. So there is hopefully somewhat of a financial deterrence in there, but again, I sort of say it looks good on paper. The reality will be in terms of how it actually rolls out, so we'll see. Nothing for Tracy.
Don't take that for granted. Not every state or estado or
Yeah.
province has that ability.
Yeah. Yeah, and it is, I'm getting more phone calls from other jurisdictions now that the act's been out there. People have had a chance to look at it, and there seems to be growing interest in terms of other folks looking at doing similar things in their areas. So, and more than willing to have conversations. We're quite happy with the product. Are there things that maybe I would tweak a little bit? Definitely, and I'm more than willing to have those conversations if folks are interested. Yes?
Are you looking at pathways, generally speaking, or only
Yep.
individual species?
No, so sorry, so I glazed over a bit of this to give Tracy more time to talk, but yeah, so the Act does allow us to regulate pathways as well. So there's provisions in there that are referred to as carriers in the legislation, just pathways definition can be a little bit challenging. But yeah, we are starting to look right now at the recreational watercraft pathway, which there's lots of states in the U.S. that are ahead of us on both regulating and as well as how they're responding to that pathway. The other one that is a big deal for us because of the mountain pine beetle threat is the movement of wood. The experience with emerald ash borer, the fact that we've now got oak wilt on our border. So we are getting more interest from the senior levels to start looking at the wood movement pathway. It's often referred to as firewood. I think we need to look beyond firewood. It's a much bigger issue than just people moving to the campground for the weekend. But yeah, so we can and we are. Okay.
Great. Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah.
Okay, so a couple more quick announcements. Hopefully I've not forgotten anything. First of all, if you made your own badge, okay? And if you made your own badge, there were empty badges out there. We want to know who was here, so we have a good list of who was here. If you registered and you picked your badge up, so we know you came. Otherwise, if you made your own badge, Rebecca sitting at the table right there, see her at some point, preferably today, just so we get your name so we know who was here. Okay, second thing, on the registration table where you picked up your badge or made your own badge, I have put some evaluation forms that hopefully everybody will fill out at some point, letting us know how the conference went. And I also put the worksheets that we're going to be using for the activity tomorrow afternoon. So if you will, at some point, I just put them out there, pick those up, and start looking at the worksheet for tomorrow afternoon, and fill out the evaluation at some point. Last thing, because we probably, first day of the conference, we probably have the most people that we're going to have for the whole week. So when we finish with this next presentation, before we go eat, let's do a group picture on the front steps outside the gardens. So I think those are my three things. Unless there's something I'm missing, is anybody else?
Before the picture, have them come see me because I'm just not going to be carrying this around for the next 3 hours or whatever.
Right, yeah. So see Rebecca, we'll make sure this room's cleaned out, and we'll do a picture, and then we'll go do our food for the night. Again, the bus will start running, I think at 5 or 5:30, and run until about 8. If you weren't here yesterday, we have to be out at 8 o'clock tonight. So that's it. And if you want to do your activity.
John, thank you for correcting that guy's attitude.
Was it better?
No. Oh, I thought it was. No.
Oh, I had trouble with him today.
All right, well, we'll deal with that once again. Any other comments or questions before we get to last speakers?
Dinner in the same place?
Dinner in the same place. If you were not here last night, dinner, there's a pavilion that you'll see when you walk out. And it'll be down there again. And same company, they're doing a low country boil, they're gonna be barbecue. So it should be really good. Yes, yeah, and so if you are on the NASN board, and you know who you are, or in an organization that's on the NASN board, we're having a board meeting at 8:30 in the boardroom at the hotel. So if you are, been frequenting that boardroom for drinking, tonight you have to find another place to drink.
And the booze is all gone, eh?
Yeah. And bourbon, ew.
That's all I have to say.
Oh my God. Bourbon, yeah.
Okay, so we're up for our final presentation of the day. Another great partner, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. We have Christina Pauk, who leads the invasive plant program there, and Wendy Asbill, who's the national manager of the invasive plant, alien species, and domestic program section. And they're going to speak to us today about plant pest pathways of concern.
Thank you, Tracy. Good afternoon. Christina and I are your final barrier on your pathway to dinner and socializing, so we will hopefully give you some good things to think about for further discussion. It's a pleasure to be here to talk a little bit about some of the programs associated with some pathways of concern for plant pest introduction and spread in Canada. So what we're going to do in our presentation is just give a brief overview and zip through about 6 of the different programs that we'd like to highlight. So as has been mentioned several times today, there are certainly many different pathways by which invasive alien species can arrive to Canada and spread throughout Canada. It's a very complex world. There are a lot of pests, a lot of commodities coming from a lot of different areas, moving in very many different ways. So the focus on pathways, one of the benefits of doing that is that if we can manage a pathway, we do have the potential to address many different risks and different pests at the same time. As well, often associated with a certain pathway, let's say the marine shipping industry or so on, we're able to perhaps target specific sets of stakeholders in industry with our outreach products. I think we're all fairly familiar with some of the traditional pathways, such as commodities like plants for planting and soil and forest products, wood packaging, and so on. But we've also noted in recent years a lot more potential for invasive alien species to come in on various conveyances like rail cars and trucks and marine vessels. It was mentioned a couple of times today about sea containers, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And we're also seeing a lot of invasive alien species of different types coming in on things that are not plants or plant products. Things like steel slabs or tiles or car parts. And we also worry about things that transit through Canada, and would be the same for things transiting through the US or through any other country. And we'll look a little bit at some of the live organism issues and e-commerce. So in terms of mitigating plant health risk pathways to North America, kind of look at it as a continuum, a supply chain continuum, and there are very many points along that continuum at which we could apply risk mitigation. There's at origin, which we feel to be the most effective because that risk is not going to be realized, not going to be here. We can look at what things can be done en route, along the pathway when things first arrive in Canada, things moving through Canada, and when they get to destination. And as has been mentioned several times today, everybody has a role to play. Every single person in this room, every importer, exporter, shipper, and so on. And Darlene talked about a number of risk mitigation measures that are used in the plant health world. And these are the same that are used along our plant health pathways. So we would look at things like policies and programs and outreach and awareness, which is compliance promotion. It's telling people why something is a problem, what their requirements are, what they need to do, and how they need to do it. so that those invasive alien species risk is minimized. And we have things like compliance verification, inspecting various products upon arrival in Canada, and applying treatments as necessary. We also like to look at the various tools that we have in place to be able to mitigate that risk. It was mentioned earlier about detector dogs and drones for surveys and inspections. For example, in China, they use drones for AGM inspection on the outsides of vessels. They're starting to use that. And in Chile, they use sniffer dogs on the vessels to help detect Asian gypsy moth egg masses. So speaking of Asian gypsy moth, and this had been brought up again a couple of times today by Faith and Chip as well, this is actually a complex of lymantrid moths that are regulated by Canada and the United States, as well as Mexico and other countries around the world. It's something that we don't have established yet in North America, and we don't want that to happen. Asian gypsy moth is a pest of not only forestry, but agriculture and natural areas. And it's been determined that marine vessels are the highest risk pathway. And those vessels that are visiting ports in AGM infested areas, and those are Russia, northern China, Korea, and Japan, those are the highest risk pathway for introduction of AGM to North America. And I just want you to look at this, this picture. Those blobs are Asian gypsy moth egg masses. And this is a picture that was sent to us by one of our international partners in Russia during an outbreak year for Asian gypsy moth. You can imagine that if all of these egg masses came to North America, hatched, the larva ballooned, and went to susceptible hosts on shore, what kind of infestation could have arisen. So our goal in North America, working very closely with the United States, is to keep that risk at origin. And to do that, we've established a vessel pre-departure certification program. It was started in 1992, following some eradication programs in Canada and the United States, a response to some incursions in the Pacific Northwest and the Vancouver area. That bottom picture is a picture of the aerial spraying that was done during that eradication time. So this program requires that vessels visiting Korea, Japan, northern China, and Russia during the time where the females are flying and able to deposit eggs on the vessels, those vessels need to be inspected and certified that they are free of AGM. And Canada requires that those vessels present a certificate stating that they are free from AGM from March 1st to September 15th in Western Canada and March 15th to September 15th in Eastern Canada. So CFIA will monitor and inspect various vessels to verify compliance. If a vessel arrives without a certificate during the required period for it, then it's a mandatory inspection. The vessel is held offshore. It's inspected there. You can imagine the cost that would mount up for a vessel not being allowed to go to berth. And vessels that do have a certificate, a portion of them are inspected just to verify compliance with the certificate. We also have a national surveillance trapping for AGM. It's part of the gypsy moth surveillance, which is a joint effort between the CFIA and the provincial government of British Columbia on the west coast and throughout the country in various other provinces. What we found is that regular engagement discussing the Asian gypsy moth program with not only the regulated countries, but also with other countries that have a gypsy moth program, such as New Zealand and Chile, and Mexico is in the process of developing a program. This has been very helpful in increasing compliance. And working with the other regulating countries means that if we can somehow align our requirements, then this will make it easier for the marine industry to comply with the requirements. They don't have to remember very many different dates of when you need a certificate, from where, going to where, so it will be quite helpful to them. We also do a lot of communication and outreach with our trading partners and the marine transportation industry. This is just a 5-year set of results for our Canadian inspection summary. And you can see that from 2012 to 2016, the program seems to have worked really well in terms of increasing compliance. There's been a significant increase in the number of vessels that are arriving with the proper certificate, and the number of vessels that the CFIA inspects for compliance verification has also shown somewhat of an increase in the number of vessels that arrive free of AGM, and we've also noted that the number of egg masses detected on those vessels has decreased. We might find one, 2, or 3 egg masses on those vessels compared to sometimes 10s or 20s. So those vessels also carry sea containers, and Chip talked about this today, and Faith talked about this today as well. Sea containers, and they're about 35 million 20-foot equivalent units in global trade in 2016. That's a lot of stuff moving around the world. And it really represents about $4 trillion worth of trade. And these containers move between many countries. They carry many different commodities. They might sit for a while in a yard somewhere picking up soil, and maybe snails will crawl onto them and weed seeds will blow onto them and so on. So there is always a risk of contaminants of phytosanitary concern on or in those containers. And some of the things that we have noted through some container surveys and from our U.S. partners are soil and plant debris, capra beetles, snails, and weed seeds, and so on. This is a global issue. The International Plant Protection Convention notes it as being a significant pathway of concern. They had a special topic on it at the 2016 Commission on Phytosanitary Measures meeting. And there's often interest in figuring out how you might have a standard, or do you want to have every single container certified to be free of phytosanitary concern elements. That would be a huge undertaking. So it's kind of decided that countries should look at other measures that could be used to minimize the risk of plant pests moving through the sea container pathway. So Canada and the United States have a government and industry-led initiative, and that's really to further look at the risk associated with sea containers, figure out what could be done to mitigate that risk, and then how to measure that risk reduction so that you can say, yes, these mitigation measures are effective. And we also need to conduct outreach to raise the awareness about those risks with the stakeholders. So what is being proposed is to use existing or developing industry container cleanliness standards and guidelines. One of those is the Code of Practice for Packing of Cargo Transport Units that is already in place, and a new joint industry guidelines for the cleaning of containers is going to be proposed at the International Maritime Organization meeting in June for endorsement as a voluntary guideline for the entire shipping industry to consider using. And there are always individual protocols for various companies. So taken together, they may provide sufficient risk mitigation for sea containers and minimize pest movement by them. And it really does, again, involve a lot of collaboration, not only with stakeholders, but with our trading partners. And then, those sea containers can move not only into a country, not only be imported and the stuff unloaded and brought into commerce in the country to where it's going, but it can also transit through various countries. So in Canada, we consider in transit as the movement from a foreign country through Canada to another foreign country. And whilst something is moving through, you don't have an importer to actually have phytosanitary documents and so on for those shipments. But while it's moving through, we're actually exposed to any risk of pest introduction. And we've noted that there are a lot of non-compliances often found at the Canada-US border when something transits Canada and presents itself for entry to the United States. And most of those non-compliances are due to invasive alien species, mostly weed seeds, snails, and live insects. And they're often found, again, on articles that we wouldn't be regulating. Those things like car parts and tiles and steel slabs. So it's something we really need to think about. So what have we done? We have an interim protocol in place right now, and it's for US goods that are transiting Canada, going back to the US or to a foreign country, and for in-transit shipments that were refused entry to the US and are moving back through Canada for removal from North America. And this will involve certain mitigation measures such as taping some of the vents and screens and so on, any holes that might allow something to escape. And sometimes a treatment is required, such as a fumigation treatment. We're developing a comprehensive in-transit program for plant health, so we would look at all types of in-transit movements through Canada and various modes of transportation as well. So we would cover air, rail, and truck. And again, a recurring theme throughout the day is that we really need to work with our stakeholders and trading partners so that we raise awareness and promote compliance so that we can minimize, again, the risk of things moving in transit. So I'm going to turn it over to Christina Pauk, who will talk about some of our other programs.
Thank you, Wendy. All right. So another one of the pathways that we focus on is e-commerce, as Darlene mentioned this morning. So that's the internet sales of regulated pests and potentially invasive alien species, and that would include plants, mollusks, and insects. So an education and awareness campaign is definitely key in this problem, and these campaigns are used to inform Canadian importers and exporters of invasive pests, imports, requirements and regulations in Canada, but also in other countries. So we work closely with our international partners, the US, Australia, and New Zealand. And we've found many cases where there's prohibited snails or insects being sold online. And also we've supported other countries in notifying Canadian exporters that they're exporting prohibited species to those other countries. So another program that we have at the CFIA is the Potentially Injurious Organisms Program. So PIOs are injurious or potentially injurious, whether directly or indirectly, to plants or plant products. And those would include insects, mites, earthworms, snails, slugs, bacteria, fungi, viruses, and biological control agents. So they're intentionally imported and handled in Canada for a variety of purposes. Those would include baiting, pet food research, biocontrol, exhibition, education, etc. So the Canadian requirements for importing, transferring, and handling of PIOs in Canada have been updated just recently in the last couple of years. We have two directives, Directive D1202, which is for import, and D1203 for domestic movement. And these requirements ensure that facilities have and maintain the appropriate containment levels as a condition of import or domestic movement. And we work with our partners and stakeholders to promote compliance in this program. As you may know, the CFIA also regulates invasive plants and the invasive plant pathway under the invasive plants program. And we regulate both intentional and unintentional pathways. So, for example, new crops and biofuels, ornamentals, and plants used for medicinal purposes would be intentional imports, but then also unintentional, like bird feed and contaminants in grain and seed. So we've had a couple of inquiries about new crops like forage kochia, and also interest in producing Arundo donax as a commercial biofuel crop. Currently we regulate 20 invasive species under the Plant Protection Act, and those species are listed under our Directive D1201, our Invasive Plants Directive, and also the requirements for those species are in our Automated Import Reference System, or AIRS. And the import and domestic movement of those species is prohibited in Canada. And I should just mention that the weed seed order under the Seeds Act has also been updated in the last year, so in November 2016. This is specifically focused on the seed pathway and related to seed quality more so, but many of the species are the same that we regulate under the Plant Protection Act. So this is an ongoing program that we continue to add species that we regulate under it, and as we identify and assess new risks of invasive plants, we do this as we learn about new information that becomes available through things like science scanning or web inquiries, even import permit applications that we receive, and interceptions in general, as well as from our partners. So in 2016, there were 40 plant risk assessments that were completed, and it's ongoing work that we partner with international and domestic partners on preventing the entry and spread of invasive plants into Canada. We also have some education and outreach material, like the invasive plant field guide on the slide there, and we continue to work on these materials and distribute them. So one of the plants that we regulate under the invasive plants program, I'm sure you're familiar with, and we have one site in Canada of kudzu, and so we're working to eradicate that site. As you may know, it's a highly invasive vine from Asia that can grow up to 30 centimeters a day, and the one detection was in 2009, and we regulated it officially under the Plant Protection Act in 2015, and the eradication plan was initiated in September of 2015 under a formal 10-year agreement with the province of Ontario as well as the landowner. And it's a success story in that we've partnered with the province and have had success in removing the kudzu. It's as you can see, it's a long-term program, but it seems to be successful so far. It's a multi-phased approach that involves the removal of the kudzu and a revegetation of the site. In the next slide I'll show you, but it's a very steep slope. It's only half a hectare in size, but it's a very steep slope, and it's in an environmentally sensitive area on the border of Lake Erie. So part of the plan is to minimize erosion on that slope. So here are some photos of the progress that's been made so far. You can see in July 2016, top left, that that area in the red, so it's kind of in a quadrant shape that we would only control kudzu in certain areas so that the slope doesn't slide. But you can see below that in September 2016, in that same area, all the blue flags are where the crowns of the kudzu was, so we've had some success there. And then on the right-hand side, those are some plantings that we had at the top of the slope. Unfortunately, there's already kudzu growing up that sumac plant there, but there's still been some success there, despite the drought we had in 2016. So, as Wendy mentioned, this is definitely a theme of the day. Invasive species are a shared risk and responsibility. And by continuing to work together and understanding challenges and opportunities for risk identification and mitigation, we can try to minimize the risk while maintaining trade flow where feasible. So that's our email address at the bottom if you want to contact us, and also we have an invasive species listserv that we encourage you to sign up for off of our website at the bottom there. Thank you.
Any questions?
Question. I'm curious, Wendy, about the measures of risk reduction, and I wonder if you've had some conversations about what those might be. That's something interesting, and I think economically would be of great interest to a lot of people.
The question is, do we have any indication of the risk mitigation measures and the economic impact of those? Was that for sea containers?
Yes.
Yes. That certainly is of great interest, I think, to all of us, is to be able to first have a baseline, to be able to see what things are moving in container trade. We have a lot of examples of things that are moving. We certainly can multiply that by the number of containers worldwide, but we need that baseline, and then that's part of our working group in North America to figure out what would be appropriate measures. Will it be monitoring cleanliness after those codes of conduct and the cleaning guidelines are put in place, and what would that look like? Is the number of containers arriving clean, leaving clean, how many people actually utilize those guidelines and so on, what would be the interception rate? And again, that is something that would not be either the federal government in the United States or Canada alone. This is something that we need to work with, as we said, all of the players, and particularly the industry, because they are the ones who have a really firm grasp of what the logistics are and how things move and where it's possible to actually mitigate those risks using those mitigation measures. So again, it's a work in progress, but I think the outcomes will be of interest to all of us.
Well, thank you very much, Wendy and Christina. That's it for the day, and just a quick reminder about Chuck's announcements. So we're all going to head out to the front porch. I want to call it step. What do you call it in Georgia? Front porch. To get your picture taken and go see Rebecca at the front. If you haven't already, if you have made up your own name tag. And from there on the step, we'll head over to dinner, and then we'll reconvene tomorrow morning.